All Gold Canyon by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All Gold Canyon. It was the green heart of the canyon where the walls swerved back from the rigid plan and relieved their harshness of line by making a little sheltered nook and filling it to the brim with sweetness and roundness and softness. Here all things rested. Even the narrow stream ceased its turbulent downrush long enough to form a quiet pool. Knee-deep in the water, with drooping head and half-shut eyes, drowsed a red-coated, many-antlered buck. On one side, beginning at the very lip of the pool, was a tiny meadow, a cool, resilient surface of green that extended to the base of the frowning wall. Beyond the pool, a gentle slope of earth ran up and up to meet the opposing wall. Fine grass covered the slope, grass that was spangled with flower, with here and there patches of color, orange and purple and golden. Below, the canyon was shut in. There was no view. The walls leaned together abruptly and the canyon ended in a chaos of rock, moss-covered and hidden by a green screen of vines and creepers and boughs of trees. Up the canyon rose far hills and peaks, the big foothills, pine-covered and remote. And far beyond, like clouds upon the border of the sleigh, towered minarets of white where the Sierra's eternal snows flashed austerely the blazes of the sun. There was no dust in the canyon. The leaves and flowers were clean and virginal. The grass was young velvet. Over the pool 3 cottonwoods sent their scurvy fluffs fluttering down the quiet air. On the slope the blossoms of the wine-wooded manzanita filled the air with springtime odors, while the leaves, wise with experience, were already beginning their vertical twist against the coming aridity of summer. In the open spaces on the slope, beyond the farthest shadow reach of the manzanita, poised the mariposa lilies, like so many flights of jeweled moths suddenly arrested and on the verge of trembling into flight again. Here and there that wood's harlequin, the madrone, permitted itself to be caught in the act of changing its pea-green trunk to madder red, breathed its fragrance into the air from great clusters of waxen bells. Creamy white were these bells, shaped like lilies of the valley, with the sweetness of perfume that is of the springtime. There was not a sigh of wind. The air was drowsy with its weight of perfume. There was a sweetness that would have been cloying had the air been heavy and humid. But the air was sharp and thin. It was as starlight transmuted into atmosphere, shot through and warmed by sunshine, and flower-drenched with sweetness. An occasional butterfly drifted in and out through the patches of light and shade, and from all about rose the low and sleepy hum of mountain bees, feasting sybarites that jostled one another good-naturedly at the board, nor found time for rough discourtesy. So quietly did the little stream drip and ripple its way through the canyon that it spoke only in faint and occasional gurgles. The voice of the stream was as a drowsy whisper, ever interrupted by dozings and silences, ever lifted again in the awakenings. The motion of all things was a drifting in the heart of the canyon. Sunshine and butterflies drifted in and out among the trees. The hum of the bees and the whisper of the stream were a drifting of sound, and the drifting sound and drifting color seemed to weave together in the making of a delicate and intangible fabric which was the spirit of the place. It was a spirit of peace that was not of death, but of smooth pulsing life, of quietude that was not silence, of movement that was not action, of repose that was quick with existence without being violent with struggle and travail. The spirit of the place was the spirit of the peace of the living, somnolent with the easement and content of prosperity, and undisturbed by rumors of far wars. The red-coated, many-antlered buck acknowledged the lordship of the spirit of the place, and dozed knee-deep in the cool, shaded pool. There seemed no flies to vex him, and he was languid with rest. Sometimes his ears moved when the stream awoke and whispered, but they moved lazily, with foreknowledge that it was merely the stream grown garrulous at discovery that it had slept. But there came a time when the buck's ears lifted and tensed with swift eagerness for sound. His head was turned down the canyon. His sensitive, quivering nostrils scented the air. His eyes could not pierce the green screen through which the stream rippled away, but to his ears came the voice of a man. It was a steady, monotonous, sing-song voice. Once the buck heard the harsh clash of metal upon rock. At the sound he snorted with a sudden start that jerked him through the air from water to meadow, and his feet sank in the young velvet, while he pricked his ears and again scented the air. Then he stole across the tiny meadow, pausing once and again to listen, and faded out of the canyon like a wraith, soft-footed and without sound. A clash of steel-shod soles against the rocks began to be heard, and the man's voice grew louder. It was raised in a sort of chant and became distinct with nearness, so that the words could be heard. "Turn around and turn your face unto them sweet hills of grace, the powers of sin yo are scornin'. Look about and look around, fling your sin pack on the ground. You will meet with the Lord in the mornin'." A sound of scrambling accompanied the song, and the spirit of the place fled away on the heels of the red-coated buck. The green screen was burst asunder, and a man peered out at the meadow and the pool and the sloping side hill. He was a deliberate sort of man. He took in the scene with one embracing glance, then ran his eyes over the details to verify the general impression. Then, and not until then, did he open his mouth in vivid and solemn approval. "Smoke of life and snakes of purgatory. Will you just look at that? Wood and water and grass and a hillside. Pocket hunter's delight and a cayuse's paradise. Cool green for the tired eyes. Pink pills for pale people ain't in it. A secret pasture for prospectors and a resting place for tired burros, by damn." He was a sandy-complected man, in whose face geniality and humor seemed the salient characteristics. It was a mobile face, quick-changing to inward mood and thought. Thinking was in him a visible process. Ideas chased across his face like windflaws across the surface of a lake. His hair, sparse and unkempt of growth, was as indeterminate and colorless as his complexion. It would seem that all the colors of his frame had gone into his eyes, for they were startlingly blue. Also they were laughing and merry eyes, within them much of the naivety and wonder of the child, and yet, in an unassertive way, they contained much of the calm self-reliance and strength of purpose founded upon self-experience and experience of the world. From out the screen of vines and creepers he flung ahead of him a miner's pick and shovel and gold pan. Then he crawled out himself into the open. He was clad in faded overalls and blue cotton shirt, with hobnailed brogans on his feet, and upon his head a hat whose shapelessness and stains advertised the rough usage of wind and rain and sun and camp smoke. He stood erect, seeing wide-eyed the secrecy of the scene and sinuously inhaling the warm, sweet breath of the canyon garden through nostrils that dilated and quivered with delight. His eyes narrowed to laughing slits of blue, his face wreathed itself in joy, and his mouth curled in a smile as he cried aloud, "Jumping dandelions and happy hollyhocks, but that smells good to me. Talk about your attar of roses and cologne factories. They ain't in it." He had the habit of soliloquy. His quick-changing facial expressions might tell every thought and mood, but the tongue, perforce, ran hard after, repeating like a second Boswell. The man lay down on the lip of the pool and drank long and deep of its water. "Tastes good to me," he murmured, lifting his hand and gazing across the pool at the side hill, while he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The side hill attracted his attention. Still lying on his stomach, he studied the hill formation long and carefully. It was a practiced eye that traveled up the slopes to the crumbling canyon wall and back and down again to the edge of the pool. He scrambled to his feet and favored the side hill with a second survey. "Looks good to me," he concluded, picking up his pick and shovel and gold pan. He crossed the stream below the pool, stepping agilely from stone to stone. Where the side hill touched the water, he dug up a shovelful of dirt and put it into the gold pan. He squatted down, holding the pan in his two hands, and partly immersing it in the stream. Then he imparted to the pan a deft circular motion that sent the water sluicing in and out through the dirt and gravel. The larger and lighter particles worked to the surface, and these, by a skillful dipping movement of the pan, he spilled out and over the edge. Occasionally, to expedite matters, he rested the pan and with his fingers raked out the large pebbles and pieces of rock. The contents of the pan diminished rapidly until only fine dirt and the smallest bits of gravel remained. At this stage he began to work very deliberately and carefully. It was fine washing, and he washed fine and finer, with a keen scrutiny and delicate and fastidious touch. At last the pan seemed empty of everything but water, but with a quick semicircular flirt that sent the water flying over the shallow rim into the stream, he disclosed a layer of black sand on the bottom of the pan. So thin was this layer that it was like a streak of paint. He examined it closely. In the midst of it was a tiny golden speck. He dribbled a little water in over the depressed edge of the pan. With a quick flirt he sent the water sluicing across the bottom, turning the grains of black sand over and over. A second tiny golden speck rewarded his effort. The washing had now become very fine, fine beyond all need of ordinary placer mining. He worked the black sand, a small portion at a time, up the shallow rim of the pan. Each small portion he examined sharply so that his eyes saw every grain of it before he allowed it to slide over the edge and away. Jealously, bit by bit, he let the black sand slip away. A golden speck no larger than a pinpoint appeared on the rim, and by his manipulation of the riveter it returned to the bottom of the pan. And in such fashion another speck was disclosed, and another. Great was his care of them. Like a shepherd he herded his flock of golden specks, so that not one should be lost. At last, of the pan of dirt nothing remained but his golden herd. He counted it, and then, after all his labor, sent it flying out of the pan with one final swirl of water. But his blue eyes were shining with desire as he rose to his feet. 7, he muttered aloud, asserting the sum of the specks for which he had toiled so long and which he had so wantonly thrown away. 7, he repeated, with the emphasis of one trying to impress a number on his memory. He stood still for a long while, surveying the hillside. In his eyes was a curiosity, new aroused and burning. There was an exultance about his bearing and a keenness like that of a hunting animal catching the fresh scent of game. He moved down the stream a few steps and took a second panful of gold. Again came the careful washing, the jealous herding of the golden specks, and the wantonness with which he sent them flying into the stream after he had counted their number. 5, he muttered, and repeated, 5. He could not forbear another survey of the hill before filling the pan further down the stream. His golden herds diminished. 4, 3, 2, 2, 1 were his memory tabulations as he moved down the stream. When but one speck of gold rewarded his washing, he stopped and built a fire of dry twigs. Into this he thrust the gold pan and burned it until it was blue-black. He held up the pan and examined it critically. Then he nodded approbation. Against such a color background he could defy the tiniest yellow speck to elude him. Still moving down the stream he panned again. A single speck was his reward. A third pan contained no gold at all. Not satisfied with this he panned 3 times again, taking his shovels of dirt within a foot of one another. Each pan proved empty of gold, and the fact, instead of discouraging him, seemed to give him satisfaction. His elation increased with each barren washing, till he arose, exclaiming jubilantly, "If it ain't the real thing, may God knock off my head with sour apples." Returning to where he had started operations, he began to pan up the stream. At first his golden herds increased prodigiously. 14, 18, 21, 26 ran his memory tabulations. Just above the pool he struck his richest pan, 35 colors. "Almost enough to save," he remarked regretfully as he allowed the water to sweep them away. The sun climbed to the top of the sky. The man worked on. Pan by pan he went up the stream, the tally of results steadily decreasing. "It's just beautiful, the way it peters out," he exulted when a shovelful of dirt contained no more than a single speck of gold. And when no specks at all were found in several pans, he straightened up and favored the hillside with a confident glance. "Aha, Mr. Pocket," he cried out, as though to an auditor hidden somewhere above him beneath the surface of the slope. "Aha, Mr. Pocket, I'm a-comin'. I'm a-comin', and I'm shorely gwine to get yer. You hear me, Mr. Pocket? I'm gwine to get yer as soon as pumpkins ain't cauliflowers." He turned and flung a measuring glance at the sun poised above him in the azure of the cloudless sky. Then he went down the canyon, following the line of shovel holes he had made in filling the pans. He crossed the stream below the pool and disappeared through the green screen. There was little opportunity for the spirit of the place to return with its quietude and repose, for the man's voice, raised in ragtime song, still dominated the canyon with possession. After a time, with a greater clashing of steel-shod feet on rock, he returned. The green screen was tremendously agitated. It surged back and forth in the throes of a struggle. There was a loud grating and clanking of metal. The man's voice leaped to a higher pitch and was sharp with imperativeness. The large body plunged and panted. There was a snapping and ripping and rending, and amid the shower of falling leaves a horse burst through the screen. On its back was a pack, and from this trailed broken vines and torn creepers. The animal gazed with astonished eyes at the scene into which it had been precipitated, then dropped his head to the grass and began contentedly to graze. A second horse scrambled into view, slipping once on the mossy rocks and regaining equilibrium when its hoofs sank into the yielding surface of the meadow. It was riderless, though on its back was a high-horned Mexican saddle, scarred and discolored by long usage. The man brought up the rear. He threw off pack and saddle with an eye to camp location, and gave the animals their freedom to graze. He unpacked his food and got out frying pan and coffee pot. He gathered an armful of dry wood and with a few stones made a place for his fire. "My," he said, "but I've got an appetite. I could scoff iron filings and horseshoe nails and thank you kindly, ma'am, for a second helping." He straightened up, and while he reached for matches in the pocket of his overalls, his eyes traveled across the pool to the hillside. His fingers had clutched the matchbox, but they relaxed their hold and the hand came out empty. The man wavered perceptibly. He looked at his preparations for cooking, and he looked at the hill. "Guess I'll take another whack at her," he concluded, starting to cross the stream. "They ain't no sense in it, I know," he mumbled apologetically, "but keepin' grub back an hour ain't gonna hurt none, I reckon." A few feet back from his first line of test pans he started a second line. The sun dropped down the western sky, the shadows lengthened, but the man worked on. He began a third line of test pans. He was cross-cutting the hillside, line by line, as he ascended. The center of each line produced the richest pans, while the ends came where no color showed in the pan. And as he ascended the hillside, the lines grew perceptibly shorter. The regularity with which their length diminished served to indicate that somewhere up the slope the last line would be so short as to have scarcely length at all, and beyond that could come only a point. The design was growing into an inverted V. The converging sides of this V marked the boundaries of the gold-bearing dirt. The apex of the V was evidently the man's goal. Often he ran his eye along the converging side and on up the hill, trying to define the apex, the point where the gold-bearing dirt must cease. Here resided Mr. Pocket, for so the man familiarly addressed the imaginary point above him on the slope, crying out, "Come down out of that, Mr. Pocket. Be right smart and agreeable, and come down." "All right," he would add later, in a voice resigned to determination. "All right, Mr. Pocket. It's plain to me I got to come right up and snatch you out bald-headed. And I'll do it. I'll do it," he would threaten still later. Each pan he carried down to the water to wash, and as he went higher up the hill the pans grew richer, until he began to save the gold in an empty baking powder can which he carried carelessly in his hip pocket. So engrossed was he in his toil that he did not notice the long twilight of oncoming night. It was not till he tried vainly to see the gold color in the bottom of the pan that he realized the passage of time. He straightened up abruptly. An expression of whimsical wonderment and awe overspread his face as he drawled, "Gosh darn my buttons, if I didn't plumb forget dinner." He stumbled across the stream in the darkness and lighted his long-delayed fire. Flapjacks and bacon and warmed-over beans constituted his supper. Then he smoked a pipe by the smoldering coals, listening to the night sounds and watching the moonlight stream through the canyon. After that he unrolled his bed, took off his heavy shoes, and pulled the blankets up to his chin. His face showed white in the moonlight like the face of a corpse. But it was a corpse that knew its resurrection, for the man rose suddenly on one elbow and gazed across at his hillside. "Good night, Mr. Pocket," he cried sleepily. "Good night." He slept through the early gray of morning until the direct rays of the sun smote his closed eyelids, when he awoke with a start and looked about him until he had established the continuity of his existence and identified his present self with the days previously lived. To dress, he had merely to buckle on his shoes. He glanced at his fireplace and at his hillside, wavered, but fought down the temptation and started the fire. "Keep your shirt on, Bill, keep your shirt on," he admonished himself. "What's the good of rushing? No use in getting all het up and sweaty. Mr. Pocket'll wait for you. He ain't a-running away before you can get your breakfast. Now what you want, Bill, is something fresh in your bill of fare, so it's up to you to go and get it." He cut a short pole at the water's edge, and drew from one of his pockets a bit of line and a draggled fly that had once been a royal coachman. "Mebbe they'll bite in the early mornin'," he muttered, as he made his first cast into the pool. And a moment later he was gleefully crying, "What'd I tell you, eh? What'd I tell you?" He had no reel, nor any inclination to waste time, and by main force and swiftly he drew out of the water a flashing 10-inch trout. 3 more, caught in rapid succession, furnished his breakfast. When he came to the stepping stones on his way to his hillside, he was struck by a sudden thought and paused. "I'd just better take a hike downstream a ways," he said. "There's no tellin' what cuss may be snoopin' around." But he crossed over the stones, and with the "I really oughter take that hike," the need of precaution passed out of his mind and he fell to work. At nightfall he straightened up. The small of his back was stiff with stooping toil, and as he put his hand behind him to soothe the protesting muscles, he said, "Now what do ye think of that, by damn, I clean forgot my dinner again. If I don't watch out, I'll sure be degeneratin' into a 2-meal-a-day crank. Pockets is the damnedest thing I ever saw for making a man absent-minded," he communed that night as he crawled into his blankets. Nor did he forget to call up the hillside, "Good night, Mr. Pocket, good night." Rising with the sun and snatching a hasty breakfast, he was early at work. A fever seemed to be growing in him, nor did the increasing richness of the test pans allay this fever. There was a flush in his cheek other than that made by the heat of the sun, and he was oblivious to fatigue and the passage of time. When he filled a pan with dirt, he ran down the hill to wash it, nor could he forbear running up the hill again, panting and stumbling profanely, to refill the pan. He was now 100 yards from the water, and the inverted V was assuming definite proportions. The width of the pay dirt steadily decreased, and the man extended in his mind's eye the sides of the V to their meeting place far up the hill. This was his goal, the apex of the V, and he panned many times to locate it. Just about 2 yards above that manzanita bush and a yard to the right, he finally concluded. Then the temptation seized him. "As plain as the nose on your face," he said, as he abandoned his laborious cross-cutting and climbed to the indicated apex. He filled a pan and carried it down the hill to wash. It contained no trace of gold. He dug deep and he dug shallow, filling and washing a dozen pans, and was unrewarded even by the tiniest golden speck. He was enraged at having yielded to the temptation and cursed himself blasphemously and pridelessly. Then he went down the hill and took up the cross-cutting. "Slow and certain, Bill, slow and certain," he crooned. "Shortcuts to fortune ain't in your line, and it's about time you know it. Get wise, Bill, get wise. Slow and certain's the only hand you can play, so go to it and keep to it too." As the cross-cuts decreased, showing that the sides of the V were converging, the depth of the V increased. The gold trace was dipping into the hill. It was only at 30 inches below the surface that he could get colors in his pan. The dirt he found at 25 inches from the surface and at 35 inches yielded barren pans. At the base of the V, by the water's edge, he had found gold colors at the grass roots. The higher he went up the hill, the deeper the gold dipped. To dig a hole 3 feet deep in order to get one test pan was a task of no mean magnitude, while between the man and the apex intervened an untold number of such holes to be. "And there's no tellin' how much deeper it'll pitch," he sighed, in a moment's pause, while his fingers soothed his aching back. Feverish with desire, with aching back and stiffening muscles, with pick and shovel gouging and mauling the soft brown earth, the man toiled up the hill. Before him was the smooth slope spangled with flowers and made sweet with their breath. Behind him was devastation. It looked like some terrible eruption breaking out on the smooth skin of the hill. His slow progress was like that of a slug, befouling beauty with a monstrous trail. Though the dipping gold trace increased the man's work, he found consolation in the increasing richness of the pans. 20 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents were the values of the gold found in the pans, and at nightfall he washed his banner pan, which gave him $1's worth of gold dust from a shovelful of dirt. "I'll bet it's just my luck to have some inquisitive cuss come buttin' in here on my pasture," he mumbled sleepily that night as he pulled the blankets up to his chin. Suddenly he sat upright. "Bill," he called sharply. "Now listen to me, Bill, d'ye hear? It's up to you, tomorrow morning, to mosey round and see what you can see. Understand? Tomorrow morning, and don't you forget it." He yawned and glanced across at his side hill. "Good night, Mr. Pocket," he called. In the morning he stole a march on the sun, for he had finished breakfast when its first rays caught him, and he was climbing the wall of the canyon where it crumbled away and gave footing. From the outlook at the top he found himself in the midst of loneliness. As far as he could see, chain after chain of mountains heaved themselves into his vision. To the east, his eyes, leaping the miles between range and between many ranges, brought up at last against the white-peaked Sierras, the main crest, where the backbone of the western world reared itself against the sky. To the north and south he could see more distinctly the cross systems that broke through the main trend of the sea of mountains. To the west the ranges fell away, one behind the other, diminishing and fading into the gentle foothills that, in turn, descended into the great valley which he could not see. And in all that mighty sweep of earth he saw no sign of man nor of the handiwork of man, save only the torn bosom of the hillside at his feet. The man looked long and carefully. Once, far down his own canyon, he thought he saw in the air a faint hint of smoke. He looked again and decided that it was the purple haze of the hills made dark by a convolution of the canyon wall at its back. "Hey you, Mr. Pocket," he called down into the canyon. "Stand out from under. I'm a-comin', Mr. Pocket, I'm a-comin'." The heavy brogans on the man's feet made him appear clumsy-footed, but he swung down from the giddy height as lightly and airily as a mountain goat. A rock turning under his foot on the edge of the precipice did not concern him. He seemed to know the precise time required for the turn to culminate in disaster, and in the meantime he utilized the false footing itself for the momentary earth contact necessary to carry him on into safety. Where the earth sloped so steeply that it was impossible to stand for a second upright, the man did not hesitate. His foot pressed the impossible surface but for a fraction of the fatal second and gave him the bound that carried him onward. Again, where even the fraction of a second's footing was out of the question, he would swing his body past by a moment's hand grip on the jutting knob of rock, a crevice, or a precariously rooted shrub. At last, with a wild leap and yell, he exchanged the face of the wall for an earth slide and finished the descent in the midst of several tons of sliding earth and gravel. His first pan of the morning washed out over $2 in coarse gold. It was from the center of the V. To either side, the diminution in the values of the pans was swift. His lines of cross-cutting holes were growing very short. The converging sides of the inverted V were only a few yards apart. Their meeting point was only a few yards above him, but the base streak was dipping deeper and deeper into the earth. By early afternoon he was sinking the test holes 5 feet before the pans could show the gold trace. For that matter, the gold trace had become something more than a trace. It was a placer mine in itself, and the man resolved to come back after he had found the pocket and work over the ground. But the increasing richness of the pans began to worry him. By late afternoon the worth of the pans had grown to $3 and $4. The man scratched his head perplexedly and looked a few feet up the hill at the manzanita bush that marked approximately the apex of the V. He nodded his head and said oracally, "It's one of two things, Bill, one of two things. Either Mr. Pocket spilled himself all out and down the hill, or else Mr. Pocket's that damn rich you maybe won't be able to carry him all away with you. And that'd be hell, wouldn't it now?" He chuckled at contemplation of so pleasant a dilemma. Nightfall found him by the edge of the stream, his eyes wrestling with the gathering darkness over the washing of a $5 pan. "Wished I had an electric light to go on working," he said. He found sleep difficult that night. Many times he composed himself and closed his eyes for slumber to overtake him, but his blood pounded with too strong desire, and as many times his eyes opened and he murmured wearily, "Wished it was sun-up." Sleep came to him in the end, but his eyes were opened with the first paling of the stars, and the gray of dawn caught him with breakfast finished and climbing the hillside in the direction of the secret abiding place of Mr. Pocket. The first cross-cut the man made there was space for only 3 holes, so narrow had become the pay streak and so close was he to the fountainhead of the golden stream he had been following for 4 days. "Be calm, Bill, be calm," he admonished himself, when he broke ground for the final hole where the sides of the V had at last come together in a point. "I've got the almighty cinch on you, Mr. Pocket, and you can't lose me," he said many times as he sank the hole deeper and deeper. 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet, he dug his way down into the earth. The digging grew harder. His pick grated on broken rock. He examined the rock. Rotten quartz, was his conclusion, as with a shovel he cleared the bottom of the hole of loose dirt. He attacked the crumbling quartz with the pick, bursting the disintegrating rock asunder with every stroke. He thrust his shovel into the loose mass. His eyes caught a gleam of yellow. He dropped the shovel and squatted suddenly on his heels. As a farmer rubs the clinging dirt from fresh dug potatoes, so the man, a piece of rotten quartz held in both hands, rubbed the dirt away. "Sufferin' Sardinopolis," he cried. "Lumps and chunks of it. Lumps and chunks of it." It was only half rock he held in his hand, the other half was virgin gold. He dropped it into his pan and examined another piece. Little yellow was to be seen, but with his strong fingers he crumbled the rotten quartz away till both hands were filled with glowing yellow. He rubbed the dirt away from fragment after fragment, tossing them into the gold pan. It was a treasure hole. So much had the quartz rotted away that there was less of it than there was of gold. Now and again he found a piece to which no rock clung, a piece that was all gold. A chunk where the pick had laid open the heart of the gold glittered like a handful of yellow jewels, and he cocked his head at it and slowly turned it around and over to observe the rich play of the light upon it. "Talk about your too much gold diggin's," the man snorted contemptuously. "Why, this diggin' 'd make it look like 30 cents. This diggin' is all gold. And right here and now I name this yer canyon All Gold Canyon, b'gosh." Still squatting on his heels, he continued examining the fragments and tossing them into the pan. Suddenly there came to him a premonition of danger. It seemed a shadow had fallen upon him, but there was no shadow. His heart had given a great leap up into his throat and was choking him. Then his blood slowly chilled and he felt the sweat of his shirt cold against his flesh. He did not spring up or look around. He did not move. He was considering the nature of the premonition he had received, trying to locate the source of the mysterious force that had warned him, striving to sense the imperative presence of the unseen things that threatened him. There is an aura of things hostile, made manifest by messengers refined for the sense to know, and this aura he felt, but knew not how he felt it. His was the feeling as when a cloud passes over the sun. It seemed that between him and life had passed something dark and smothering and menacing, a gloom as it were that swallowed up life and made for death, his death. Every force of his being impelled him to spring up and confront the unseen danger, but his soul dominated the panic, and he remained squatting on his heels, in his hands a chunk of gold. He did not dare to look around, but he knew by now there was something behind him and above him. He made believe to be interested in the gold in his hand. He examined it critically, turned it over, and rubbed the dirt from it. And all the time he knew that something behind him was looking at the gold over his shoulder. Still feigning interest in the chunk of gold in his hand, he listened intently, and he heard the breathing of the thing behind him. His eyes searched the ground in front of him for a weapon, but they saw only the uprooted gold, worthless to him now in his extremity. There was his pick, a handy weapon on occasion, but this was not such an occasion. The man realized his predicament. He was in a narrow hole that was 7 feet deep. His head did not come to the surface of the ground. He was in a trap. He remained squatting on his heels. He was quite cool and collected, but his mind, considering every factor, showed him only his helplessness. He continued rubbing the dirt from the quartz fragments and throwing the gold into the pan. There was nothing else for him to do. Yet he knew that he would have to rise up, sooner or later, and face the danger that breathed at his back. The minutes passed, and with the passage of each minute he knew that by so much he was nearer to the time he must stand up, or else, and his wet shirt went cold against his flesh again at the thought, or else he might receive death as he stooped there over his treasure. Still he squatted on his heels, rubbing dirt from gold, and debating in just what manner he should rise up. He might rise up with a rush and claw his way out of the hole to meet whatever threatened on the even footing above the ground, or he might rise up slowly and carelessly and feign casually to discover the thing that breathed at his back. His instinct and every fighting fiber of his body favored the mad, clawing rush to the surface. His intellect, and the craft thereof, favored the slow and cautious meeting with the thing that menaced and which he could not see. And while he debated, a loud, crashing noise burst on his ear. At the same instant he received a stunning blow on the left side of his back, and from the point of impact felt a rush of flame through his flesh. He sprang up in the air, but halfway to his feet collapsed. His body crumpled in like a leaf withered in sudden heat, and he came down, his chest across his pan of gold, his face in the dirt and rock, his legs tangled and twisted because of the restricted space at the bottom of the hole. His legs twitched convulsively several times. His body was shaken as with a mighty ague. There was a slow expansion of the lungs, accompanied by a deep sigh. Then the air was slowly, very slowly, exhaled, and his body as slowly flattened itself down into inertness. Above, revolver in hand, a man was peering down over the edge of the hole. He peered for a long time at the prone and motionless body beneath him. After a while the stranger sat down on the edge of the hole so that he could see into it, and rested the revolver on his knee. Reaching his hand into a pocket, he drew out a wisp of brown paper. Into this he dropped a few crumbs of tobacco. This combination became a cigarette, brown and squat, with the ends turned in. Not once did he take his eyes from the body at the bottom of the hole. He lighted the cigarette and drew its smoke into his lungs with a caressing intake of the breath. He smoked slowly. Once the cigarette went out and he relighted it. And all the while he studied the body beneath him. In the end he tossed the cigarette stub away and rose to his feet. He moved to the edge of the hole. Spanning it, a hand resting on each edge, and with the revolver still in the right hand, he muscled his body down into the hole. While his feet were yet a yard from the bottom, he released his hands and dropped down. At the instant his feet struck bottom, he saw the pocket miner's arm leap out, and his own legs knew a swift, jerking grip that overthrew him. In the nature of the jump, his revolver hand was above his head. Swiftly as the grip had flashed about his legs, just as swiftly he brought the revolver down. He was still in the air, his fall in the process of completion, when he pulled the trigger. The explosion was deafening in the confined space. The smoke filled the hole so that he could see nothing. He struck the bottom on his back, and like a cat's, the pocket miner's body was on top of him. Even as the miner's body passed on top, the stranger crooked in his right arm to fire, and even in that instant the miner, with a quick thrust of elbow, struck his wrist. The muzzle was thrown up, and the bullet thudded into the dirt of the side of the hole. The next instant the stranger felt the miner's hand grip his wrist. The struggle was now for the revolver. Each man strove to turn it against the other's body. The smoke in the hole was clearing. The stranger, lying on his back, was beginning to see dimly. But suddenly he was blinded by a handful of dirt deliberately flung into his eyes by his antagonist. In that moment of shock his grip on the revolver was broken. In the next moment he felt a smashing darkness descend upon his brain, and in the midst of the darkness even the darkness ceased. But the pocket miner fired again and again until the revolver was empty. Then he tossed it from him and, breathing heavily, sat down on the dead man's legs. The miner was sobbing and struggling for breath. "Measly skunk," he panted, "a campin' on my trail and lettin' me do the work and then shootin' me in the back." He was half crying from anger and exhaustion. He peered at the face of the dead man. It was sprinkled with loose dirt and gravel, and it was difficult to distinguish the features. "Never laid eyes on him before," the miner concluded his scrutiny. "Just a common and ordinary thief, damn him. And he shot me in the back. He shot me in the back." He opened his shirt and felt himself front and back on his left side. "Went clean through and no harm done," he cried jubilantly. "I'll bet he aimed right all right, but he drew the gun over when he pulled the trigger, the cuss. But I fixed him. Oh, I fixed him." His fingers were investigating the bullet hole in his side, and a shade of regret passed over his face. "It's going to be stiffer'n hell," he said, "and it's up to me to get mended and get out of here." He crawled out of the hole and went down the hill to his camp. Half an hour later he returned, leading his pack horse. His open shirt disclosed the rude bandage with which he had dressed his wound. He was slow and awkward with his left-hand movements, but that did not prevent him using the arm. The bight of the pack rope under the dead man's shoulders enabled him to heave the body out of the hole. Then he set to work gathering up his gold. He worked steadily for several hours, pausing often to rest his stiffening shoulder and to exclaim, "He shot me in the back, the measly skunk. He shot me in the back." When his treasure was quite cleaned up and wrapped securely into a number of blanket-covered parcels, he made an estimate of its value. £400, or I'm a Hottentot," he concluded. "Say 200 in quartz and dirt, that leaves 200 pounds of gold. Bill, wake up. 200 pounds of gold. $40,000. And it's yarn. All yarn." He scratched his head delightedly, and his fingers blundered into an unfamiliar groove. They quested along it for several inches. It was a crease through his scalp where the second bullet had plowed. He walked angrily over to the dead man. "You would you?" he bullied. "You would, eh? Well, I fixed you good and plenty, and I'll give you a decent burial, too. That's more'n you'd have done for me." He dragged the body to the edge of the hole and toppled it in. It struck the bottom with a dull crash on its side, the face twisted up to the light. The miner peered down at it. "And you shot me in the back," he said accusingly. With pick and shovel he filled the hole. Then he loaded the gold on his horse. It was too great a load for the animal, and when he had gained his camp he transferred part of it to his saddle horse. Even so, he was compelled to abandon a portion of his outfit, pick and shovel and gold pan, extra food and cooking utensils and divers odds and ends. The sun was at the zenith when the man forced the horses at the screen of vines and creepers. To climb the huge boulders the animals were compelled to uprear and struggle blindly through the tangled mass of vegetation. Once the saddle horse fell heavily and the man removed the pack to get the animal on its feet. After it started on its way again, the man thrust his head out from among the leaves and peered up at the hillside. "The measly skunk," he said, and disappeared. There was a ripping and tearing of vines and boughs. The trees surged back and forth, marking the passage of the animals through the midst of them. There was a clashing of steel-shod hooves on stone, and now and again an oath or sharp cry of command. Then the voice of the man was raised in song. "Turn around and turn your face unto them sweet hills of grace, the powers of sin yo are scornin'. Look about and look around, fling your sin pack on the ground. You will meet with the Lord in the mornin'." The song grew faint and fainter, and through the silence crept back the spirit of the place. The stream once more drowsed and whispered, the hum of the mountain bees rose sleepily. Down through the perfume-weighted air fluttered the snowy fluffs of the cottonwoods. The butterflies drifted in and out among the trees, and all over blazed the quiet sunshine. Only remained the hoof marks in the meadow, and the torn hillside to mark the boisterous trail of the life that had broken the peace of the place and passed on. End of Old Gold Canyon. Recorded by Tom Crawford in Cool, California, USA, in July of 2009. In Roughing It by Mark Twain, Chapter 60, there is also a description of pocket mining, or perhaps one should say pocket miners. It is also available at LibriVox.org.
The Infanta by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Birthday of the Infanta by Oscar Wilde. It was the birthday of the Infanta. She was just 12 years of age, and the sun was shining brightly in the gardens of the palace. Although she was a real princess and the Infanta of Spain, she had only one birthday every year, just like the children of quite poor people, so it was naturally a matter of great importance to the whole country that she should have a really fine day for the occasion. And a really fine day it certainly was. The tall striped tulips stood straight up upon their stalks like long rows of soldiers, and looked defiantly across the grass at the roses and said, "We are quite as splendid as you are now." The purple butterflies fluttered about with gold dust on their wings, visiting each flower in turn. The little lizards crept out of the crevices of the wall and lay basking in the white glare, and the pomegranates split and cracked with the heat and showed their bleeding red hearts. Even the pale yellow lemons that hung in such profusion from the mouldering trellis and along the dim arcades seemed to have caught a richer color from the wonderful sunlight, and the magnolia trees opened their great globe-like blossoms of folded ivory and filled the air with a sweet, heavy perfume. The little princess herself walked up and down the terrace with her companions, and played at hide-and-seek round the stone vases and the old moss-grown statues. On ordinary days she was only allowed to play with children of her own rank, so she had always to play alone, but her birthday was an exception, and the king had given orders that she was to invite any of her young friends whom she liked to come and amuse themselves with her. There was a stately grace about these slim Spanish children as they glided about, the boys with their large plumed hats and short fluttering cloaks, the girls holding up the trains of their long brocade gowns, and shielding the sun from their eyes with huge fans of black and silver. But the Infanta was the most graceful of all, and the most tastefully attired, after the somewhat cumbrous fashion of the day. Her robe was of grey satin, the skirt and the wide-puffed sleeves heavily embroidered with silver, and the stiff corset studded with rows of fine pearls. Two tiny slippers with big pink rosettes peeped out beneath her dress as she walked. Pink and pearl was her great gauze fan, and in her hair, which like an aureole of faded gold stood out stiffly round her pale little face, she had a beautiful white rose. From a window in the palace the sad melancholy king watched them. Behind him stood his brother Don Pedro of Aragon, whom he hated, and his confessor, the Grand Inquisitor of Granada, sat by his side. Sadder even than usual was the king, for as he looked at the Infanta bowing with childish gravity to the assembling counters, or laughing behind her fan at the grim Duchess of Albuquerque, who always accompanied her, he thought of the young queen, her mother, who but a short time before, so it seemed to him, had come from the gay country of France, and had withered away in the sombre splendor of the Spanish court, dying just 6 months after the birth of her child, and before she had seen the almonds blossom twice in the orchard, or plucked the second year's fruit from the old gnarled fig tree that stood in the centre of the now grass-grown courtyard. So great had been his love for her that he had not suffered even the grave to hide her from him. She had been embalmed by a Moorish physician, who in return for this service had been granted his life, which for heresy and suspicion of magical practices had been already forfeited, men said, to the Holy Office. And her body was still lying on its tapestried bier in the black marble chapel of the palace, just as the monks had borne her in on that windy March day nearly 12 years before. Once every month the king, wrapped in a dark cloak and with a muffled lantern in his hand, went in and knelt by her side, calling out, "Mi reina, mi reina," and sometimes breaking through the formal etiquette that in Spain governs every separate action of life, and sets limits even to the sorrow of a king, he would clutch at the pale jeweled hands in a wild agony of grief, and try to wake by his mad kisses the cold painted face. Today he seemed to see her again, as he had seen her first at the castle of Fontainebleau, when he was but 15 years of age, and she still younger. They had been formally betrothed on that occasion by the papal nuncio, in the presence of the French king and all the court, and he had returned to the Escurial bearing with him a little ringlet of yellow hair, and the memory of two childish lips bending down to kiss his hand as he stepped into his carriage. Later on had followed the marriage, hastily performed at Burgos, a small town on the frontier between the two countries, and the grand public entry into Madrid, with the customary celebration of High Mass at the Church of La Atocha, and a more than usually solemn auto da fe, in which nearly 300 heretics, amongst whom were many Englishmen, had been delivered over to the secular arm to be burned. Certainly he had loved her madly, and to the ruin, many thought, of his country, then at war with England for the possession of the empire of the New World. He had hardly permitted her to be out of his sight. For her he had forgotten, or seemed to have forgotten, all grave affairs of state, and with that terrible blindness that passion brings upon its servants, he had failed to notice that the elaborate ceremonies by which he sought to please her did but aggravate the strange malady from which she suffered. When she died he was for a time like one bereft of reason. Indeed, there is no doubt but that he would have formally abdicated and retired to the great Trappist monastery at Granada, of which he was already titular prior, had he not been afraid to leave the little Infanta at the mercy of his brother, whose cruelty even in Spain was notorious, and who was suspected by many of having caused the Queen's death by means of a pair of poisoned gloves that he had presented to her on the occasion of her visiting his castle in Aragon. Even after the expiration of the 3 years of public mourning that he had ordained throughout his whole dominions by royal edict, he would never suffer his ministers to speak about any new alliance, and when the Emperor himself sent to him and offered him the hand of the lovely Archduchess of Bohemia, his niece, in marriage, he bade the ambassadors tell their master that the King of Spain was already wedded to sorrow, and that though she was but a barren bride, he loved her better than beauty, an answer that cost his crown the rich provinces of the Netherlands, which soon after, at the Emperor's instigation, revolted against him under the leadership of some fanatics of the Reformed Church. His whole married life, with its fierce fiery colored joys and the terrible agony of its sudden ending, seemed to come back to him today as he watched the Infanta playing on the terrace. She had all the Queen's pretty petulance of manner, the same wilful way of tossing her head, the same proud, curved, beautiful mouth, the same wonderful smile, vrai sourire de Français indeed, as she glanced up now and then at the window, or stretched out her little hand for the stately Spanish gentleman to kiss. But the shrill laughter of the children grated on his ears, and the bright, pitiless sunlight mocked his sorrow, and a dull odor of strange spices, spices such as embalmers use, seemed to taint, or was it fancy, the clear morning air. He buried his face in his hands, and when the Infanta looked up again the curtains had been drawn, and the King had retired. She made a little moue of disappointment and shrugged her shoulders. Surely he might have stayed with her on her birthday. What did the stupid state affairs matter? Or had he gone to that gloomy chapel where the candles were always burning, and where she was never allowed to enter? How silly of him, when the sun was shining so brightly and everybody was so happy! Besides, he would miss the sham bullfight for which the trumpet was already sounding, to say nothing of the puppet show and the other wonderful things. Her uncle and the Grand Inquisitor were much more sensible. They had come out on the terrace and paid her nice compliments. So she tossed her pretty head, and taking Don Pedro by the hand, she walked slowly down the steps, towards a long pavilion of purple silk that had been erected at the end of the garden, the other children following in strict order of precedence, those who had the longest names going first. A procession of noble boys, fantastically dressed as toreadors, came out to meet her, and the young Count of Tierra-Nueva, a wonderfully handsome lad of about 14 years of age, uncovering his head with all the grace of a born hidalgo and grandee of Spain, led her solemnly into a little gilt and ivory chair that was placed on a raised dais above the arena. The children grouped themselves all around, fluttering their big fans and whispering to each other, and Don Pedro and the Grand Inquisitor stood laughing at the entrance. Even the Duchess, the Camera Mayor as she was called, a thin, hard-featured woman with a yellow ruff, did not look quite so bad-tempered as usual, and something like a chill smile flitted across her wrinkled face and twitched her thin, bloodless lips. It certainly was a marvelous bullfight, and much nicer, the Infanta thought, than the real bullfight that she had been brought to see at Seville on the occasion of the visit of the Duke of Parma to her father. Some of the boys pranced about on richly caparisoned hobby horses, brandishing long javelins with gay streamers of bright ribands attached to them. Others went on foot, waving their scarlet cloaks before the bull, and vaulting lightly over the barrier when he charged them. As for the bull himself, he was just like a live bull, though he was only made of wickerwork and stretched hide, and sometimes insisted on running around the area on his hind legs, which no live bull ever dreams of doing. He made a splendid fight of it, too, and the children got so excited that they stood up on the benches and waved their lace handkerchiefs and cried out, "Bravo, Toro! Bravo, Toro!" just as sensibly as if they had been grown-up people. At last, however, after a prolonged combat, during which several of the hobby horses were gored through and through, and their riders dismounted, the young Count of Tierra Nueva brought the bull to his knees, and having obtained permission from the Infanta to give the coup de grace, he plunged his wooden sword into the neck of the animal with such violence that the head came right off, and disclosed the laughing face of little Monsieur de Laurent, the son of the French ambassador at Madrid. The area was then cleared amidst much applause, and the dead hobby horses dragged solemnly away by two Moorish pages in yellow and black liveries, and after a short interlude, during which a French posture master performed upon the tightrope, some Italian puppets appeared in the semi-classical tragedy of Safanisba on the stage of a small theatre that had been built up for the purpose. They acted so well, and their gestures were so extremely natural, that at the close of the play the eyes of the Infanta were quite dim with tears. Indeed, some of the children really cried, and had to be comforted with sweetmeats, and the Grand Inquisitor himself was so affected that he could not help saying to Don Pedro that it seemed to him intolerable that things made simply out of wood and colored wax, and worked mechanically by wires, should be so unhappy and meet with such terrible misfortunes. An African juggler followed, who brought in a large flat basket covered with a red cloth, and having placed it in the center of the arena, he took from his turban a curious reed pipe and blew through it. In a few moments the cloth began to move, and as the pipe grew shriller and shriller, two green and gold snakes put out their strange wedge-shaped heads and rose slowly up, swaying to and fro with the music as a plant sways in the water. The children, however, were rather frightened at their spotted hoods and quick-darting tongues, and were much more pleased when the juggler made a tiny orange tree grow out of the sand, and bear pretty white blossoms and clusters of real fruit, and when he took the fan of the little daughter of the Marquis de la Torres and changed it into a bluebird that flew all around the pavilion and sang, their delight and amazement knew no bounds. The solemn minuet, too, performed by the dancing boys from the church of Nuestra Senora del Pilar, was charming. The Infanta had never before seen this wonderful ceremony, which takes place every year at Maytime in front of the high altar of the Virgin and in her honor. And indeed none of the royal family of Spain had entered the great cathedral of Saragossa since a mad priest, supposed by many to have been in the pay of Elizabeth of England, had tried to administer a poisoned wafer to the Prince of Asturias. So she had known only by hearsay of Our Lady's Dance, as it was called, and it certainly was a beautiful sight. The boys wore old-fashioned court dresses of white velvet, and their curious three-cornered hats were fringed with silver and surmounted with huge plumes of ostrich feathers. The dazzling whiteness of their costumes, as they moved about in the sunlight, being still more accentuated by their swarthy faces and long black hair. Everybody was fascinated by the grave dignity with which they moved through the intricate figures of the dance, and by the elaborate grace of their slow gestures and stately bows, and when they had finished their performance and doffed their great plumed hats to the Infanta, she acknowledged their reverence with much courtesy, and made a vow that she would send a large wax candle to the shrine of Our Lady of Pilar in return for the pleasure that she had given her. A troop of handsome Egyptians, as the gypsies were termed in those days, then advanced into the arena, and sitting down cross-legs in a circle, began to play softly upon their zithers, moving their bodies to the tune, and humming almost below their breath a low dreamy air. When they caught sight of Don Pedro they scowled at him, and some of them looked terrified, for only a few weeks before he had had two of their tribe hanged for sorcery in the market-place at Seville. But the pretty Infanta charmed them as she leaned back, peeping over her fan with her great blue eyes, and they felt sure that one so lovely as she was could never be cruel to anybody. So they played on very gently, and just touching the cords of the zithers with their long pointed nails, and their heads began to nod as though they were falling asleep. Suddenly, with a cry so shrill that all the children were startled, and Don Pedro's hand clutched the agate pommel of his dagger, They leapt to their feet and whirled madly round the enclosure, beating their tambourines and chaunting some wild love song in their strange guttural language. Then at another signal they all flung themselves again to the ground and lay there quite still, the dull strumming of the zithers being the only sound that broke the silence. After that they had done this several times, they disappeared for a moment and came back leading a brown shaggy bear by a chain, and carrying on their shoulders some little Barbary apes. The bear stood upon his head with the utmost gravity, and the wizened apes played all kinds of amusing tricks with two gypsy boys who seemed to be their masters, and fought with tiny swords, and fired off guns, and went through a regular soldier's drill just like the king's own bodyguard. In fact, the gypsies were a great success. But the funniest part of the whole morning's entertainment was undoubtedly the dancing of the little dwarf. When he stumbled into the arena, waddling on his crooked legs and wagging his huge misshapen head from side to side, the children went off into a loud shout of delight, and the Infanta herself laughed so much that the Camera was obliged to remind her that, although there were many precedents in Spain for a king's daughter weeping before her equals, there were none for a princess of the blood royal making so merry before those who were her inferiors in birth. The dwarf, however, was really quite irresistible, and even at the Spanish court, always noted for its cultivated passion for the horrible, so fantastic a little monster had never been seen. It was his first appearance, too. He had been discovered only the day before, running wild through the forest, by two of the nobles who happened to have been hunting in a remote part of the great cork wood that surrounded the town, and had been carried off by them to the palace as a surprise for the Infanta, his father, who was a poor charcoal burner, being but too well pleased to get rid of so ugly and useless a child. Perhaps the most amusing thing about him was his complete unconsciousness of his own grotesque appearance. Indeed, he seemed quite happy and full of the highest spirits. When the children laughed, he laughed as freely and as joyously as any of them, and at the close of each dance he made them each the funniest of bows, smiling and nodding at them just as if he was really one of themselves, and not a little misshapen thing that nature in some humorous mood had fashioned for others to mock at. As for the Infanta, she absolutely fascinated him. He could not keep his eyes off her, and seemed to dance for her alone. And when at the close of the performance, remembering how she had seen the great ladies of the court throw bouquets to Caffarelli, the famous Italian treble, whom the Pope had sent from his own chapel to Madrid that he might cure the king's melancholy by the sweetness of his voice, she took out of her hair the beautiful white rose, and, partly for a jest and partly to tease the Camera, threw it to him across the arena with her sweetest smile. He took the whole matter quite seriously, and pressing the flower to his rough, coarse lips, he put his hand upon his heart, and sank on one knee before her, grinning from ear to ear, and with his little bright eyes sparkling with pleasure. This so upset the gravity of the Infanta that she kept on laughing long after the little dwarf had ran out of the arena, and expressed a desire to her uncle that the dance should be immediately repeated. The Camera, however, on the plea that the sun was too hot, decided that it would be better that her Highness should return without delay to the palace, where a wonderful feast had been already prepared for her, including a real birthday cake with her own initials worked all over it in painted sugar, and a lovely silver flag waving from the top. The Infanta accordingly rose up with much dignity, and having given orders that the little dwarf was to dance again for her after the hour of siesta, and conveyed her thanks to the young Count of Tiranueva for his charming reception, she went back to her apartments, the children following in the same order in which they had entered. Now when the little dwarf heard that he was to dance a second time before the Infanta, and by her own express command, he was so proud that he ran out into the garden, kissing the white rose in an absurd ecstasy of pleasure, and making the most uncouth and clumsy gestures of delight. The flowers were quite indignant at his daring to intrude into their beautiful home, and when they saw him capering up and down the walks, and waving his arms above his head in such a ridiculous manner, they could not restrain their feelings any longer. "He is really far too ugly to be allowed to play in any place where we are," cried the tulips. "He should drink poppy juice and go to sleep for 1,000 years," said the great scarlet lilies, and they grew quite hot and angry. "He is a perfect horror!" screamed the cactus. "Why, he is twisted and stumpy, and his head is completely out of proportion with his legs. Really, he makes me feel prickly all over, and if he comes near me I will sting him with my thorns." "And he has actually got one of my best blooms!" exclaimed the white rose tree. "I gave it to the Infanta this morning myself as a birthday present, and he has stolen it from her." And she called out, "Thief! Thief! Thief!" at the top of her voice. Even the red geraniums, who did not usually give themselves airs, and were known to have a great many poor relations themselves, curled up in disgust when they saw him. And when the violets meekly remarked that though he was certainly extremely plain, still he could not help it, they retorted with a good deal of justice that that was his chief defect, and that there was no reason why one should admire a person because he was incurable. And indeed some of the violets themselves felt that the ugliness of the little dwarf was almost ostentatious, and that he would have shown much better taste if he had looked sad, or at least pensive, instead of jumping about merrily and throwing himself into such grotesque and silly attitudes. As for the old sundial, who was an extremely remarkable individual, and had once told the time of day to no less a person than the Emperor Charles V himself, he was so taken aback by the little dwarf's appearance that he almost forgot to mark 2 whole minutes with his long shadowy finger, and could not help saying to the great milk-white peacock who was sunning herself on the balustrade that every one knew that the children of kings were kings, and that the children of charcoal burners were charcoal burners, and that it was absurd to pretend that it wasn't so. A statement with which the peacock entirely agreed, and indeed screamed out, "Certainly, certainly," in such a loud harsh voice that the goldfish who lived in the basin of the cool splashing fountain put their heads out of the water and asked the huge stone tritons what on earth was the matter. But somehow the birds liked him. They had seen him often in the forest, dancing about like an elf after the eddying leaves, or crouched up in the hollow of some old oak tree, sharing his nuts with squirrels. They did not mind his being ugly a bit. Why, even the nightingale herself, who sang so sweetly in the orange groves at night that sometimes the moon leaned down to listen, was not much to look at after all. And, besides, he had been kind to them, and during that terribly bitter winter, when there were no berries on the trees, and the ground was as hard as iron, and the wolves had come down to the very gates of the city to look for food, he had never once forgotten them, but had always given them crumbs out of his little hunch of black bread, and divided with them whatever poor breakfast he had. So they flew round and round him, just touching his cheek with their wings as they passed, and chattered to each other. And the little dwarf was so pleased that he could not help showing them the beautiful white rose, and telling them that the Infanta herself had given it to him because she loved him. They did not understand a single word of what he was saying, but that made no matter, for they put their heads on one side and looked wise, which is quite as good as understanding a thing, and very much easier. The lizards also took an immense fancy to him, and when he grew tired of running about and flung himself down on the grass to rest, they played and romped all over him, and tried to amuse him in the best way they could. "Everyone cannot be as beautiful as a lizard," they cried. "That would be too much to expect. And though it sounds absurd to say so, he is really not so ugly after all, provided, of course, that one shuts one's eyes and does not look at him." The lizards were extremely philosophical by nature, and often sat thinking for hours and hours together when there was nothing else to do, or when the weather was too rainy for them to go out. The flowers, however, were excessively annoyed at their behavior, and at the behavior of the birds. "It only shows," they said, "what a vulgarizing effect this incessant rushing and flying about has. Well-bred people always stay exactly in the same place, as we do. No one ever saw us hopping up and down the walks, or galloping madly through the grass after dragonflies. When we do want change of air, we send for the gardener, and he carries us to another bed. This is dignified, and as it should be. But birds and lizards have no sense of repose, and indeed birds have not even a permanent address. They are mere vagrants like the gypsies, and should be treated in exactly the same manner." So they put their noses in the air and looked very haughty, and were quite delighted when after some time they saw the little dwarf scramble up from the grass and make his way across the terrace to the palace. "He should certainly be kept indoors for the rest of his natural life," they said. "Look at his hunched back and his crooked legs." And they began to titter. But the little dwarf knew nothing of all this. He liked the birds and the lizards immensely, and thought that the flowers were the most marvelous things in the whole world, except, of course, for the Infanta. But then she had given him the beautiful white rose, and she loved him, and that made a great difference. How he wished that he had gone back with her! She would have put him on her right hand and smiled at him, and he would have never left her side, but would have made her his playmate and taught her all kinds of delightful tricks. For though he had never been in a palace before, he knew a great many wonderful things. He could make little cages out of the rushes for the grasshoppers to sing in, and fashion the long jointed bamboo into the pipe that Pan loves to hear. He knew the cry of every bird, and could call the starlings from the tree-top, or the heron from the mere. He knew the trail of every animal, and could track the hare by its delicate footprints, and the boar by the trampled leaves. All the wild dances he knew, the mad dance in red raiment with the autumn, the light dance in blue sandals over the corn, the dance with white snow wreaths in winter, and the blossom dance through the orchards in spring. He knew where the wood pigeons built their nests, and once when a fowler had snared the parent birds, he had brought up the young ones himself, and had built a little dovecot for them in the cleft of a pollard elm. They were quite tame, and used to feed out of his hands every morning. She would like them, and the rabbits that scurried about in the long ferns, and the jays with their steely feathers and black bills, and the hedgehogs that could curl themselves up into prickly balls, and the great wise tortoise that crawled slowly about, shaking their heads and nibbling at the young leaves. Yes, she must certainly come to the forest and play with him. He would give her his own little bed, and would watch outside the window till dawn, to see that the wild horned cattle did not harm her, nor the gaunt wolves creep too near the hut. And at dawn he would tap at the shutters and wake her, and they would go out and dance together all the day long. It was really not a bit lonely in the forest. Sometimes a bishop rode through on his white mule, reading out of a painted book. Sometimes in their green velvet caps and their jerkins of tanned deerskin the falconers passed by with hooded hawks on their wrists. At vintage time came the grape treaders with purple hands and feet, wreathed with glossy ivy and carrying dripping skins of wine, and the charcoal burners sat round their huge braziers at night, watching the dry logs charring slowly in the fire, and roasting chestnuts in the ashes. And the robbers came out of their caves and made merry with them. Once, too, he had seen a beautiful procession winding up the long dusty road to Toledo. The monks went in front, singing sweetly and carrying bright banners and crosses of gold, and then in silver armor with matchlocks and pikes came the soldiers, and in their midst walked 3 barefooted men, in strange yellow dresses painted all over with wonderful figures, and carrying lighted candles in their hands. Certainly there was a great deal to look at in the forest, and when she was tired he would find a soft bank of moss for her, or carry her in his arms, for he was very strong, though he knew that he was not tall. He would make her a necklace of red bryony berries, that would be quite as pretty as the white berries that she wore on her dress, and when she was tired of them she could throw them away, and he would find her others. He would bring her acorn cups, and dew-drenched anemones, and tiny glowworms to be stars in the pale gold of her hair. But where was she? He asked the white rose, and it made him no answer. The whole palace seemed asleep, and even where the shutters had not been closed, heavy curtains had been drawn across the windows to keep out the glare. He wandered all around, looking for some place through which he might gain entrance, and at last he caught sight of a little private door that was lying open. He slipped through and found himself in a splendid hall, far more splendid, he feared, than the forest. There was so much more gilding everywhere, and even the floor was made of great coloured stones fitted together into a sort of geometric pattern. But the little Infanta was not there, only some wonderful white statues that looked down on him from their jasper pedestals with sad blank eyes and strangely smiling lips. At the end of the hall hung a richly embroidered curtain of black velvet, powdered with suns and stars, the king's favourite devices, embroidered on the colour he loved best. Perhaps she was hiding behind that. He would try at any rate. So he stole quietly across and drew it aside. No, there was only another room, though a prettier room, he thought, than the one he had just left. The walls were hung with a many-figured green arras of needle-wrought tapestry representing a hunt, the work of some Flemish artists who had spent more than 7 years in its composition. It had once been the chamber of Jean le Fou, as he was called, that mad king who was so enamoured of the chase that he had often tried in his delirium to mount the huge rearing horses, and to drag down the stag on which the great hounds were leaping, sounding his hunting horn and stabbing with his dagger at the pale flying deer. It was now used as the council room, and on the center table were lying the red portfolios of the ministers, stamped with the gold tulips of Spain and with the arms and emblems of the House of Habsburg. The little dwarf looked in wonder all around him, and was half afraid to go on. The strange silent horsemen that galloped so swiftly through the long glades without making any noise seemed to him like those terrible phantoms of whom he had heard the charcoal burners speaking, the comprachos, who hunt only at night, and if they meet a man turn him into a hind and chase him. But he thought of the pretty Infanta and took courage. He wanted to find her alone and tell her that he too loved her. Perhaps she was in the room beyond. He ran across the soft Moorish carpets and opened the door. No, she was not here either. The room was quite empty. It was a throne room, used for the reception of foreign ambassadors, when the king, which of late had not been often, consented to give them a personal audience. The same room in which many years before envoys had appeared from England to make arrangements for the marriage of their queen, then one of the Catholic sovereigns of Europe, with the emperor's eldest son. The hangings were of gilt Cordovan leather, and a heavy gilt chandelier with branches for 300 wax lights hung down from the black and white ceiling. Underneath the great canopy of gold cloth, on which the lions and towers of Castile were broidered in seed pearls, stood the throne itself, covered with a rich pall of black velvet studded with silver tulips and elaborately fringed with silver and pearls. On the second step of the throne was placed the kneeling stool of the Infanta, with its cushion of cloth of silver tissue, and below that again, and beyond the limit of the canopy, stood the chair of the papal nuncio, who alone had the right to be seated in the king's presence on the occasion of any public ceremonial, and whose cardinal's hat, with its tangled scarlet tassels, lay on a purple tabouret in front. On the wall facing the throne hung a life-sized portrait of Charles V in hunting dress, with a great mastiff by his side, and a picture of Philip II receiving the homage of the Netherlands occupied the center of the other wall. Between the windows stood a black ebony cabinet, inlaid with plates of ivory, on which the figures from Holbein's Dance of Death had been graved, by the hand, some said, of that famous master himself. But the little dwarf cared nothing for all this magnificence. He would not have given his rose for all the pearls on the canopy, nor one white petal of his rose for the throne itself. What he wanted was to see the Infanta before she went down to the pavilion, and to ask her to come away with him when he had finished his dance. Here in the palace the air was close and heavy, but in the forest the wind blew free, and the sunlight with wandering hands of gold moved the tremulous leaves aside. There were flowers, too, in the forest, not so splendid, perhaps, as the flowers in the garden, but more sweetly scented for all that. Hyacinths in early spring that flooded with waving purple the cool glens and grassy knolls. Yellow primroses that nestled in little clumps round the gnarled roots of the oak trees. Bright celandine and blue speedwell and irises, lilac and gold. There were gray catkins on the hazels, and the foxgloves drooped with the weight of their dappled bee-haunted cells. The chestnut had its spires of white stars, and the hawthorn its pallid moons of beauty. Yes, surely she would come if he could only find her. She would come with him to the fair forest, and all day long he would dance for her delight. A smile lit up his eyes at the thought, and he passed into the next room. Of all the rooms this was the brightest and the most beautiful. The walls were covered with a pink-flowered Lucca damask, patterned with birds and dotted with dainty blossoms of silver. The furniture was of massive silver, festooned with florid wreaths and swinging cupids. In front of the two large fireplaces stood great screens, broidered with parrots and peacocks, and the floor, which was of sea-green onyx, seemed to stretch far away into the distance. Nor was he alone. Standing under the shadow of the doorway at the extreme end of the room, he saw a little figure watching him. His heart trembled. A cry of joy broke from his lips, and he moved out into the sunlight. As he did so, the figure moved out also, and he saw it plainly. The Infanta! It was a monster, the most grotesque monster he had ever beheld. Not properly shaped as all other people were, but hunchbacked and crook-limbed, with huge lolling head and mane of black hair. The little dwarf frowned, and the monster frowned also. He laughed, and it laughed with him, and held its hands to its sides, just as he himself was doing. He made it a mocking bow, and it returned him a low reverence. He went towards it, and it came to meet him, copying each step that he made, and stopping when he stopped himself. He shouted with amusement and ran forward and reached out his hand, and the hand of the monster touched his, and it was cold as ice. He grew afraid and moved his hand across, and the monster's hand followed it quickly. He tried to press on, but something smooth and hard stopped him. The face of the monster was now close to his own, and seemed full of terror. He brushed his hair off his eyes. It imitated him. He struck at it, and it returned blow for blow. He loathed it, and it made hideous faces at him. He drew back, and it retreated. What is it? He thought for a moment, and looked round at the rest of the room. It was strange, but everything seemed to have its double in this invisible wall of clear water. Yes, picture for picture was repeated, and couch for couch. The sleeping fawn that lay in the alcove by the doorway had its twin brother that slumbered, and the silver Venus that stood in the sunlight held out her arms to a Venus as lovely as herself. Was it Echo? He had called to her once in the valley, and she had answered him word for word. Could she mock the eye as she mocked the voice? Could she make a mimic world just like the real world? Could the shadows of things have color and life and movement? Could it be that... He started, and taking from his breast the beautiful white rose, he turned round and kissed it. The monster had a rose of its own, petal for petal the same. It kissed it with like kisses, and pressed it to its heart with horrible gestures. When the truth dawned upon him, he gave a wild cry of despair and fell sobbing to the ground. So it was he who was misshapen and hunched back, foul to look at and grotesque. He himself was the monster, and it was at him that all the children had been laughing, and the little princess, who he had thought loved him, she too had been merely mocking at his ugliness and making merry over his twisted limbs. Why had they not left him in the forest, where there was no mirror to tell him how loathsome he was? Why had his father not killed him rather than sell him to his shame? The hot tears poured down his cheeks, and he tore the white rose to pieces. The sprawling monster did the same, and scattered the faint petals in the air. It grovelled on the ground, and when he looked at it, it watched him with a face drawn with pain. He crept away lest he should see it, and covered his eyes with his hands. He crawled like some wounded thing into the shadow, and lay there moaning. And at that moment the Infanta herself came in with her companions through the open window, and when they saw the ugly little dwarf lying on the ground and beating the floor with his clenched hands in the most fantastic and exaggerated manner, they went off into shouts of happy laughter, and stood all around him and watched him. His dancing was funny, said the Infanta, but his acting is funnier still. Indeed, he is almost as good as the puppets, only of course not quite so natural. And she fluttered her big fan and applauded. But the little dwarf never looked up, and his sobs grew fainter and fainter, and suddenly he gave a curious gasp and clutched his side, and then he fell back again and lay quite still. "That is capital," said the Infanta after a pause, "but now you must dance for me." "Yes," cried all the children, "you must get up and dance, for you are as clever as the Barbary apes, and much more ridiculous." But the little dwarf made no answer. And the Infanta stamped her foot and called out to her uncle, who was walking on the terrace with the chamberlain, reading some dispatches that had just arrived from Mexico, where the Holy Office had recently been established. "My funny little dwarf is sulking," she cried. "You must wake him up and tell him to dance with me." They smiled at each other and sauntered in, and Don Pedro stooped down and slapped the dwarf on the cheek with his embroidered glove. "You must dance," he said, "petit monsire, you must dance. The Infanta of Spain and the Indies wishes to be amused." But the little dwarf never moved. "A whipping master should be sent for," said Don Pedro wearily, and he went back to the terrace. But the chamberlain looked grave, and he knelt beside the little dwarf and put his hand upon his heart, and after a few moments he shrugged his shoulders and rose up, and having made a low bow to the Infanta, he said, "Mi bella princesa, your funny little dwarf will never dance again. It is a pity, for he is so ugly that he might have made the king smile." "But why will he not dance again?" asked the Infanta, laughing. "Because his heart is broken," answered the chamberlain. And the Infanta frowned, and her dainty rose-leaf lips curled in pretty disdain. "For the future, let those who come to play with me have no hearts," she cried, and she ran out into the garden. End of The Birthday of the Infanta, by Oscar Wilde.
Of Escarbagnas, by Molière, translated into English prose by Charles Heron Wall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Countess of Escarbagnas by Molière. Persons represented. The Count, son to the Countess. The Viscount, in love with Julia. Mr. Thibaudier, councillor, in love with the Countess. Mr. Harpin, receiver of taxes, also in love with the Countess. Mr. Bonbonnet, tutor to the Count. Jeannot, servant to Mr. Thibaudier. Criquet, servant to the Countess. The Countess of Escarbagnas. Julia, in love with the Viscount. André, maid to the Countess. The scene is at Angoulême. The Countess of Escarbagnas. Scene 1. Julia, the Viscount. What? You are here already? Yes, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself, Cléante. It is not right for a lover to be the last to come to the rendezvous. I should have been here long ago if there were no importunate people in the world. I was stopped on my way by an old bore of rank, who asked me news of the court merely to be able himself to detail to me the most absurd things that can well be imagined about it. You know that those great newsmongers are the curse of provincial towns, and that they have no greater anxiety than to spread everywhere abroad all the tittle-tattle they pick up. This one showed me, to begin with, 2 large sheets of paper full to the very brim with the greatest imaginable amount of rubbish, which, he says, comes from the safest quarters. Then, as if it were a wonderful thing, he read full length and with great mystery all the stupid jokes in the Dutch Gazette, which he takes for gospel. He thinks that France is being brought to ruin by the pen of that writer, whose fine wit, according to him, is sufficient to defeat armies. After that he raved about the ministry, spoke all its faults, and I thought he would never have done. If one is to believe him, he knows the secrets of the cabinet better than those who compose it. The policy of the state is an open book to him, and no step is taken without his seeing through it. He shows you the secret machinations of all that takes place, whether the wisdom of our neighbors tends and controls at his will and pleasure all the affairs of Europe. His knowledge of what goes on extends as far as Africa and Asia, and he is informed of all that is discussed in the Privy Council of Prester John. You make the best excuse you can, and so arrange it that it may pass off well and be easily received. I assure you, dear Julia, that this is the real reason of my being late. But if I wanted to say anything gallant, I could tell you that the rendezvous to which you bring me here might well excuse the sluggishness of which you complain. To compel me to pay my addresses to the lady of this house is certainly reason enough for me to fear being here the first. I ought not to have to bear the misery of it, except when she whom it amuses is present. I avoid finding myself alone with that ridiculous countess with whom you shackle me. In short, as I come only for your sake, I have every reason to stay away until you are here. Oh, you will never lack the power of giving a bright color to your faults. However, if you had come half an hour sooner, we should have enjoyed those few moments. For when I came, I found that the Countess was out, and I have no doubt that she has gone all over the town to claim for herself the honor of the comedy you gave me under her name. But pray, when will you put an end to this, and make me buy less dearly the happiness of seeing you? When our parents agree, which I scarcely dare hope for. You know as well as I do that the dissensions which exist between our 2 families deprive us of the possibility of seeing each other anywhere else, and that neither my brothers nor my father are likely to approve of our engagement. Yes, But why not profit better by the opportunity which their enmity gives us, and why oblige me to waste, under a ridiculous deception, the moments I pass near you? It is the better to hide our love, and besides, to tell you the truth, this deception you speak of is to me a very amusing comedy, and I hardly think that the one you give me today will amuse me as much. Our Countess of Escarbagnas, with her perpetual infatuation for quality, is as good a personage as can be put on the stage. The short journey she has made to Paris has brought her back to Angoulême more crazy than ever. The air of the court has given a new charm to her extravagance, and her folly grows and increases every day. Yes, but you do not take into consideration that what amuses you drives me to despair, and that one cannot dissimulate long when one is under the sway of love as true as that which I feel for you. It is cruel to think, dear Julia, that this amusement of yours should deprive me of the few moments during which I could speak to you of my love, and last night I wrote on the subject some verses that I cannot help repeating to you. So true is it that the mania of reciting one's verses is inseparable from the title of a poet. Iris too long thou keep'st on torture's rack, one who obeys thy laws, yet whispering chides, in that thou bidst me boast a joy I lack, and hush the sorrow that my bosom hides. Must thy dear eyes, to which I yield my arms, from my sad sighs draw wanton pleasure still? Is it not enough to suffer for thy charms, that I must grieve at thy capricious will? This double martyrdom a pain affords, too keen to bear at once thy deeds, thy words, work on my wasting heart a cruel doom. Love bids it burn, constraint its life doth chill. If pity soften not thy wayward will, love, feigned and real, will lead me to the tomb. I see that you make yourself out much more ill-used than you need, but it is the way with you poets to tell falsehoods in cold blood, and to pretend that those you love are much more cruel than they are, in order to make them correspond to the fancies you may take into your heads. Yet I should like you, if you will, to give me those verses in writing. No, it is enough that I have repeated them to you, and I ought to stop there. A man may be foolish enough to make verses, but that is different from giving them to others. It is in vain for you to affect a false modesty. Your wit is well known, and I do not see why you should hide what you write. Ah, we must tread here with the greatest circumspection. It is a dangerous thing to set up for a wit. There is inherent to it a certain touch of absurdity which is catching, and we should be warned by the example of some of our friends. Nonsense, Cleante. I see that, in spite of all you say, you are longing to give me your verses, and I feel sure that you would be very unhappy if I pretended not to care for them. I unhappy? Oh, dear no. I am not so much of a poet for you to think that I... But here is the Countess of Escarbagnas. I'll go by this door, and so as not to meet her, and we'll see that everything is got ready for the play I have promised you. Scene 2. The Countess, Julia, André, and Criquet in the background. What, madam, are you alone? Oh, what a shame! All alone! I thought my people had told me that the Viscount was here. It is true that he came, but it was sufficient for him to know that you were not at home. He would not stop after that. What? Did he see you? Yes. And did he not stop to talk with you? Madam, he wished to show you how very much he is struck by your charms. Still, I shall call him to account for that. However much anyone may be in love with me, I wish them to pay to our sex the homage that is due to it. I am not one of those unjust women who approve of the rudeness their lovers display towards other fair ones. You must in no way be surprised at his conduct. The love he has for you shows itself in all his actions, and prevents him from caring for anybody but you. I know that I can give rise to a strong passion. I have for that enough of beauty, youth, and rank, thank heaven, but it is no reason why those who love me should not keep within the bounds of propriety towards others. Seeing Criquet. What are you doing there, little page? Is there not an ante-room for you to be in until you are called? It is a strange thing that in the provinces we cannot meet with a servant who knows his place. To whom do you think I am speaking? Why do you not move? Will you go outside, little knave that you are? Scene 3. The Countess, Julia, André. Come hither, girl. What do you wish me to do, ma'am? To take off my headdress. Gently, you awkward girl. How roughly you touch my head with your heavy hands. I do it as gently as I can, ma'am. No doubt. But what you call gently is very rough treatment for my head. You have almost put my neck out of joint. Now take also this muff, and go and put it with the rest into the closet. Don't leave anything about. Where is she going to now? What is the stupid girl doing? I am going to take this into the closet, as you told me, ma'am. Ah, heavens! To Julia. Pray, excuse her rudeness, madame. I told you, my closet, great ass. This is the place where I keep my dresses. Please, ma'am, is a cupboard called a closet at court? Yes, dunce. It is thus that a place where clothes are kept is called. I will remember it, ma'am, as well as the word furniture warehouse for your attic. Scene 4. The Countess, Julia. What trouble it gives me to have to teach such simpletons. I think them very fortunate to be under your discipline, madame. She is my nurse's daughter, whom I have made lady's maid. The post is quite new to her, as yet. It shows a generous soul, madame, and it is glorious thus to form people. Come, some seats, I say. Here, little page, little page, little page boy! Truly, this is too bad not to have a page to give us chairs. My maids, my page, my page, my maids! Ho, somebody! I really think that they must be all dead, and that we shall have to find seats for ourselves. Scene 5. The Countess, Julia, André. What is it you want, ma'am? You do make people scream after you, you servants. I was putting your muff and headdress away in the closet, I mean. Call in that rascal of a page. I say, Criquet. Cease that Criquet of yours, stupid, and call out page. Page, then, and not Criquet. Come and speak to Mrs. I think he must be deaf, Crick. Page! Page! Scene 6. The Countess, Julia, André, Criquet. What is it you want? Where were you, you rascal? In the street, ma'am. Why in the street? You told me to go outside. You are a rude little fellow, and you ought to know that outside among people of quality means the ante-room. André, mind you ask my equerry to flog this little rogue. He is an incorrigible little wretch. Whom do you mean by your equerry, ma'am? Is it Mr. Charles you call by that name? Be silent, impertinent girl. You can hardly open your mouth without making some rude remark. Quick, some seats! And you, light 2 waxed candles in my silver candlesticks. It is getting late. What is it now? Why do you look so scared? Ma'am. Well, ma'am, what is the matter? It is that... What? I have no wax candles, but only dips. The simpleton! And where are the wax candles I bought a few days ago? I have seen none since I have been here. Get out of my presence, rude girl. I will send you back to your home again. Bring me a glass of water. Scene 7. The Countess and Julia, making much ceremony before they sit down. Madam. Madame. Ah, madam. Madam. Madam, I beg of you. Madam, I beg of you. Oh, madam. Oh, madam. Pray, madam. Pray, madam. Now really, madam. Now really, madam. I am in my own house, madam. We are agreed as to that. Do you take me for a provincial, madam? Oh, heaven forbid, madam. Scene 8. The Countess, Julia, André, who brings in a glass of water. Criquet. Get along with you, you hussy. I drink with a salver. I tell you, you must go and fetch me a salver. Criquet. What's a salver? A salver? Yes. I don't know. Will you move or will you not? We don't either of us know what a salver is. Know then that it is a plate on which you put the glass. Scene 9. The Countess, Julia. Long live Paris! It is only there that one is well waited upon. There a glance is enough. Scene 10. The Countess, Julia, André, who brings a glass of water with a plate on the top of it. Criquet. Is that what I asked you for, dunderhead? It is under that you must put the plate. That is easy to do. She breaks the glass in trying to put it on the plate. You stupid girl! You shall really pay for the glass. You shall, I promise you. Very well, ma'am. I will pay you for it. But did you ever see such an awkward, loutish girl? Such a... And I say, ma'am, if I am to pay for the glass, I won't be scolded into the bargain. Get out of my sight! Scene 11. The Countess, Julia. Really, madam, small towns are strange places. In them there is no respect of persons, and I have just been making a few calls at houses where they drove me almost to despair. So little regard did they pay to my rank. Where could you expect them to have learned manners? They have never been to Paris. Still they might learn, if they would only listen to one. But what I think too bad is that they will persist in saying that they know as much as I do. I, who have spent 2 months in Paris and have seen the whole court. What absurd people! They are unbearable in the impertinent equality with which they treat people. For, in short, there ought to be a certain subordination in things. And what puts me out of all patience is that a town upstart, whether with 2 days' gentility to boast of, or with 200 years, should have impudence enough to say that he is as much of a gentleman as my late husband, who lived in the country, kept a pack of hounds, and took the title of Count in all the deeds that he signed. They know better how to live in Paris, in those large hotels you must remember with such pleasure. That Hotel of Boucher, madame, that Hotel of Lyon, that Hotel of Holland, what charming places to live in. It is true that those places are very different from what we have here. You see there are people of quality who do not hesitate to show you all the respect and consideration which you look for. One is not under the obligation of rising from one's seat, and if one wants to see a review or the great ballet of Psyche, your wishes are at once attended to. I should think, madame, that during your stay in Paris you made many a conquest among the people of quality. You can readily believe, madam, that of all the famous court gallants not one failed to come to my door and pay his respects to me. I keep in my casket some of the letters sent me, and can prove by them what offers I have refused. There is no need for me to tell you their names. You know what is meant by court gallants. I wonder, madame, how, after all those great names, which I can easily guess, you can descend to Mr. Thibaudier, a councillor, and Mr. Harpin, a collector of taxes. The fall is great, I must say, for your viscount, although nothing but a country viscount, is still a viscount, and can take a journey to Paris if he has not been there already. But a councillor and a tax-gatherer are but poor lovers for a great countess like you. They are men whom one treats kindly in the country, in order to make use of when the need arises. They serve to fill up the gaps of gallantry, and to swell the ranks of one's lovers. It is a good thing not to leave a lover the sole master of one's heart, lest, for want of rivals, his love go to sleep through over-confidence. I confess, madam, that no one can help profiting wonderfully by all you say. Your conversation is a school to which I do not fail to come every day in order to learn something new. Scene 12. The Countess, Julia, André, Criquet. Criquet to the Countess. Here is Jeannot, Mr. Thibaudier's man, who wants to see you, ma'am. Ah, you little wretch, this is another of your stupidities. A well-bred lackey would have spoken in a whisper to the gentlewoman in attendance. The latter would have come to her mistress, and have whispered in her ear, "Here is the footman of Mr. So-and-so, who wants to speak with you, madam." To which the mistress would have answered, "Show him in." Scene 13. The Countess, Julia, André, Criquet, Jeannot. Come along in, Jeannot. Another blunder! What do you want, page? What have you there? It is Mr. Thibaudier, ma'am, who wishes you good morning, and before he comes, sends you some pears out of his garden, with his small note. Scene 14. The Countess, Criquet, Jeannot. The Countess, giving some money to Jeannot. Here, my boy, here is something for your trouble. Oh, no, thank you, ma'am. Take it, I say. My master told me not to take anything from you, ma'am. Never mind, take it all the same. Excuse me, ma'am. Criquet speaks. Take it, Jeannot. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Tell your master that I thank him. Criquet to Jeannot, who is going. Give it to me, Jeannot. Yes, you catch me. It was I who made you take it. I should have taken it without your help. What pleases me in this Mr. Thibaudier is that he knows how to behave with people of quality, and that he is very respectful. Scene 15. The Viscount, the Countess, Julia, Criquet. I come to tell you, madam, that the theatricals will soon be ready, and that we can go into the hall in a quarter of an hour. Mind, I will have no crowd after me. To Criquet. Tell the porter not to let anybody come in. If so, madame, I give up our theatricals. I could take no interest in them unless the spectators are numerous. Believe me, if you want to enjoy it thoroughly, tell your people to let the whole town in. Page, a seat. to the Viscount, after he is seated. You have come just in time to accept a self-sacrifice I am willing to make to you. Look, I have here a note from Mr. Thibaudier, who sends me some pears. I give you leave to read it aloud. I have not opened it yet. Viscount, after he has read the note to himself. This note is written in the most fashionable style, madame, and is worthy of all your attention. Reads aloud. Madam, I could not have made you the present I send you if my garden did not bring me more fruit than my love. You see clearly by this that nothing has taken place between us. The pears are not quite ripe yet, but they will all the better match the hardness of your heart, the continued disdain of which promises me nothing soft and sweet. Allow me, madam, without risking an enumeration of your charms, which would be endless, to conclude with begging you to consider that I am as good a Christian as the pears which I send you, for I render good for evil, which is to say, to explain myself more plainly, that I present you with good Christian pears in return for the choke pears which your cruelty makes me swallow every day. Your unworthy slave, Thibaudier. Madam, this letter is worth keeping. There may be a few words in it that are not of the Academy, but I observe it in a certain respect which pleases me greatly. You are right, madame, and even if the Viscount were to take it amiss, I should love a man who would write so to me. Scene 16. Mr. Thibaudier, the Viscount, the Countess, Julia, Criquet. Come here, Mr. Thibaudier. Do not be afraid of coming in. Your note was well received, and so were your pears, and there is a lady here who takes your part against your rival. I am much obliged to her, madame, and if ever she has a lawsuit in our court, she may be sure that I shall not forget the honour she does me in making herself the advocate of my flame near your beauty. You have no need of an advocate, sir, and your cause has justice on its side. This, nevertheless, madame, the right has need of help, and I have reason to apprehend the being supplanted by such a rival, and the beguiling of the lady by the rank of the Viscount. I had hopes before your note came, sir, but now I confess fears for my love. Here are likewise a few little couplets which I have composed to your honour and glory, madame. Ah, I had no idea that Mr. Thibaudier was a poet. These few little couplets will be my ruin. He means 2 strophes. To Criquet. Page, give a seat to Mr. Thibaudier. Mr. Thibaudier, sit down there, and read your strophes to us. A person of quality is my fair dame. She has got beauty, fierce is my flame. Yet I must blame her pride and cruelty. I am lost after that. The first line is excellent. A person of quality. I think it is a little too long, but a liberty may be taken to express a noble thought. Let us have the other. I know not if you doubt that my love be sincere, yet this I know, that my heart every moment longs to leave its sorry apartment to visit yours, with fond respect and fear. After all this, having my love in hand, and my honour a superfine brand, you ought, in turn, I say, content to be a countess gay, to cast that tigress skin away, which hides your charms, both night and day. I am undone by Mr. Thibaudier. Do not make fun of it, for the verses are good, although they are country verses. Madam, make fun of it. Though he is my rival, I think his verses admirable. I do not call them, like you, 2 strophes merely, but 2 epigrams, as good as any of Martial's. What? Does Martial make verses? I thought he only made gloves. It is not that Martial, madame, but an author who lived 30 or 40 years ago. Mr. Thibaudier has read the authors, as you see, but, madame, we shall see if my comedy, with its interludes and dances, will counteract in your mind the progress which the 2 strophes have made. My son must be one of the spectators, for he came this morning from my country seat with his tutor, whom I see here. Scene 7. The Countess, Julia, the Viscount, Mr. Thibaudier, Mr. Bobinnet, Criquet. Mr. Bobinnet, I say, Mr. Bobinnet, come forward. I give the good evening to all this honourable company. What does the Madame the Countess of Escarbagnas want of her humble servant Bobinnet? At what time, Mr. Bobinnet, did you leave Escarbagnas with the Count, my son? At 9:15, my lady, according to your orders. How are my 2 other sons, the Marquis and the Commander? They are, heaven be thanked, in perfect health. Where is the Count? In your beautiful room with a recess in it, madam. What is he doing, Mr. Bobinnet? Madam, he is composing an essay upon one of the epistles of Cicero, which I had just given him as a subject. Call him in, Mr. Bobinnet. Be it according to your command, madame. Scene 8. The Countess, Julia, the Viscount, Mr. Thibaudier. That Mr. Bobinnet, madame, looks very wise, and I think that he is a man of esprit. Scene 9. The Countess, Julia, the Viscount, the Count, Mr. Bobinnet, Mr. Thibaudier. Come, my lord, show what progress you make under the good precepts that are given you. Bow to the honourable company. Come, Count. Salute this lady. Bow low to the Viscount. Salute the councillor. I am delighted, madame, that you should grant me the favour of embracing his lordship. One cannot love the trunk without loving the branches. Goodness gracious, Mr. Thibaudier, what a comparison to use! Really, madame, his lordship, the Count, has perfect manners. This is the young gentleman who is thriving well. Who could have believed that your ladyship had so big a child? Alas, when he was born, I was so young that I still played with dolls. He is your brother, and not your son. Be careful of his education, Mr. Bobinnet. I shall never, madam, neglect anything towards the cultivation of the young plant which your goodness has entrusted to my care, and I will try to inculcate in him the seeds of all the virtues. Mr. Bobinnet, just make him recite some choice piece from what you teach him. Will your lordship repeat the lesson of yesterday morning? Omne viro sole quod convenit esto viril, omne viri... Fie, Mr. Bobinnet, what silly stuff is that you teach him? It is Latin, madam, and the first rule of Jean de Poitiers. Truly, that Jean de Poitiers is an impudent fellow, and I beg you to teach my son more honest Latin than this in future. If you will allow him to say it all through, madame, the gloss will explain the meaning. There is no need. It explains itself sufficiently. Scene 20. The Countess, Julia, the Viscount, Mr. Thibaudier, the Count, Mr. Bobinnet, Criquet. The actors send me to tell you that they are ready. Let us take our seats. Mr. Thibaudier, take this lady under your care. Criquet places all the chairs on one side of the stage. The Countess, Julia, and the Viscount sit down, and Mr. Thibaudier sits down at the Countess's feet. It is important for you to observe that this comedy was made only to unite the different pieces of music and dancing which compose the entertainment, and that— "Oh, never mind, let us see it. We have enough good sense to understand things." Begin then at once, and see that no troublesome intruder comes to disturb our pleasure. The violins begin an overture. Scene 21. The Countess, Julia, the Viscount, the Count, Mr. Harpin, Mr. Thibaudier, Mr. Bobinnet, Criquet. By George, this is fine. I rejoice to see what I see. How? Mr. Receiver, what do you mean by this behavior? Is it right to come and interrupt a comedy in that fashion? By Jove, madam, I am delighted at this adventure, and it shows me what I ought to think of you, and what I ought to believe of the assurances you gave me of this gift of your heart, and likewise all your oaths of fidelity. But really, one should not come thus in the middle of a play and disturb an actor speaking. Ha! Zounds! The real comedy here is the one you are playing, and I care little if I disturb you. Really? You do not know what you are saying? Yes, damn it. I know perfectly well, and— Mr. Bobinnet, frightened, takes up the Count and runs away. Criquet follows him. Fie, sir, how wrong it is to swear in that fashion. Ah, 'sdeath! Is there anything bad here? It is not my swearing, but your actions. It would be much better for you to swear by heaven and hell than to do what you do with the Viscount. I don't know, sir, of what you have to complain, and if— I have nothing to say to you, sir. You do right to push your fortune. That is quite natural. I see nothing strange in it, and I beg your pardon for interrupting your play, but neither can you find it strange that I complain of her proceedings, and we both have a right to do what we are doing. I have nothing to say to that, and I do not know what cause of complaint you have against her ladyship, the Countess of Escarbagnas. When one suffers from jealousy, one does not give way to such outbursts, but one comes peaceably to complain to the person beloved. I complain peaceably. Yes, one does not come and shout on the stage that what should be said in private. I came purposely to complain on the stage. 'Sdeath! It is the place that suits me best, and I should be glad if this were a real theatre, so that I might expose you more publicly. Is there need for such an uproar because the Viscount gives a play in my honour? Just look at Mr. Thibaudier, who loves me. He acts more respectfully than you do. Mr. Thibaudier does as he pleases. I don't know how far Mr. Thibaudier has got with you, but Mr. Thibaudier is no example for me. I don't like to pay the piper for other people to dance. But, Mr. Receiver, you don't consider what you are saying. Women of rank are not treated thus, and those who hear you might believe that something strange has taken place between us. Confound it all, madam! Let us cast aside all this foolery. What do you mean by foolery? I mean that I do not think it strange that you should yield to the Viscount's merit. You are not the first woman in the world who plays such a part, and who has a receiver of taxes, of whom the love and purse are betrayed for the first newcomer who takes her fancy. But do not think it extraordinary that I do not care to be the dupe of an infidelity so common to coquettes of the period, and that I come before good company to say that I break with you, and that I, the receiver of taxes, will no more be taxed on your account. It is really wonderful how angry lovers have become the fashion. We see nothing else any more. Come, come, Mr. Receiver, cast aside your anger, and come and take a seat to see the play. I sit down? 'Sdeath, not I. Look for a fool at your feet, my lady Countess. I give you up to my lord the Viscount, and it is to him that I will send the letters I have received from you. My scene is ended. My part is played. Good night to all. We shall meet somewhere else, and I will show you that I am a man of the sword as well as of the pen. Right, my good Thibaudier. Such insolence confounds me. The jealous, madame, are like those who lose their cause. They have leave to say anything. Let us listen to the play now. Scene 22. The Countess, the Viscount, Julia, Mr. Thibaudier, Génaud. Sir, here is a note which I have been asked to give to you immediately. As you may have some measures to take, I send you notice at once that the quarrel between your family and that of Julia's has just been settled, and that the condition of this agreement is your marriage with Julia. Good night. To Julia. Truly, madam, our part is also played. The Viscount, the Countess, and Mr. Thibaudier all rise. Oh, Cléante, what happiness is this! Our love could scarcely hope for such a happy end. What is it you mean? It means, madame, that I marry Julia, and if you will believe me, in order to make the play complete at all points, you will marry Mr. Thibaudier and give André to his footman, whom he will make his valet de chambre. What? You deceive thus a person of my rank? No offence to you, madame, but plays require such things. Yes, Mr. Thibaudier, I will marry you to vex everybody. You do me too much honor, madame. Allow us, madame, in spite of our vexation, to see the end of the play. End of The Countess of Escarbagnas by Molière. Translation by Charles Heron Wall.
A Fable by Mark Twain. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Davis Drake. Once upon a time, an artist who had painted a small and very beautiful picture glanced at it so that he could see it in the mirror. He said, "This doubles the distance and softens it, and it is twice as lovely as it was before." The animals out in the woods heard of this through the house-cat, who was greatly admired by them because he was so learned, and so refined and civilized, and so polite and high-bred, and could tell them so much which they didn't know before, and were so certain about afterwards. They were much excited about this new piece of gossip, and they asked questions, so as to get a full understanding of it. They asked what a picture was, and the cat explained. "It is a flat thing," he said, "wonderfully flat, marvelously flat, enchantingly flat and elegant. And oh, so beautiful!" That excited them almost to a frenzy, and they said they would give the world to see it. And then the bear asked, "What is it that makes it so beautiful?" "It is the look of it," said the cat. This filled them with admiration and uncertainty, and they were more excited than ever. And then the cow asked, "What is a mirror?" "It is a hole in the wall," said the cat. "You look at it, and there you see the picture, and it is so dainty and charming and ethereal and inspiring in its unimaginable beauty that your head turns round and round, and you almost swoon with ecstasy." The ass had not said anything as yet. He now began to throw doubts. He said there had never been anything as beautiful as this before, and probably wasn't now. He said that when it took a whole basketful of sesquipedalian adjectives to whoop up a thing of beauty, it was time for suspicion. It was easy to see that these doubts were having an effect upon the animals, so the cat went off offended. The subject was dropped for a couple of days, but in the meantime curiosity was taking a fresh start, and there was a revival of interest perceptible. Then the animals assailed the ass, for spoiling what could possibly have been a pleasure for them, on a mere suspicion that the picture was not beautiful, without any evidence that such a thing was the case? The ass was not troubled. He was calm, and said there was one way to find out who was in the right, himself or the cat. He would go and look at that hole, and come back and tell what he found there. The animals felt relieved and grateful, and asked him to go at once, which he did. But when he did not know where he ought to stand, and so, through error, he stood between the picture and the mirror, the result was that the picture had no chance, and didn't show up. And he returned home and said, "The cat lied. There was nothing in that hole but an ass. There wasn't a sign of a flat thing visible. It was a handsome ass and friendly, but just an ass, nothing more." The elephant asked, "Did you see it good and clear? Were you close to it?" "I saw it good and clear, O Hathi, king of beasts. I was so close that I touched noses with it." "This is very strange," said the elephant. "The cat was always truthful before, as far as we could make out. Let another witness try. Go, Baloo, look in the hole and come back and report." So the bear went. When he came back, he said, "Both the cat and the ass have lied. There is nothing in the hole but a bear." Great was the surprise and puzzlement of the animals. Each was now anxious to make the test himself, and get at the straight truth. The elephant sent them one at a time. First the cow. She found nothing in the hole but a cow. The tiger found nothing in it but a tiger. The lion found nothing in it but a lion. The leopard found nothing in it but a leopard. The camel found a camel, and nothing more. Then Hathi was wroth, and said he would have the truth, if he had to go and fetch it himself. And when he returned, he abused his whole subject tree for liars, and was in an unappeasable fury with the moral and mental blindness of the cat. He said that anybody but a near-sighted fool could see that there was nothing in the hole but an elephant. Moral by the cat. You may find in a text whatever you bring, if you will stand between it and the mirror of your imagination. You may not see your ears, but they will be there. End of A Fable by Mark Twain. This recording is in the public domain.
Concerning the recent carnival of crime in Connecticut by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Facts Concerning the Recent Carnival of Crime in Connecticut by Mark Twain. I was feeling blithe, almost jocund. I put a match to my cigar, and just then the morning's mail was handed in. The first superscription I glanced at was in a handwriting that sent a thrill of pleasure through and through me. It was Aunt Mary's, and she was the person I loved and honored most in all the world outside of my own household. She had been my boyhood's idol. Maturity, which is fatal to so many enchantments, had not been able to dislodge her from her pedestal. No, it had only justified her right to be there and placed her dethronement permanently among the impossibilities. To show how strong her influence over me was, I will observe that long after everybody else's "do stop smoking" had ceased to affect me in the slightest degree, Aunt Mary could still stir my torpid conscience into faint signs of life when she touched upon the matter. But all things have their limit in this world. A happy day came at last when even Aunt Mary's words could no longer move me. I was not merely glad to see that day arrive, I was more than glad. I was grateful, for when its sun had set, the one alloy that was able to mar my enjoyment of my aunt's society was gone. The remainder of her stay with us that winter was in every way a delight. Of course, she pleaded with me just as earnestly as ever, after that blessed day, to quit my pernicious habit, but to no purpose whatever. The moment she opened the subject, I at once became calmly, peacefully, contentedly indifferent. Absolutely, adamantly indifferent. Consequently, the closing weeks of that memorable visit melted away as pleasantly as a dream. They were so freighted for me with tranquil satisfaction, I could not have enjoyed my pet vice more if my gentle tormentor had been a smoker herself, and an advocate of the practice. Well, the sight of her handwriting reminded me that I was getting very hungry to see her again. I easily guessed what I should find in the letter. I opened it. Good! Just as I expected. She was coming this very day, too, and by the morning train. I might expect her any moment. I said to myself, I am thoroughly happy and content now. If my most pitiless enemy could appear before me at this moment, I would freely right any wrong I may have done him. Straightway the door opened, and a shriveled, shabby dwarf entered. He was not more than 2 feet high. He seemed to be about 40 years old. Every feature and every inch of him was a trifle out of shape, and so, while one could not put his finger upon any particular part and say, "This is a conspicuous deformity," the spectator perceived that this little person was a deformity as a whole, a vague, general, evenly blended, nicely adjusted deformity. There was a fox-like cunning in the face, and the sharp little eyes, and also alertness and malice. And yet this vile bit of human rubbish seemed to bear a sort of remote and ill-defined resemblance to me. It was dully perceptible in the mien form, the countenance, and even the clothes, gestures, manners, and attitudes of the creature. He was a far-fetched, dim suggestion of a burlesque upon me, a caricature of me in little. One thing about him struck me forcibly and most unpleasantly. He was covered all over with a fuzzy, greenish mold, such as one sometimes sees upon mildewed bread. The sight of it was nauseating. He stepped along with a chipper air, and flung himself into a doll's chair in a very free and easy way, without waiting to be asked. He tossed his hat into the waste-basket. He picked up my old chalk pipe from the floor, gave the stem a wipe or two on his knee, filled the bowl from the tobacco box at his side, and said to me in a tone of pert command, "Gimme a match." I blushed to the roots of my hair, partly with indignation, but mainly because it somehow seemed to me that this whole performance was very like an exaggeration of conduct which I myself had sometimes been guilty of in my intercourse with familiar friends, but never, never with strangers, I observed to myself. I wanted to kick the pygmy into the fire, but some incomprehensible sense of being legally and legitimately under his authority forced me to obey his order. He applied the match to the pipe, took a contemplative whiff or two, and remarked in an irritatingly familiar way, "Seems to me it's devilish odd weather for this time of year." I flushed again, and in anger and humiliation as before, for the language was hardly an exaggeration of some that I have uttered in my day, and moreover was delivered in a tone of voice and with an exasperating drawl that had the seeming of a deliberate travesty of my style. Now, there is nothing I am quite so sensitive about as a mocking imitation of my drawling infirmity of speech. I spoke up sharply and said, "Look here, you miserable ash cat, you will have to give a little more attention to your manners, or I will throw you out of the window." The mannikin smiled a smile of malicious content and security, puffed a whiff of smoke contemptuously toward me, and said with a still more elaborate drawl, "Come, go gently now. Don't put on too many airs with your betters." This cool snub rasped me all over, but it seemed to subjugate me too for a moment. The pygmy contemplated me a while with his weasel eyes, and then said in a peculiarly sneering way, "You turned a tramp away from your door this morning." I said crustily, "Perhaps I did, perhaps I didn't. How do you know?" "Well, I know. It isn't any matter how I know." "Very well. Suppose I did turn a tramp away from the door. What of it?" "Oh, nothing. Nothing in particular. Only you lied to him." "I didn't. That is, Yes, but you did. You lied to him." I felt a guilty pang. In truth, I had felt it 40 times before that tramp had traveled a block from my door, but still I resolved to make a show of feeling slandered, so I said, "This is baseless impertinence," I said to the tramp. "There, wait. You were about to tell a lie again. I know what you said to him. You said the cook was gone downtown and there was nothing left from breakfast. 2 lies. You knew the cook was behind the door and plenty of provisions behind her." This astonishing accuracy silenced me, and it filled me with wondering speculations, too, as to how this cub could have got his information. Of course, he could have culled the conversation from the tramp, but by what sort of magic had he contrived to find out about the concealed cook? Now the dwarf spoke again. "It was rather pitiful, rather small in you to refuse to read that poor young woman's manuscript the other day, and give her an opinion as to its literary value. And she had come so far, too, and so hopefully. Now, wasn't it?" I felt like a cur, and I had felt so every time the thing had recurred to my mind. I may as well confess I flushed hotly and said, "Look here, have you nothing better to do than prowl around prying into other people's business? Did that girl tell you that?" "Never mind whether she did or not. The main thing is you did that contemptible thing, and you felt ashamed of it afterwards." "Aha! You feel ashamed of it now." This was a sort of devilish glee. With fiery earnestness I responded, "I told that girl in the kindest, gentlest way that I could not consent to deliver judgment upon any one's manuscript, because an individual's verdict was worthless. It might underrate a work of high merit and lose it to the world, or it might overrate a trashy production and so open the way for its infliction upon the world. I said that the great public was the only tribunal competent to sit in judgment upon a literary effort, and therefore it must be best to lay it before that tribunal in the outset, since in the end it must stand or fall by that mighty court's decision anyway." "Yes, you said all that, so you did, you juggling, small-souled shuffler. And yet, when the happy hopefulness faded out of that poor girl's face, when you saw her furtively slip beneath her shawl the scroll she had so patiently and honestly scribbled at, so ashamed of her daring now, so proud of it before, when you saw the gladness go out of her eyes and the tears come there, when she crept away so humbly, who had come so... Oh, peace, 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 blister your merciless tongue. Haven't all these thoughts tortured me enough without your coming here to fetch them back again? Remorse, remorse! It seemed to me that it would eat the very heart out of me. And yet that small fiend only sat there leering at me with joy and contempt and placidly chuckling. Presently he began to speak again. Every sentence was an accusation, and every accusation a truth. Every clause was freighted with sarcasm and derision. Every slow-dropping word burned like vitriol. The dwarf reminded me of times when I had flown at my children in anger and punished them for faults which a little inquiry would have taught me that others, and not they, had committed. He reminded me of how I had disloyally allowed old friends to be traduced in my hearing, and been too craven to utter a word in their defense. He reminded me of many dishonest things which I had done, of many which I had procured to be done by children and other irresponsible persons, of some which I had planned, thought upon, and longed to do, and been kept from the performance by fear of consequence only. With exquisite cruelty he recalled to my mind, item by item, wrongs and unkindnesses I had inflicted, and humiliations I had put upon friends, since dead, who died thinking of those injuries, maybe, and grieving over them, he added, by way of poison to the stab. "For instance," said he, "take the case of your younger brother, when you two were boys together, many a long year ago. He always lovingly trusted in you with a fidelity that your manifold treacheries were not able to shake. He followed you about like a dog, content to suffer wrong and abuse if he might only be with you, patient under these injuries so long as it was your hand that inflicted them. The latest picture you have of him in health and strength must be such a comfort to you. You pledged your honor that if he would let you blindfold him no harm should come to him, and then, giggling and choking over the rare fun of the joke, you led him to a brook thinly glazed with ice and pushed him in. And how you did laugh! Man, you will never forget the gentle, reproachful look he gave you as he struggled shivering out, if you live 1,000 years. Oh, you see it now. You see it now. Beast! I have seen it 1,000,000 times, and I shall see it 1,000,000 more. And may you rot away piecemeal and suffer till doomsday what I suffer now for bringing it back to me again." The dwarf chuckled contentedly and went on with his accusing history of my career. I dropped into a moody, vengeful state and suffered in silence under the merciless lash. At last this remark of his gave me a sudden rouse. "2 months ago, on a Tuesday, you woke up away in the night and fell to thinking with shame about a peculiarly mean and pitiful act of yours toward a poor ignorant Indian in the wilds of the Rocky Mountains in the winter of 1800 and—" "Stop a moment, devil, stop! Do you mean to tell me that even my very thoughts are not hidden from you?" "It seems to look like that. Didn't you think the thoughts I have just mentioned?" "If I didn't, I wish I may never breathe again. Look here, friend, look me in the eye. Who are you?" "Well, who do you think?" "I think you are Satan himself. I think you are the devil." "No." "No? Then who can you be?" "Would you really like to know?" "Indeed I would." "Well, I am your conscience." In an instant I was a blaze of joy and exultation. I sprang at the creature, roaring, "Curse you! I have wished 100,000,000 times that you were tangible, and I could get my hands on your throat once. Oh, but I will wreak a deadly vengeance on—" Folly! Lightning does not move more quickly than my conscience did. He darted aloft so suddenly that in the moment my fingers clutched the empty air he was already perched on the top of the high bookcase, with his thumb at his nose in token of derision. I flung the poker at him, and missed. I fired the bootjack. In a blind rage I flew from place to place and snatched and hurled any missile that came handy. The storm of books, inkstands, and chunks of coal gloomed the air, and beat about the mannequin's perch relentlessly, but all to no purpose. The nimble figure dodged every shot, and not only that, but burst into a cackle of sarcastic and triumphant laughter as I sat down exhausted. While I puffed and gasped with fatigue and excitement, my conscience talked to this effect: "My good slave, you are curiously witless. No, I mean characteristically so. In truth, you are always consistent, always yourself, always an ass. Otherwise it must have occurred to you that if you attempted this murder with a sad heart and a heavy conscience, I would droop under the burdening influence instantly. Fool! I should have weighed a ton and could not have budged from the floor, but instead you are so cheerfully anxious to kill me that your conscience is as light as a feather. Hence I am away up here out of your reach. I can almost respect a mere ordinary sort of fool, but you, pah! I would have given anything then to be heavy-hearted, so that I could get this person down from there and take his life, but I could no more be heavy-hearted over such a desire than I could have sorrowed over its accomplishment. So I could only look longingly up at my master and rave at the ill luck that denied me a heavy conscience, the one and only time that I had ever wanted such a thing in my life. By and by I got to musing over the hour's strange adventure, and of course my human curiosity began to work. I set myself to framing in my mind some questions for this fiend to answer. Just then one of my boys entered, leaving the door open behind him, and exclaimed, "My! What's been going on here? The bookcase is all one riddle of—" I sprang up in consternation and shouted, "Out of this! Hurry! Jump! Fly! Shut the door! Quick, or my conscience will get away!" The door slammed to, and I locked it. I glanced up and was grateful to the bottom of my heart to see that my owner was still my prisoner. I said, "Hang you! I might have lost you. Children are the heedlessest of creatures. But look here, friend, the boy did not seem to notice you at all. How is that?" "For a very good reason. I am invisible to all but you." I made a mental note of that piece of information with a good deal of satisfaction. I could kill this miscreant now, if I got a chance, and no one would know it. But this very reflection made me so light-hearted that my conscience could hardly keep his seat, but was like to float aloft toward the ceiling like a toy balloon. I said presently, "Come, my conscience, let us be friendly. Let us fly a flag of truce a while. I am suffering to ask you some questions." "Very well. Begin." "Well, then, in the first place, why were you never visible to me before?" "Because you never asked to see me before. That is, you never asked in the right spirit and the proper form before. You were just in the right spirit this time, and when you called for your most pitiless enemy, I was that person by a very large majority, though you did not suspect it. Well, did that remark of mine turn you into flesh and blood? No, it only made me visible to you. I am unsubstantial, just as other spirits are. This remark prodded me with a sharp misgiving. If he was unsubstantial, how was I going to kill him? But I dissembled and said persuasively, "Conscience, it isn't sociable of you to keep at such a distance. Come down and take another smoke." This was answered with a look that was full of derision, and with this observation added, "Come where you can get at me and kill me. The invitation is declined with thanks." All right, I said to myself, so it seems a spirit can be killed after all. There will be one spirit lacking in this world presently, or I lose my guess. Then I said aloud, "Friend." There, wait a bit. I am not your friend. I am your enemy. I am not your equal. I am your master. Call me Lord, if you please. You are too familiar. I don't like such titles. I am willing to call you Sir. That is as far as... We will have no argument about this. Just obey. That is all. Go on with your chatter. Very well, my lord. Since nothing but my lord will suit you, I was going to ask you how long you will be visible to me. Always. I broke out with strong indignation. This is simply an outrage. That is what I think of it. You have dogged and dogged and dogged me all the days of my life, invisible. That was misery enough. Now to have such a looking thing as you tagging after me like another shadow all the rest of my days is an intolerable prospect. You have my opinion, my lord. Make the most of it. My lad, there was never so pleased a conscience in this world as I was when you made me visible. It gives me an inconceivable advantage. Now I can look you straight in the eye and call you names, and leer at you, jeer at you, sneer at you. And you know what eloquence there is in visible gesture and expression, more especially when the effect is heightened by audible speech. I shall always address you henceforth in your own sniveling drawl, baby. I let fly with the coal hod. No result. My lord said, "Come, come, remember the flag of truce." Ah, I forgot that. I will try to be civil, and you try it too for a novelty. The idea of a civil conscience. It is a good joke, an excellent joke. All the consciences I have ever heard of were nagging, badgering, fault-finding, execrable savages. Yes, and always in a sweat about some poor little insignificant trifle or other. Destruction catch the lot of them, I say. I would trade mine for the smallpox and 7 kinds of consumption, and be glad of the chance. Now tell me, why is it that a conscience can't haul a man over the coals once for an offense and then let him alone? Why is it that it wants to keep pegging at him day and night and day, week in and week out, forever and ever, about the same old thing? There is no sense in that, and no reason in it. I think a conscience that will act like that is meaner than the very dirt itself. Well, we like it. That suffices. Do you do it with the honest intent to improve a man? That question produced a sarcastic smile, and this reply. No, sir. Excuse me. We do it simply because it is business. It is our trade. The purpose of it is to improve the man, but we are merely disinterested agents. We are appointed by authority and haven't anything to say in the matter. We obey orders and leave the consequences where they belong. But I am willing to admit this much. We do crowd the orders a trifle when we get a chance, which is most of the time. We enjoy it. We are instructed to remind a man a few times of an error, and I don't mind acknowledging that we try to give pretty good measure. And when we get a hold of a man of a peculiarly sensitive nature, oh, but do we haze him! I have consciences to come all the way from China and Russia to see a person of that kind put through his paces on a special occasion. Why, I knew a man of that sort who had accidentally crippled a mulatto baby. The news went abroad, and I wish you may never commit another sin if the consciences didn't flock from all over the earth to enjoy the fun and help his master exorcise him. That man walked the floor in torture for 48 hours without eating or sleeping, and then blew his brains out. The child was perfectly well again in 3 weeks. Well, you are a precious crew, not to put it too strong. I think I begin to see now why you have always been a trifle inconsistent with me. In your anxiety to get all the juice you can out of a sin, you make a man repent in it 3 or 4 different ways. For instance, you found fault with me for lying to that tramp, and I suffered over that, but it was only yesterday that I told a tramp the square truth, to wit, that it being regarded as bad citizenship to encourage vagrancy, I would give him nothing. What did you do then? Why, you made me say to myself, it would have been so much kinder and more blameless to ease him off with a little white lie and send him away feeling that if he could not have bread, the gentle treatment was at least something to be grateful for. Well, I suffered all day about that. 3 days before I had fed a tramp, and fed him freely, supposing it a virtuous act. Straight off you said, "Oh, false citizen, to have fed a tramp," and I suffered as usual. I gave a tramp work. You objected to it. After the contract was made, of course. You never speak up beforehand. Next I refused a tramp work. You objected to that. Next I proposed to kill a tramp. You kept me awake all night, oozing remorse at every pore. Sure, I was going to be right this time. I sent the next tramp away with my benediction. And I wish you may live as long as I do if you didn't make me smart all night again because I didn't kill him. Is there any way of satisfying that malignant invention which is called a conscience? Ha! This is luxury. Go on. But come now, answer me that question. Is there any way? Well, none that I propose to tell you, my son. Ass! I don't care what act you may turn your hand to. I can straightway whisper a word in your ear and make you think you have committed a dreadful meanness. It is my business and my joy to make you repent of everything you do. If you have fooled away any opportunities, it was not intentional. I beg to assure you, it was not intentional. Don't worry, you haven't missed a trick that I know of. I never did a thing in all my life, virtuous or otherwise, that I didn't repent of in 24 hours. In church last Sunday I listened to a charity sermon. My first impulse was to give $350. I repented of that and reduced it 100. Repented of that and reduced it another 100. Repented of that and reduced it another 100. Repented of that and reduced the remaining 50 to 25. Repented of that and came down to 15. Repented of that and dropped to $2.50. When the plate came around at last, I repented once more and contributed 10 cents. Well, when I got home, I did wish to goodness I had that 10 cents back again. You never did let me get through a charity sermon without having something to sweat about. Oh, and I never shall. I never shall. You can always depend on me. I think so. Many and many's the restless night I've wanted to take you by the neck, if I could only get hold of you now. Yes, no doubt, but I am not an ass. I am only the saddle of an ass. But go on, go on. You entertain me more than I like to confess. I'm glad of that. You will not mind my lying a little to keep in practice. Look here, not to be too personal, I think you are about the shabbiest and most contemptible little shriveled-up reptile that can be imagined. I am grateful enough that you are invisible to other people, for I should die with shame to be seen with such a mildewed monkey of a conscience as you are. Now, if you were 5 or 6 feet high and— Oh, come! Who is to blame? I don't know. Why, you are. Nobody else. Confound you, I wasn't consulted about your personal appearance. I don't care. You had a good deal to do with it, nevertheless. When you were 8 or 9 years old, I was 7 feet high and as pretty as a picture. I wish you had died young. So, you have grown the wrong way, have you? Some of us grow one way and some the other. You had a large conscience once. If you've a small conscience now, I reckon there are reasons for it. However, both of us are to blame, you and I. You see, you used to be conscientious about a great many things, morbidly so, I may say. It was a great many years ago. You probably do not remember it now. Well, I took a great interest in my work, and I so enjoyed the anguish which certain pet sins of yours afflicted you with that I kept pelting you until I rather overdid the matter. You began to rebel. Of course, I began to lose ground then, and shrivel a little, diminish in stature, get moldy, and grow deformed. The more I weakened, the more stubbornly you fastened on to those particular sins, till at last the place on my person that represented those vices became as callous as shark skin. Take smoking, for instance. I played that card a little too long, and I lost. When people plead with you at this late date to quit that vice, that old callous place seems to enlarge and cover me all over like a shirt of mail. It exerts a mysterious smothering effect, and presently I, your faithful hater, your devoted conscience, go sound asleep. Sound? It is no name for it. I couldn't hear it thunder at such a time. You have some few other vices, perhaps 80 or maybe 90, that affect me in much the same way. This is flattering. You must be asleep a good part of your time. Yes, of late years I should be asleep all the time but for the help I get. Who helps you? Other consciences. Whenever a person whose conscience I am acquainted with tries to plead with you about the vices you are callous to, I get my friend to give his client a pang concerning some villainy of his own, and that shuts off his meddling and starts him off to hunt personal consolation. My field of usefulness is about trimmed down to tramps and budding authoresses and that line of goods now. But don't you worry. I'll harry you on theirs while they last. Just you put your trust in me. I think I can. But if you had only been good enough to mention these facts some 30 years ago, I should have turned my particular attention to sin, and I think that by this time I should not only have had you pretty permanently asleep on the entire list of human vices, but reduced you to the size of a homeopathic pill at that. That is about the style of conscience I am pining for. If I only had you shrunk down to a homeopathic pill and could get my hands on you, would I put you in a glass case for a keepsake? No, sir. I would give you to a yellow dog. That is where you ought to be, you and all your tribe. You are not fit to be in society, in my opinion. Now, another question. Do you know a good many consciences in this section? Plenty of them. I would give anything to see some of them. Could you bring them here, and would they be visible to me? Certainly not. I suppose I ought to have known that without asking, but no matter. You can describe them. Tell me about my neighbor Thompson's conscience, please. Very well. I know him intimately, have known him many years. I knew him when he was 11 feet high and of faultless figure, but he is very pasty and tough and misshapen now, and hardly ever interests himself about anything. As to his present size, well, he sleeps in a cigar box. Likely enough, there are few smaller, meaner men in this region than Hugh Thompson. Do you know Robinson's conscience? Yes, he is a shade under 4.5 feet high. Used to be a blonde, is now a brunette, but still shapely and comely. Well, Robinson is a good fellow. Do you know Tom Smith's conscience? I have known him from childhood. He was 13 inches high and rather sluggish when he was 2 years old, as nearly all of us are at that age. He is 37 feet high now, and the stateliest figure in America. His legs are still racked with growing pains, but he has a good time nevertheless. Never sleeps. He's the most active and energetic member of the New England Conscience Club, is president of it. Night and day you can find him pegging away at Smith, panting with his labor sleeves rolled up, countenance all alive with enjoyment. He has got his victim splendidly dragooned now. He can make poor Smith imagine that the most innocent little thing he does is an odious sin, and then he sets to work and almost tortures the soul out of him about it. Smith is the noblest man in all this section, and the purest, and yet is always breaking his heart because he cannot be good. Only a conscience could find pleasure in heaping agony upon a spirit like that. Do you know my Aunt Mary's conscience? I have seen her at a distance, but am not acquainted with her. She lives in the open air altogether, because no door is large enough to admit her. I can believe that. Let me see. Do you know the conscience of that publisher who once stole some sketches of mine for a series of his, and then left me to pay the law expenses I had to incur in order to choke him off? Yes, he has a wide fame. He was exhibited a month ago with some other antiquities for the benefit of a recent member of the Cabinet's conscience that was starving in exile. Tickets and fares were high, but I traveled for nothing by pretending to be the conscience of an editor, and got in for half price by representing myself to be the conscience of a clergyman. However, the publisher's conscience, which was to have been the main feature of the entertainment, was a failure, as an exhibition. He was there, but what of that? The management had provided a microscope with a magnifying power of only 30,000 diameters, and so nobody got to see him after all. There was great and general dissatisfaction, of course, but just here there was an eager footstep on the stair. I opened the door, and my Aunt Mary burst into the room. It was a joyful meeting, and a cheery bombardment of questions and answers concerning family matters ensued. By and by my aunt said, "But I am going to abuse you a little now. You promised me the day I saw you last that you would look after the needs of the poor family around the corner as faithfully as I had done it myself. Well, I found out by accident that you failed of your promise. Was that right?" In simple truth, I never had thought of that family a second time. And now such a splintering pang of guilt shot through me. I glanced up at my conscience. Plainly my heavy heart was affecting him. His body was drooping forward. He seemed about to fall from the bookcase. My aunt continued, "And think how you have neglected my poor protégé at the almshouse, you dear hard-hearted promise-breaker." I blushed scarlet, and my tongue was tied. As the sense of my guilty negligence waxed sharper and stronger, my conscience began to sway heavily back and forth, and when my aunt, after a little pause, said in a grieved tone, "Since you never once went to see her, maybe it will not distress you now to know that the poor child died months ago, utterly friendless and forsaken," my conscience could no longer bear up under the weight of my sufferings, but tumbled headlong from his high perch and struck the floor with a dull, leaden thump. He lay there writhing with pain and quaking with apprehension, but straining every muscle in frantic efforts to get up. In a fever of expectancy I sprang to the door, locked it, placed my back against it, and bent a watchful gaze upon my struggling master. Already my fingers were itching to begin their murderous work. "Oh, what can be the matter?" exclaimed my aunt, shrinking from me and following with her frightened eyes the direction of mine. My breath was coming in short, quick gasps now, and my excitement was almost uncontrollable. My aunt cried out, "Oh, do not look so! You appall me! Oh, what can the matter be? What is it you see? Why do you stare so? Why do you work your fingers like that?" "Peace, woman," I said in a hoarse whisper. "Look elsewhere. Pay no attention to me. It is nothing. Nothing. I am often this way. It will pass in a moment. It comes from smoking too much." My injured lord was up, wild-eyed with terror, and trying to hobble toward the door. I could hardly breathe, I was so wrought up. My aunt wrung her hands and said, "Oh, I knew how it would be. I knew it would come to this at last. Oh, I implore you to crush out that fatal habit while it may yet be time. You must not, you shall not be deaf to my supplications longer." My struggling conscience showed signs of weariness. "Oh, promise me you will throw off this hateful slavery of tobacco." My conscience began to reel drowsily and grope with his hands. Enchanting spectacle. "I beg you, I beseech you, I implore you, your reason is deserting you. There is madness in your eye, it flames with frenzy. Oh, hear me, and be saved. See, I plead with you on very knees." As she sank before me, my conscience reeled again, and then dropped languidly to the floor, blinking toward me a last supplication for mercy with heavy eyes. "Oh, promise, or you are lost. Promise and be redeemed. Promise. Promise and live." With a long-drawn sigh, my conquered conscience closed his eyes and fell fast asleep. With an exultant shout I sprang past my aunt, and in an instant I had my lifelong foe by the throat. After so many years of wanting and longing, he was mine at last. I tore him to shreds and fragments. I rent the fragments to bits. I cast the bleeding rubbish into the fire and drew into my nostrils the grateful incense of my burnt offering. At last and forever, my conscience was dead. I was a free man. I turned upon my poor aunt, who was almost petrified with terror, and shouted, "Out of this with your paupers, your charities, your reforms, your pestilent morals! You behold before you a man whose life conflict is done, whose soul is at peace, a man whose heart is dead to sorrow, dead to suffering, dead to remorse, a man without a conscience. In my joy I spare you, though I could throttle you and never feel a pang. Fly!" She fled. Since that day my life is all bliss. Bliss. Unalloyed bliss. Nothing in all the world could persuade me to have a conscience again. I settled all my old outstanding scores and began the world anew. I killed 38 persons during the first 2 weeks, all of them on account of ancient grudges. I burned a dwelling that interrupted my view. I swindled a widow and some orphans out of their last cow, which is a very good one, though not thoroughbred. I believe I have also committed scores of crimes of various kinds, and have enjoyed my work exceedingly, whereas it would formerly have broken my heart and turned my hair gray, I have no doubt. In conclusion, I wish to state by way of advertisement that medical colleges desiring assorted tramps for scientific purposes, either by the gross, by cord measurement, or per ton, will do well to examine the lot in my cellar before purchasing elsewhere, as these were all selected and prepared by myself and can be had at a low rate, because I wish to clear out my stock and get ready for the spring trade. End of The Facts Concerning the Recent Carnival of Crime in Connecticut by Mark Twain.
By Max Beerbaum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The hut in which slept the white man was on a clearing between the forest and the river. Silence. The silence murmurous and unquiet of a tropical night, brooded over the hut that, baked through by the sun, sweated a vapor beneath the cynical light of the stars. Mahamo lay rigid and watchful at the hut's mouth. In his upturned eyes, and along the polished surface of his lean body, black and immobile, the stars were reflected, creating an illusion of themselves who are illusions. The roofs of the congested trees, writhing in some kind of agony private and eternal, made tenebrous and shifty silhouettes against the sky, like shapes cut out of black paper by a maniac who pushes them, with his thumb this way and that, irritably, on a concave surface of blue steel. Resin oozed unseen from the upper branches to the trunks, swathed in creepers that clutched and interlocked with tendrils venomous, frantic, and faint. Down below, by force of habit, the lush herbage went through the farce of growth, that farce old and screaming, whose trite end is decomposition. Within the hut the form of the white man, corpulent and pale, was covered with a mosquito net that was itself illusory like everything else, only more so. Flying squadrons of mosquitoes inside its meshes flickered and darted over him, working hard, but keeping silent so as not to excite him from sleep. Cohorts of yellow ants disputed him against cohorts of purple ants, the two kinds slaying one another in thousands. The battle was undecided when suddenly, with no such warning as it gives in some parts of the world, the sun blazed up over the horizon, turning night into day, and the insects vanished back into their camps. The white man ground his knuckles into the corners of his eyes, emitting that snore final and querulous of a middle-aged man awakened rudely. With a gesture brusque but flaccid, he plucked aside the neck and peered around. The bales of cotton cloth, the beads, the brass wire, the bottles of rum, had not been spirited away in the night. So far, so good. The faithful servant of his employers was now at liberty to care for his own interest. He regarded himself, passing his hands over his skin. "Hi, Mahamo!" he shouted. "I've been eaten up!" The islander, with one sinuous motion, sprang from the ground, through the mouth of the hut. Then, after a glance, he threw high his hands in thanks to such good and evil spirits as had charge of his concerns. In a tone half of reproach, half of apology, he murmured, "You white men sometimes say strange things that deceive the heart." "Reach me that ammonia bottle, do you hear?" answered the white man. "This is a pretty place you've brought me to." He took a draught. "Christmas Day, too. Of all the... But I suppose it seems all right to you, you funny blackamoor, to be here on Christmas Day." "We are here on the day appointed, Mr. Williams. It is a feast day of your people?" Mr. Williams had lain back with closed eyes on his mat. Nostalgia was doing duty to him for imagination. He was wafted to a bedroom in Marylebourne, where in honor of the day he lay late dozing, with great contentment. Outside, a slush of snow in the street, the sound of church bells, from below, a savor of especial cookery. "Yes," he said, "it is a feast day of my people." "Of mine also," said the islander humbly. "Is it, though? But they'll do business first?" "They must first do that." "And they'll bring their ivory with them?" "Every man will bring ivory," answered the islander, with a smile gleaming and wide. "How soon will they be here?" "Has not the sun risen? They are on their way." "Well, I hope they'll hurry. The sooner we're off this cursed island of yours the better. Take all those things out," Mr. Williams added, pointing to the merchandise, and arrange them, neatly, mind you. In certain circumstances it is right that a man be humored in trifles. Mahamo, having borne out the merchandise, arranged it very neatly. While Mr. Williams made his toilet, the sun in the forest, careless of the doings of white and black men alike, waged their warfare implacably and daily. The forest from its inmost depths sent forth perpetually its legions of shadows that fell dead in the instant of exposure to the enemy, whose rays heroic and absurd its outpost annihilated. There came from those illuminable depths the equitable rumor of myriads of winged things and crawling things newly roused to the task of killing and being killed. Thence detached itself, little by little, an insidious sound of a drum beaten. This sound drew more near. Mr. Williams, issuing from the hut, heard it, stood gaping towards it. "Is that them?" he asked. "That is they," the islander murmured, moving away towards the edge of the forest. Sounds of chanting were now audible accompaniment to the drum. "What's that they're singing?" asked Mr. Williams. "They sing of their business," said Mahamo. "Oh!" Mr. Williams was slightly shocked. "I'd have thought they'd be singing of their feast." "It is of their feast they sing." It has been stated that Mr. Williams was not imaginative, but a few years of life in climates alien and temperate had disordered his nerves. There was that in the rhythm of the hymn which made bristle his flesh. Suddenly, when they were very near, the voices ceased, leaving a legacy of silence more sinister than themselves. And now the black spaces between the trees were relieved by bits of white that were the eyeballs and teeth of Mahamo's brethren. "It was of their feast. It was of you they sang," said Mahamo. "Look here!" cried Mr. Williams, in his voice of a man not to be trifled with. "Look here! If you've—" He was silenced by the sight of what seemed to be a young sapling sprung up from the ground within a yard of him, a young sapling tremulous with a root of steel. Then a thread-like shadow skimmed the air, and another spear came impinging the ground within an inch of his feet. As he turned in his flight, he saw the goods so neatly arranged at his orders, and there flashed through him, even in the thick of the spears, the thought that he would be a grave loss to his employers. This, for Mr. Williams was, not less than the goods, of a kind easily replaced, was an illusion. It was the last of Mr. Williams' illusions. End of The Feast by Max Beerbohm. Recorded by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
California and the Old Southwest by Catherine Barry Judson. The story of how Old Man Above created the world by Shastika natives in Northern California. Long, long ago, when the world was so new that even the stars were dark, it was very, very flat. Shauraya, Old Man Above, could not see through the dark to the new flat earth. Neither could he step down to it because it was so far below him. With a large stone he bored a hole in the sky. Then through the hole he pushed down masses of ice and snow until a great pyramid rose from the plain. Old Man Above climbed down through the hole he had made in the sky, stepping from cloud to cloud until he could put his foot on top the mass of ice and snow. Then with one long step he reached the earth. The sun shone through the hole in the sky and began to melt the ice and snow. It made holes in the ice and snow, and when it was soft, Shauraya bored with his finger into the earth, here and there, and planted the first trees. Streams from the melting snow watered the new trees and made them grow. Then he gathered the leaves which fell from the trees and blew upon them. They became birds. He took a stick and broke it into pieces. Out of the small end he made fishes and placed them into the mountain streams. Of the middle of the stick he made all the animals except the grizzly bear. From the big end of the stick came the grizzly bear, who was made master of all. Grizzly was large and strong and cunning. When the earth was new, he walked upon 2 feet and carried a large club. So strong was Grizzly that the Old Man Above feared the creature he had made. Therefore, so he might be saved, Shauraya hollowed out the pyramid of ice and snow as a teepee. There he lived for thousands of snows. The Indians knew he lived there because they could see the smoke curling from the smoke hole of his teepee. When the pale face came, Old Man Above went away. There is no longer any smoke from the smoke hole. White men call the teepee Mount Shasta. End of the story, How Old Man Above Created the Worlds and the Shasta Natives in Northern California. Myths and Legends of California and the Old Southwest by Catherine Barry Judson. Read by Gemma Benton.
By Olive Schreiner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. In a Far-Off World by Olive Schreiner. There is a world in one of the far-off stars, and things do not happen here as they happen there. In that world were a man and a woman. They had one work, and they walked together side by side on many days, and were friends, and that is a thing that happens now and then in this world also. But there was something in that star world that there is not here. There was a thick wood. Where the trees grew closest, and the stems were interlocked, and the summer sun never shone, there stood a shrine. In the day all was quiet, but at night, when the stars shone or the moon glinted on the tree-tops, and all was quiet below, if one crept here quite alone, and knelt on the steps of the stone altar, and uncovering one's breast, so wounded it that the blood fell down on the altar steps, then whatever he who knelt there wished for was granted him. And all this happens, as I said, because it is a far-off world, and things often happen there as they do not happen here. Now the man and woman walked together, and the woman wished well to the man. One night when the moon was shining so that the leaves of all the trees glinted, and the waves of the sea were silvery, the woman walked alone to the forest. It was dark there. The moonlight fell only in little flecks on the dead leaves under her feet, and the branches were knotted tight overhead. Farther in it got darker, not even a fleck of moonlight shone. Then she came to the shrine, she knelt down before it and prayed. There came no answer. Then she uncovered her breast. With a sharp two-edged stone that lay there she wounded it. The drops dripped slowly down onto the stone, and a voice cried, "What do you seek?" She answered, "There is a man. I hold him nearer than anything. I would give him the best of all blessings." The voice said, "What is it?" The girl said, "I know not, but that which is most good for him I wish him to have." The voice said, "Your prayer is answered. He shall have it." Then she stood up. She covered her breast and held the garment tight upon it with her hand, and ran out of the forest, and the dead leaves fluttered under her feet. Out in the moonlight the soft air was blowing, and the sand glittered on the beach. She ran along the smooth shore, then suddenly she stood still. Out across the water there was something moving. She shaded her eyes and looked. It was a boat. It was sliding swiftly over the moonlit water out to sea. One stood upright in it, the face the moonlight did not show, but the figure she knew. It was passing swiftly. It seemed as if no one propelled it. The moonlight's shimmer did not let her see clearly, and the boat was far from shore, but it seemed almost as if there was another figure sitting in the stern. Faster and faster it glided over the water, away, away. She ran along the shore. She came no nearer it. The garment she had held closed fluttered open. She stretched out her arms, and the moonlight shone on her long, loose hair. Then a voice beside her whispered, "What is it?" She cried, "With my blood I bought the best of all gifts for him. I have come to bring it him. He is going from me." The voice whispered softly, "Your prayer was answered. It has been given him." She cried, "What is it?" The voice answered, "It is that he might leave you." The girl stood still. Far out at sea, The boat was lost to sight beyond the moonlight sheen. The voice spoke softly, "Art thou contented?" She said, "I am contented." At her feet the waves broke in long ripples, softly on the shore. End of In a Far-Off World. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
Jill's Cat by E.F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Jill's Cat by E.F. Benson. Where Jill's cat came from, I have no idea. She just came. I first set eyes on her one night, returning from dinner. I found her coiled up in an armchair in the drawing room, very fast asleep. So, with a certain amount of mild, though I think justifiable, indignation, I thereupon opened the door of the room and the door into the garden, and advanced upon her, clapping my hands and emitting loud and terrible noises in order to drive her out. But she merely stretched one paw with extreme laziness, looked at me with half a yellow eye, as if to say, "That noise is in deplorably bad taste, but I suppose you don't know any better," and went to sleep again. This would not do at all, and though I was sorry to have to do it, thus violating the ancient and sacred rights of sanctuary, still it was impossible for me to give a home to any cat who might happen to come along. So I took her up with both hands, as Monsieur Pierre Loti so justly advises, intending to put her bodily out into the garden and shut the door, but the moment I touched her she set up a loud tea-kettle purr, and still more than half asleep, licked with a rough pink tongue the hand that was near her head. Now, of all the curious qualities which cats possess, that of confidence in strangers is one of the rarest, and to the stranger who knows anything about them, certainly the most disarming. Most cats would have scurried angrily from the room at the rude noises I had made, and woke up all green distrustfulness on being touched. Not so Jill's cat. She just said, "Are you still there? How nice! Let's go to sleep again at once." So I told myself, without really believing it, that I would definitely drive her away in the morning, and left her in possession of her chair. But all my instincts told me that she had come to stay, and I know that if a cat really makes up its mind to do anything, that thing, unless you kill it, it will do. Now, most cats are absolutely without tact. They are obstinate, easily bored, shewing their boredom in a manner which it is impossible to mistake, and have the rooted conviction that the whole round world exists in order to amuse and interest them. But Jill's cat, so I firmly believe, had the tact of all the other cats ever created, which accounts for their having none. For when the housemaid came into the room next morning to dust, Jill's cat greeted her at once as an old and valued friend, and went to meet her with little cries of welcome, making a poker of her tail. The housemaid, in consequence, thawed by these well-bred manners, took her down into the kitchen to give her a saucer of milk before ejecting her. Jill's cat was hungry, and with the dainty eagerness of her race began to lick up her breakfast. But halfway through she suddenly froze into stone, but for the end of a twitching tail, and regarded with the eye of a huntress the wainscoting opposite. Next moment a mouse was pinned by those velvet paws, and in less than another moment there was no mouse at all. The tail she did not care about, and deposited it as a small token of homage and affection at the feet of the cook. Then, this piece of diplomacy successfully carried through, she finished her milk, the walls of Jericho, so to speak, tottering to their fall at her assault. But had Jill's cat known, there was a far more critical and hazardous passage still before her, for the house was ruled not by me, nor by the housemaid, nor even by the cook, that dispenser of succulence and joy, but by Jill. And Jill, being young, was capricious, and being far more highly born than any of us, was proud. Being also a fox terrier, she liked biting. She had slept as usual that night on various parts of my bed and me, and came down with me in the morning. I had forgotten for the moment all about the cat, and entered the dining room for breakfast, with Jill circling round me and making short runs at my boots, which she had lately taken into her head were enemies of some kind and dangerous to hearth and home. There, on the hearth-rug, neatly arranged round one hind leg, which stuck up in the middle of her like a flagstaff, sat the cat, diligently employed on affairs of the toilette. The scurry of her entrance disturbed her ablutions, and looking round with a calm and trustful eye, she saw Jill. Probably Jill had never seen a cat before, and I had one moment of horrified suspense as to whether the cat would go for Jill, or Jill for the cat. In any case, the flying of fur or hair seemed imminent and inevitable. But Jill's cat was equal, more than equal to the occasion, and never have I seen the right thing so quickly conceived or so instantaneously performed. With one stealthy movement she was underneath a corner of the tablecloth, which hung down to the ground, and a paw was put gingerly out with little dabs and jerks to entice Jill to begin to play at once. Now how should that cat have known that a hand concealed under a rug or the corner of a curtain, and making known its presence by concealed movements, was a thing irresistible to Jill? But she did know it, and before I could snatch Jill up to avert the impending catastrophe, no catastrophe impended any longer, and the two were engaged in a gorgeous game of hide-and-seek behind curtains, table legs, fenders, the Daily Telegraph, and chairs, wherever in fact there was a possibility of making mysterious and secret stirrings. So destiny shapes our ends. From that moment the stranger of the night before had entered on a new existence, and became Jill's cat. In a manner of speaking, she had also become Jill's governess, for Jill, being young, was flirtatiously inclined, and through the railings of the front garden, which gave on to the road, behaved in a very vulgar barmaid sort of fashion, and drew in, I am sorry to use such an expression, but I know of none other that fits the case, the young gentlemen of the neighborhood. The railings were too narrow to admit of Jill's squeezing her plump little body through. She tried once, and stuck, and roused the entire parish by the shrillness of her lamentations. And she had to content herself with putting her head through, and kissing practically any gentleman who came to present himself. But Jill's cat, a model of respectability, instantly stopped these very unladylike proceedings, for whenever she observed Jill trotting off with a particularly demure air to talk to her friends, she would follow, and from the vantage ground of the gate-post turn herself into a perfect fury of vindictive rage, and by her spitting and swearing distract the gentlemen from their love, giving them war instead. Our particular terrier, who was a common loafer at Jill's bar, was the object of her special aversions, and the language she thought fit to employ to him was really responsible, I fancy, for the blistering of the paint on the gate. Jill's cat had a perfect mania for work, and her work consisted in catching anything that was alive. Within 3 days of her arrival, I am convinced there was no mouse left in the house, and having cleared the place of them, she turned her attention to birds, butterflies, and snails. The work among the birds I regretted, but it was quite impossible to stop it, since it seemed ingrained in her nature that no living thing, except ourselves, had any right to enter the house or garden. It took her some time to discover that snails were alive, but that fact once clearly grasped, they took their place among the trophies of the chase, which were duly presented on the return of the huntress to Jill, the cook, or me. This generosity had its drawbacks, for Jill was like other children very fond of collections, and was in the habit of concealing small objects of various kinds in the folds of the blanket in her basket. Thus one day I found there 2 dead and unfledged birds, a snail, and a portion of what had once been a white butterfly. Her work, together with various sudden excursions to the garden railing to swear at the dogs of the neighborhood, used to take Jill's cat's morning. That over, she cleaned herself, for it was clearly a waste of time to do so until the housework was done, and played with Jill till dinner. Then came the desolating moment of the day, for Jill went for her walk, and her cat sat disconsolately at the window waiting for her return. The moment she entered the gate she rushed to meet her, and indulged in an extravagant displays of affection. Evening came, and they slept together in Jill's basket, after a wild romp in which they kicked each other in the face by way of showing their deep and unalterable regard. A year passed thus, and then occurred an event for which the time completely puzzled Jill's cat, for Jill became the mother of 4 puppies, and in a moment turned from being a rather flighty young woman into a perfect demon of rage and suspicion if anyone approached them. Even when she was given her food, it had to be placed at some distance from her box, where she lay with chattering, snarling mouth, ready to defend her own against any who came near. But Jill's cat did not know this, and coming into the outhouse where Jill lay, after her work was done on the morning the puppies were born, ready to play, she had to fly for her life and seek refuge on the top of the garden wall, where she crouched, trembling with fright and indignation, and deeply hurt at this outrageous reception. Never had such a thing occurred. It was a bolt from the blue. The bottom had fallen out of her universe, and she lifted up her voice and howled for the anguish of her heart. And Jill, quivering with rage, snarled at her from below. For the time, Jill's whole nature was changed. There were no more excursions to the garden gate to kiss indiscriminate gentlemen. She had neither time nor inclination to play with her cat, and she was convinced that the world was banded together to work the destruction of her puppies. But this fierce access of protective maternity on her part lasted not more than a few days, and one afternoon she left the hay-packed box where the puppies lay, and trotted across the lawn to where I sat at some little distance off with her cat. The latter, remembering Jill's unprovoked assault, sprang up the trunk of a tree as she approached, and glared distrustfully through the leaves, while Jill whined and whimpered below and put herself into engaging postures of play on the grass. Then step by step, still cautiously, her cat descended to the lowest branch of the tree, and after a long pause there, forgot and forgave, and took a flying leap at her friend. Next moment they were kicking each other in the face in the old manner, and flying in agitated excursions through the flower beds. But soon Jill's maternal heart yearned again for the muzzling noses, and she ran back to the woodshed. Then ensued a thrilling piece of animal psychology. Very slowly the cat followed, and at length peeped cautiously in. From inside there was dead silence. Jill was evidently pondering whether her friend could be trusted. Then, after a pause, I heard a little friendly note of welcome, and her cat entered. So I followed and looked in. Jill was lying inside her box, the 4 puppies cuddled up against her, and her cat was sitting by it, looking with wide and wondering eyes at the phenomenon. Then she raised one paw gently and delicately, and with it just touched the puppies. Then, advancing another step, she licked them very gently with the top of a pink tongue. And Jill said, "Woof! Wasn't it clever of me to have got them?" And we were all very happy that marriage after all had not caused any separation between old friends. So the mysterious bond of sympathy and affection between the two only deepened instead of being broken, and Jill's cat became a sort of aunt to the puppies. True, there was one moment of unfounded suspicion on Jill's part when 2 of the 4 puppies unaccountably vanished, and she was inclined to set it down to her cat. But this past, she welcomed her friend as joint educator of the young, and even allowed the best beloved to go staggering excursions, first about the woodshed, and later over the whole romantic playground of the garden, under the protection of his aunt. By degrees, too, the fascination of biting and kicking one's aunt in the face became apparent, and I have often seen the whole 4 of them mingled in one inextricable and struggling mass of paws and open mouths. The road just outside the gate was a long, straight level, much haunted by motor cars. It was here that the end came to that strange animal friendship. For one day Jill was run over and killed just outside the house. The small, slain body was brought in, and while the grave was being dug in the garden, Jill lay on the grass quite still. And as she lay there, her cat came out of the house and went up to her, her work being over, and she therefore disengaged and desirous of relaxation. But Jill did not seem inclined to play, and her cat strolled off again. Then she returned and sat down by her, looking at her, and again tried to attract her attention, touched her on the nose with her paw, and made a feint of running away. Then, as this did not answer, she stole off into the bushes and came back carrying a snail in her mouth, which she laid by her, giving a little cry of appeal. But the grave was ready now, and they took Jill up and laid her in it, and filled in the earth. That night I was strolling about the garden, and saw something white under the tree where Jill had been buried. It was Jill's cat, sitting on the grave. End of Jill's Cat.
By T.S. Arthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are within the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. Today's reading by Tom Hackett, djhackett.newgrounds.com. The Last Penny by T.S. Arthur. Thomas Clare, a son of St. Crispin, was a clever sort of a man, though not very well off in the world. He was industrious, but, as his abilities were small, his reward was proportioned thereto. His skill went but little beyond half-soles, heel-taps, and patches. Those who, willing to encourage Thomas, ventured to order from him a new pair of boots or shoes, never repeated the order. That would have been carrying their good wishes for his prosperity rather too far. As intimated, the income of Thomas Clare was not large. Industrious though he was, the amount earned proved so small that his frugal wife always found it insufficient for an adequate supply of the wants of the family, which consisted of her husband, herself, and 3 children. It cannot be denied, however, that if Thomas had cared less about his pipe and mug of ale, the supply of bread would have been more liberal. But he had to work hard, and must have some little self-indulgence, at least so he very unwisely argued. This self-indulgence cost from 2 to 3 shillings every week, a sum that would have purchased many comforts for the needy family. The oldest of Clare's children, a girl 10 years of age, had been sickly from her birth. She was a gentle, loving child, the favorite of all in the house, more especially of her father. Little Lizzie would come up into the garret where Clare worked, and sit with him sometimes for hours, talking in a strain that caused him to wonder, and sometimes, when she did not feel as well as usual, lying upon the floor and fixing upon him her large bright eyes for almost as long a period. Lizzie was never so contented as when she was with her father, and he never worked so cheerfully as when she was near him. Gradually, as month after month went by, Lizzie wasted away with some disease for which the doctor could find no remedy. Her cheeks became paler and paler, her eyes larger and brighter, and such a weakness fell upon her slender limbs that they could with difficulty sustain her weight. She was no longer able to clamber up the steep stairs into the garret or loft where her father worked, yet she was there as often as before. Claire had made for her a little bed, raised a short space from the floor, and here she lay, talking to him or looking at him, as of old. He rarely went up or down the garret stairs without having Lizzie in his arms. Usually her head was lying upon his shoulder. And thus the time went on. Claire, for all the love he felt for his sick child, for all the regard he entertained for his family, indulging his beer and tobacco as usual, and thus consuming, weekly, a portion of their little income that would have brought to his children many a comfort. No one but himself had any luxuries. Not even for Lizzie's weak appetite were dainties procured. It was as much as the mother could do, out of the weekly pittance she received, to get enough coarse food for the table, and cover the nakedness of her family. To supply the pipe and mug of Claire, from 2 to 3 shillings a week were required. This sum he usually retained out of his earnings, and gave the balance, whether large or small, to his frugal wife. No matter what his income happened to be, the amount necessary to obtain these articles was rigidly deducted, and as certainly expended. Without his beer, Claire really imagined that he would not have strength sufficient to go through with his weekly toil. How his wife managed to get along without even her regular cup of good tea it had never occurred to him to ask, and not to have had a pipe to smoke in the evening, or after each meal, would have been a deprivation beyond his ability to endure. So the 2 or 3 shillings went regularly in the old way. When the sixpences and pennies congregated in goodly numbers in the shoemaker's pocket, his visits to the alehouse were often repeated, and his extra pipe smoked more frequently. But, as his allowance for the week diminished, and it required some searching in the capacious pockets, where they hid themselves away, to find the straggling coins, Claire found it necessary to put some check upon his appetite. And so it went on, week after week, and month after month. The beer was drunk, and the pipe smoked as usual, while the whole family bent under the weight of poverty that was laid upon them. Weaker and weaker grew little Lizzie. From the coarse food that was daily set before her, her weak stomach turned, and she hardly took sufficient nourishment to keep life in her attenuated frame. "Poor child," said the mother one morning. "She cannot live if she doesn't eat. But coarse bread and potatoes and buttermilk go against her weak stomach. Ah me, if we only had a little that the rich waste." "There is a curse in poverty," replied Claire, with a bitterness that was unusual to him, as he turned his eyes upon his child, who had pushed away the food that had been placed before her, and was looking at it with an expression of disappointment on her wan face. "A curse in poverty," he repeated. "Why should my child die for want of nourishing food, while the children of the rich have every luxury?" In the mind of Claire, there was usually a dead calm. He plodded on, from day to day, eating his potatoes and buttermilk, or whatever came before him, and working steadily through the hours allotted to labor, his hopes or fears in life rarely exciting him to an expression of discontent. But he loved Lizzie better than any earthly thing, and to see her turn with loathing from her coarse food, the best he was able to procure for her, aroused his sluggish nature into a rebellion against his lot. But he saw no remedy. "Can't we get something a little better for Lizzie?" said he as he pushed his plate aside, his appetite for once gone before his meal was half eaten. "Not unless you can earn more," replied the wife. "Cut and carve, and manage as I will, it's as much as I can do to get common food." Claire pushed himself back from the table, and without saying a word more, went up to his shop in the garret, and sat down to work. There was a troubled and despondent feeling about his heart. He did not light his pipe as usual, for he had smoked up the last of his tobacco the evening before. But he had a penny left, and with that, as soon as he had finished mending a pair of boots and taken them home, he meant to get a new supply of the fragrant weed. The boots had only half an hour's work on them, but a few stitches had been taken by the cobbler when he heard the feeble voice of Lizzie calling to him from the bottom of the stairs. That voice never came unregarded to his ears. He laid aside his work and went down to his patient child, and as he took her light form in his arms and bore her up into his little workshop, he felt that he pressed against his heart the dearest thing to him in life. And with this feeling came the bitter certainty that soon she would pass away and be no more seen. Thomas Clare did not often indulge in external manifestations of feeling, but now, as he held Lizzie in his arms, he bent down his face and kissed her cheek tenderly. A light, like a gleam of sunshine, fell suddenly upon the pale countenance of the child, while a faint but loving smile played about her lips. Her father kissed her again, and then laid her upon the little bed that was always ready for her, and once more resumed his work. Clare's mind had been awakened from its usual leaden quiet. The wants of his failing child aroused it into disturbed activity. Thought beat, for a while, like a caged bird against the bars of necessity, and then fluttered back into panting imbecility. At last the boots were done, and with his thoughts now more occupied with the supply of tobacco he was to obtain than with anything else, Clare started to take them home. As he walked along, he passed a fruit shop, and the thought of Lizzie came into his mind. "If we could afford her some of these nice things," he said to himself, "they would be food and medicine both to the dear child. But," he added, with a sigh, "we are poor, we are poor! Such dainties are not for the children of poverty." He passed along until he came to the alehouse, where he intended to get his pennyworth of tobacco. For the first time, a thought of self-denial entered his mind as he stood by the door, with his hand in his pocket, feeling for his solitary copper. "This would buy Lizzie an orange," he said to himself. "But then," was quickly added, "I would have no tobacco today, nor tomorrow, for I won't be paid for these boots before Saturday, when Barton gets his wages." Then came a long, hesitating pause. There was before the mind of Clare the image of the faint and feeble child with the refreshing orange to her lips, and there was also the image of himself insured for 2 long days by his pipe. But could he for a moment hesitate if he really loved that sick child? Is asked. Yes, he could hesitate, and yet love the little sufferer, for to one of his order of mind and habits of acting and feeling, a self-indulgence like that of the pipe, or a regular draught of beer, becomes so much like second nature that it is as it were a part of the very life, and to give it up costs more than a light effort. The penny was between his fingers, and he took a single step toward the alehouse door. But so vividly came back the image of little Lizzie that he stopped suddenly. The conflict, even though the spending of a single penny was concerned, now became severe. Love for the child pled earnestly, and as earnestly pled the old habit that seemed as if it would take no denial. It was his last penny that was between the cobbler's fingers. Had there been 2 pennies in his pocket, all difficulty would have immediately vanished. Having thought of the orange, he would have bought it with one of them, and supplied his pipe with the other. But, as affairs now stood, he must utterly deny himself, or else deny his child. For minutes the question was debated. "I will see as I come back," said Clare at last, starting on his errand, and thus, for the time, making a sort of a compromise. As he walked along, the argument still went on in his mind. The more his thoughts acted in this new channel, the more light came into the cobbler's mind, at all times rather dark and dull. Certain discriminations, never before thought of, were made, and certain convictions forced themselves upon him. "What is a pipe of tobacco to a healthy man, compared with an orange to a sick child?" uttered half aloud, marked at last the final conclusion of his mind. And as this was said, the penny which was still in his fingers was thrust determinately into his pocket. As he returned home, Clare bought the orange, and in the act experienced a new pleasure. By a kind of necessity he had worked on, daily, for his family, upon which was expended nearly all of his earnings, and the whole matter came so much as a thing of course that it was no subject of conscious thought, and produced no emotion of delight or pain. But the giving up of his tobacco for the sake of his little Lizzie was an act of self-denial entirely out of the ordinary course, and it brought with it its own sweet reward. When Clare got back to his home, Lizzie was lying at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for his return. He lifted her, as usual, in his arms, and carried her up to his shop. After placing her upon the rude couch he had prepared for her, he sat down upon his bench, and as he looked upon the white shrunken face of his dear child, and met the fixed, sad gaze of her large, earnest eyes, a more than usual tenderness came over his feelings. Then, without a word, he took the orange from his pocket, and gave it into her hand. Instantly there came over Lizzie's face a deep flush of surprise and pleasure. A smile trembled around her wan lips, and an unusual light glittered in her eyes. Eagerly she placed the fruit to her mouth and drank its refreshing juice, while every part of her body seemed quivering with a sense of delight. "Is it good, dear?" at length asked the father, who sat looking on with a new feeling at his heart. The child did not answer in words, but words could not have expressed her sense of pleasure so elegantly as the smile that lit up and made beautiful every feature of her face. While the orange was yet at the lips of Lizzie, Mrs. Clare came up into the shop for some purpose. "An orange!" she exclaimed in surprise. "Where did that come from?" "Oh, Mamma, it is so good," said the child, taking from her lips the portion that yet remained, and looking at it with a happy face. "Where in the world did that come from, Thomas?" asked the mother. "I bought it with my last penny," replied Clare. "I thought it would taste good to her." "But you had no tobacco." "I'll do without that until tomorrow," replied Clare. "It was kind in you to deny yourself for Lizzie's sake." This was said in an approving voice, and added another pleasurable emotion to those he was already feeling. The mother sat down, and, for a few moments, enjoyed the sight of her sick child, as with unabated eagerness she continued to extract the refreshing juice from the fruit. When she went downstairs, and resumed her household duties, her heart beat more lightly in her bosom than it had beaten for a long time. Not once through that whole day did Thomas Clare feel the want of his pipe, for the thought of the orange kept his mind in so pleased a state that a mere sensual desire like that for a whiff of tobacco had no power over him. Thinking of the orange, of course, brought other thoughts, and before the day closed, Clare had made a calculation of how much his beer and tobacco money would amount to in a year. The sum astonished him. He paid rent for the little house in which he lived, £2 a year, which he always thought a large sum, but his beer and tobacco cost nearly £7. He went over and over the calculation a dozen times, in doubt of the first estimate, but it always came out the same. Then he began to go over in his mind the many comforts £7 per annum would give to his family, particularly how many little luxuries might be procured for Lizzie, whose delicate appetite turned from the coarse food that was daily set before her. But to give up the beer and tobacco in toto, when it was thought of seriously, appeared impossible. How could he live without them? On that evening, the customer whose boots he had taken home in the morning called in, unexpectedly, and paid for them. Clare retained a sixpence of the money and gave the balance to his wife. With this sixpence in his pocket, he went out for a mug of beer and some tobacco to replenish his pipe. He stayed some time, longer than he usually took for such an errand. When he came back, he had 3 oranges in his pocket, and in his hands were 2 fresh buns and a cup of sweet new milk. No beer had passed his lips, and his pipe was yet unsupplied. He had passed through another long conflict with his old appetites, but love for his child came off as before the conqueror. Lizzie, who drooped about all day, lying down most of her time, never went to sleep early. She was awake, as usual, when her father returned. With scarcely less eagerness than she had eaten the orange in the morning, did she now drink the nourishing milk and eat the sweet buns, while her father sat looking at her, his heart throbbing with inexpressible delight. From that day the pipe and the mug were thrown aside. It cost a prolonged struggle, but the man conquered the mere animal, and Clare found himself no worse off in health. He could work as many hours and with as little fatigue. In fact, he found himself brighter in the morning, and ready to go to his work earlier, by which he was able to increase, at least a shilling or two, his weekly income. Added to the comfort of his family, £8 or £10 a year produced a great change. But the greatest change was in little Lizzie. For a few weeks, every penny saved from the beer and tobacco the father regularly expended for his sick child, and it soon became apparent that it was nourishing food, more than medicine, that Lizzie needed. She revived wonderfully, and no long time passed before she could sit up for hours. Her little tongue, too, became free once more, and many an hour of labor did her voice again beguile. And the blessing of better food came also in time to the other children, and to all. "So much to come from the right spending of a single penny," Clare said to himself, as he sat and reflected one day. "Who could have believed it?" And as it was with the poor cobbler, so it will be with all of us. There are little matters of self-denial, which, if we had but the true benevolence, justice, and resolution to practice, would be the beginning of more important acts of a like nature, that, when performed, would bless not only our families, but others, and be returned upon us in a reward of delight incomparably beyond anything that selfish and sensual indulgences have it in their power to bring. End of The Last Penny, by T.S. Arthur.
By Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Law of Life by Jack London. Old Koskoosh listened greedily. Though his sight had long since faded, his hearing was still acute, and the slightest sound penetrated to the glimmering intelligence which yet abode behind the withered forehead, but which no longer gazed forth upon the things of the world. Ah, that was Sitcomtuha, shrilly anathematizing the dogs as she cuffed and beat them into the harness. Sitcomtuha was his daughter's daughter, but she was too busy to waste a thought upon her broken grandfather, sitting alone there in the snow, forlorn and helpless. Camp must be broken. The long trail waited, while the short day refused to linger. Life called her, and the duties of life, not death, and he was very close to death now. The thought made the old man panicky for the moment, and he stretched forth a palsied hand which wandered tremblingly over the small heap of dry wood beside him. Reassured that it was indeed there, his hand returned to the shelter of his mangy furs, and he again fell to listening. The sulky crackling of half-frozen hides told him that the chief's moose-skin lodge had been struck, and even then was being rammed and jammed into portable compass. The chief was his son, stalwart and strong, head man of the tribesmen, and a mighty hunter. As the women toiled with the camp luggage, his voice rose, chiding them for their slowness. Old Koskoosh strained his ears. It was the last time he would hear that voice. There went Geehow's lodge, and Tuscan's. 7, 8, 9. Only the shamans could be still standing. There! They were at work upon it now. He could hear the shaman grunt as he piled it on the sled. A child whimpered, and a woman soothed it with soft, crooning gutturals. Little Cootie, the old man thought, a fretful child, and not over-strong. It would die soon, perhaps, and they would burn a hole through the frozen tundra and pile rocks above it to keep the wolverines away. Well, what did it matter? A few years at best, and as many an empty belly as a full one. And in the end, death waited, ever hungry, and hungriest of them all. What was that? Oh, the men lashing the sleds and drawing tight the thongs. He listened who would listen no more. The whiplashes snarled and bit among the dogs. Hear them whine. How they hated the work and the trail. They were off. Sled after sled churned slowly away into the silence. They were gone. They had passed out of his life, and he faced the last bitter hour alone. No. The snow crunched beneath a moccasin. A man stood beside him. Upon his head a hand rested gently. His son was good to do this thing. He remembered other old men whose sons had not waited after the tribe, but his son had. He wandered away into the past till the young man's voice brought him back. "It is well with you?" he asked, and the old man answered, "It is well." "There is wood beside you," the younger man continued, "and the fire burns bright. The morning is gray, and the cold has broken. It will snow presently. Even now it is snowing." "Aye, even now it is snowing." The tribesmen hurry. Their bales are heavy, and their bellies flat with lack of feasting. The trail is long, and they travel fast. I go now. It is well? It is well. I am as a last year's leaf, clinging lightly to the stem. The first breath that blows, and I fall. My voice is become like an old woman's. My eyes no longer show me the way of my feet, and my feet are heavy, and I am tired. It is well." He bowed his head in content till the last noise of the complaining snow had died away, and he knew his son was beyond recall. Then his hand crept out in haste to the wood. It stood alone between him and the eternity that yawned in upon him. At last, the measure of his life was a handful of faggots. One by one they would go to feed the fire, and just so, step by step, death would creep upon him. When the last stick had surrendered up its heat, the frost would begin to gather strength. First his feet would yield, then his hands, and the numbness would travel slowly from the extremities to the body. His head would fall forward upon his knees, and he would rest. It was easy. All men must die. He did not complain. It was the way of life, and it was just. He had been born close to the earth had he lived, and the law thereof was not new to him. It was the law of all flesh. Nature was not kindly to the flesh. She had no concern for that concrete thing called the individual. Her interest lay in the species, the race. This was the deepest abstraction old Koskoosh's barbaric mind was capable of, but he grasped it firmly. He saw it exemplified in all life: the rise of the sap, the bursting greenness of the willow bud, the fall of the yellow leaf. In this alone was told the whole history. But one task did nature set the individual. Did he not perform it, he died. Did he perform it, it was all the same. He died. Nature did not care. There were plenty who were obedient, and it was only the obedience in this matter, not the obedient, which lived and lived always. The tribe of Koskoosh was very old. The old men he had known when a boy had known old men before them. Therefore it was true that the tribe lived, that it stood for the obedience of all its members, way down into the forgotten past, whose very resting places were unremembered. They did not count. They were episodes. They had passed away like clouds from a summer sky. He also was an episode, and would pass away. Nature did not care. To life she set one task, gave one law. To perpetuate was the task of life. Its law was death. A maiden was a good creature to look upon, full-breasted and strong, with spring to her step and light in her eyes. But her task was yet before her. The light in her eyes brightened, her step quickened. She was now bold with young men, now timid, and she gave them of her own unrest. And ever she grew fairer and yet fairer to look upon, till some hunter, able to no longer withhold himself, took her to his lodge to cook and toil for him, and to become the mother of his children. And with the coming of her offspring her looks left her. Her limbs dragged and shuffled, her eyes dimmed and bleared, and only the little children found joy against the withered cheek of the old squaw by the fire. Her task was done. But a little while, on the first pinch of famine, or the first long trail, and she would be left, even as he had been left, in the snow, with a little pile of wood. Such was the law. He placed a stick carefully upon the fire and resumed his meditations. It was the same everywhere, with all things. The mosquitoes vanished with the first frost. The little tree squirrel crawled away to die. When age settled upon the rabbit, it became slow and heavy, and could no longer outfoot its enemies. Even the big bald face grew clumsy and blind and quarrelsome, in the end to be dragged down by a handful of yelping huskies. He remembered how he had abandoned his own father on an upper reach of the Klondike one winter, the winter before the missionary came with his talk books and his box of medicines. Many a time had Koskoosh smacked his lips over the recollection of that box, though now his mouth refused to moisten. The painkiller had been especially good, but the missionary was a bother after all, for he brought no meat into the camp, and he ate heartily, and the hunters grumbled. But he chilled his lungs on the divide by the Mayo, and the dogs afterward nosed the stones away and fought over his bones. Koskoosh placed another stick on the fire and harked back deeper into the past. There was the time of the great famine, when the old men crouched empty-bellied to the fire, and let fall from their lips dim traditions of the ancient day, when the Yukon ran wide open for 3 winters, and then lay frozen for 3 summers. He had lost his mother in that famine. In the summer the salmon run had failed, and the tribe looked forward to the winter and the coming of the caribou. Then the winter came, but with it there were no caribou. Never had the like been known, not even in the lives of the old men. But the caribou did not come, and it was the 7th year, and the rabbits had not replenished, and the dogs were naught but bundles of bones. And through the long darkness the children wailed and died, and the women and the old men, and not 1 in 10 of the tribe lived to meet the sun when it came back in the spring. That was a famine. But he had seen times of plenty, too, when the meat spoiled on their hands, and the dogs were fat and worthless with overeating. Times when they let the game go unkilled, and the women were fertile, and the lodges were cluttered with sprawling men-children and women-children. Then it was the men became high-stomached, and revived ancient quarrels, and crossed the divides to the south to kill the Pellies, and to the west that they might sit by the dead fires of the Tananis. He remembered when, as a boy, during a time of plenty, when he saw a moose pulled down by wolves. Zingha lay with him in the snow and watched. Zingha, who later became the craftiest of hunters, and who, in the end, fell through an air hole in the Yukon. They found him a month afterward, just as he had crawled halfway out and frozen stiff to the ice. But the moose, Zing Ha and he had gone out that day to play at hunting, after the manner of their fathers. On the bed of the creek they struck the fresh track of a moose, and with it the tracks of many wolves. "An old one," Zing Ha, who was quicker at reading the signs, said. "An old one who cannot keep up with the herd. The wolves have cut him out from his brothers, and they will never leave him." And it was so. It was their way. By day and by night, never resting, snarling on his heels, snapping at his nose, they would stay by him to the end. How Zing Ha and he felt the bloodlust quicken. The finish would be a sight to see. Eager-footed, they took the trail, and even he, Koskoosh, slow of sight and an unversed tracker, could have followed it blind, it was so wide. Hot were they on the heels of the chase, reading the grim tragedy fresh written at every step. Now they came to where the moose had made a stand. Thrice the length of a grown man's body, in every direction, had the snow been stamped about and uptossed. In the midst were the deep impressions of the splay-hooved game, and all about, everywhere, were the lighter footmarks of the wolves. Some, while their brothers harried the kill, had lain to one side and rested. The full-stretched impress of their bodies in the snow was as perfect as though made moments before. One wolf had been caught in a wild lunge of the maddened victim and trampled to death. A few bones, well picked, bore witness. Again they ceased the uplift of their snowshoes at a second stand. Here the great animal had fought desperately. Twice had he been dragged down, as the snow attested, and twice had he shaken his assailants clear and gained footing once more. He had done his task long since, but none the less was life dear to him. Zing Ha said it was a strange thing, a moose once down to get free again, but this one certainly had. The shaman would see signs and wonders in this when they told him. And yet again they come to where the moose had made to mount the bank and gain the timber, but his foes had laid on him from behind, till he reared and fell back upon them, crushing too deep into the snow. It was plain the kill was at hand, for their brothers had left them untouched. Two more stands were hurried past, brief in time length and very close together. The trail was red now, and the clean stride of the great beast had grown short and slovenly. Then they heard the first sounds of the battle. Not the full-throated chorus of the chase, but the short, snappy bark which spoke of close quarters and teeth to flesh. Crawling up the wind, Zing Ha bellied it through the snow, and with him crept he, Koskoosh, who was to be chief of the tribesmen in the years to come. Together they shoved aside the under branches of a young spruce and peered forth. It was the end they saw. The picture, like all of youth's impressions, was still strong with him, and his dim eyes watched the end play out as vividly as in that far-off time. Koskoosh marveled at this, for in the days which followed, when he was a leader of men and a head of counselors, he had done great deeds and made his name a curse in the mouths of the Pellies, to say naught of the strange white man he had killed knife to knife in open fight. For long he pondered on the days of his youth, till the fire died down and the frost bit deeper. He replenished it with 2 sticks this time, and gauged his grip on life by what remained. If Sitcomtuha had only remembered her grandfather and gathered a larger armful, his hours would have been longer. It would have been easy, but she was ever a careless child, and honored not her ancestors from the time the beaver, son of Zing Ha, first cast eyes upon her. Well, what mattered it? Had he not done likewise in his own quick youth? For a while he listened to the silence. Perhaps the heart of his son might soften, and he would come back with the dogs to take his old father on with the tribe to where the caribou ran thick and the fat hung heavy upon them. He strained his ears, his restless brain for the moment stilled. Not a stir. Nothing. He alone took breath in the midst of the great silence. It was very lonely. Hark! What was that? A chill passed over his body. The familiar long-drawn howl broke the void, and it was close at hand. Then on his darkened eyes was projected the vision of the moose. The old bull moose, the torn flanks and bloody sides, the riddled mane and the great branching horns, down low and tossing to the last. He saw the flashing forms of gray, the gleaming eyes, the lolling tongues, the slavered fangs. And he saw the inexorable circle close in till it became a dark point in the midst of the stamped snow. A cold muzzle thrust against his cheek, and at its touch his soul leaped back to the present. His hand shot into the fire and dragged out a burning faggot. Overcome for the nonce by his hereditary fear of man, the brute retreated, raising a prolonged call to his brothers, and greedily they answered, till a ring of crouching, jaw-slobbering gray was stretched round about. The old man listened to the drawing in of this circle. He waved his brand wildly, and sniffs turned to snarls, but the panting brutes refused to scatter. Now one wormed his chest forward, dragging his haunch after, now a second, now a third, but never a one drew back. Why should he cling to life, he asked, and dropped the blazing stick into the snow. It sizzled and went out. The circle grunted uneasily, but held its own. Again he saw the last stand of the old bull moose, and Koskoosh dropped his heavy, weary head upon his knees. What did it matter, after all? Was it not the law of life? End of The Law of Life by Jack London.
The Man in the Brown Coat by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Man in the Brown Coat by Sherwood Anderson. Napoleon went down into a battle riding on a horse. Alexander went down into a battle riding on a horse. General Grant got off a horse and walked in a wood. General Hindenburg stood on a hill. The moon came up out of a clump of bushes. I am writing a history of the things men do. I have written 3 such histories, and I am but a young man. Already I have written 400,000 words. My wife is somewhere in the house, where for hours now I have been sitting and writing. She is a tall woman with black hair, turning a little gray. Listen, she is going softly up a flight of stairs. All day she goes softly about, doing the housework in our house. I came here to this town from another town in the state of Iowa. My father was a workman, a house painter. He did not rise in the world as I have done. I worked my way through college and became an historian. We own this house in which I sit. This is my room in which I work. Already I have written 3 histories of peoples. I have told how states were formed and battles fought. You may see my books standing straight up on the shelves of libraries. They stand up like sentries. I am tall like my wife, and my shoulders are a little stooped. Although I write boldly, I am a shy man. I like being at work alone in this room with the door closed. There are many books here. Nations march back and forth in the books. It is quiet here, but in the books a great thundering goes on. Napoleon rides down a hill and into a battle. General Grant walks in a wood. Alexander rides down a hill and into a battle. My wife has a serious, almost stern look. Sometimes the thoughts I have concerning her frighten me. In the afternoon she leaves our house and goes for a walk. Sometimes she goes to stores, sometimes to visit a neighbor. There is a yellow house opposite our house. My wife goes out a side door and passes along the street between our house and the yellow house. The side door of our house bangs. There is a moment of waiting. My wife's face floats across the yellow background of a picture. General Pershing rode down a hill and into a battle. Alexander rode down a hill and into a battle. Little things are growing big in my mind. The window before my desk makes a little framed place like a picture. Every day I sit staring. I wait with an odd sensation of something impending. My hand trembles. The face that floats through the picture does something I don't understand. The face floats, then it stops. It goes from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, then it stops. The face comes into my mind and goes out. The face floats in my mind. The pen has fallen from my fingers. The house is silent. The eyes of the floating face are turned away from me. My wife is a girl who came here to this town from another town in the state of Ohio. We keep a servant, but my wife often sweeps the floors, and she sometimes makes the bed in which we sleep together. We sit together in the evening, but I do not know her. I cannot shake myself out of myself. I wear a brown coat, and I cannot come out of my coat. I cannot come out of myself. My wife is very gentle, and she speaks softly, but she cannot come out of herself. My wife has gone out of the house. She does not know that I know every little thought of her life. I know what she thought when she was a child and walked in the streets of an Ohio town. I have heard the voices of her mind. I have heard the little voices. I heard the voice of fear crying when she was first overtaken with passion and crawled into my arms. Again I heard the voices of fear when her lips said words of courage to me as we sat together on the first evening after we were married and moved into this house. It would be strange if I could sit here, as I am doing now, while my own face floated across the picture made by the yellow house and the window. It would be strange and beautiful if I could meet my wife, come into her presence. The woman whose face floated across my picture just now knows nothing of me. I know nothing of her. She has gone off along a street. The voices of her mind are talking. I am here in this room, as alone as ever any man God made. It would be strange and beautiful if I could float my face across my picture. If my floating face could come into her presence, if it could come into the presence of any man or any woman, that would be a strange and beautiful thing to have happen. Napoleon went down into a battle riding on a horse. General Grant went into a wood. Alexander went down into battle riding on a horse. I'll tell you what, sometimes the whole life of this world floats in a human face in my mind. The unconscious face of the world stops and stands still before me. Why do I not say a word out of myself to the others? Why, in all our life together, have I never been able to break through the wall to my wife? Already I have written 300, 400,000 words. Are there no words that lead into life? Some day I shall speak to myself. Some day I shall make a testament unto myself. End of The Man in the Brown Coat by Sherwood Anderson. Marriages Are Made in Heaven, a play in one act by W. Somerset Maugham, read by Bologna Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marriages Are Made in Heaven by W. Somerset Maugham. Characters: Jack Rayner, Mrs. Vivian, Lottie, Herbert Peyton, a maidservant. Scene: a drawing room in Mrs. Vivian's house. Jack and Mrs. Vivian are having tea. Lottie is a rather elaborately dressed woman of 8 and 20, handsome and self-possessed, which suggests that she has consorted with men rather than with women. Jack Rayner is 32. There is about him a certain weariness, as if he had lived hard and found life difficult. His face is sunburnt, somewhat lined and worn. I say, Lottie, has it occurred to you that this is our last day of single blessedness? Of course it has. I've been thinking of nothing else for a week. Are you glad?
I think I'm anxious. I want to have it over safely. I'm so afraid that something will happen.
Ha ha! What nonsense! The fates can't help being friendly at last.
I've gone through so much. I've lost all confidence in my luck.
And you're solemnly going to swear that you will love, honor, and obey me. By Jove, I'm a nice object to honor.
I think I can, Jack, and love and obey you, too.
That's very good of you, old girl. I doubt whether either of us has many illusions, but we'll do our best.
A breath of country air, and they'll all come back again.
I hope to goodness they don't. Illusions are like umbrellas. You no sooner get them than you lose them, and the loss always leaves a little painful wound. But don't let us be sentimental. How shall we celebrate the last of our liberty?
Do you want to do anything? You're so energetic.
Shall we dine out and go to the Empire, and then on to the Covent Garden?
Oh, no, I couldn't stand it. I'm sick of the Empire, sick to death. I want never to go to a music hall again. I want to live in the country and bathe my hands in the long grass and gather buttercups and daisies.
As it was in the beginning.
Oh, I shall be so glad to get back to it after these sultry years in London. I often think of myself in a large sunbonnet, milking the cows as I did when I was a girl.
But cows are milked by machinery now, aren't they? And it's sure to rain when you want to put on your sunbonnet.
Oh, Jack, dear, don't be cynical or bitter. Let us try to be simple. We won't say smart things to one another, but just dawdle along stupidly and peacefully.
When I was in Africa, and the sun beat down pitilessly, I used to think of the green lanes and the silver mists of England. But don't you think you'll be awfully bored?
Jack, have you no faith in me?
Going to her and taking her hands. I've got more faith in you than anyone else in this blessed world, but I'm afraid I haven't much in anybody. Ah, Lottie, you must teach me to have faith in my fellows.
I want to teach you to have faith in yourself.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, but for goodness sake, don't let us sentimentalize. It hurts too much. He walks away, and then, regaining his composure, turns round. Did I tell you that I've asked Herbert Peyton to tea, so that I might introduce him to you?
It's odd that I should never have met him. Did you know him before you went to the Cape?
Yes, rather. We were at school together. I'm sure you'll like him. He's the very worthiest chap I know.
That sounds a little dull.
Oh, but we're going to cultivate respectability ourselves. Servant enters and announces,
Mr. Peyton.
Herbert comes in. He is a grave, youngish man, soberly dressed, a little heavy, and without any great sense of humor. Jack, going towards him, we were just talking of you. Allow me to introduce you. Mr. Peyton, Mrs. Vivian. Herbert bows, and Lottie smiles cordially, holding out her hand. He hesitates a moment, and then takes it. Lottie, shaking hands.
It's so good of you to come. I was most anxious to make your acquaintance.
Herbert, gravely. It was very kind of you to ask me. I want you to be great friends. I always insist that the people I like shall like one another.
Lottie, pouring it out. You'll have some tea, won't you?
Thanks. She gives him a cup.
Jack has told me a great deal about you.
I hope nothing to my discredit.
On the contrary, he's so full of your praise that I'm almost jealous.
You know, Lottie, I've asked Herbert to be best man.
And has he accepted?
Certainly, he accepted straight off, before even he knew your name.
You're a very confiding man, Mr. Peyton. I might have been dreadfully disreputable.
And have you finally decided to be married tomorrow? Your preparations have been very rapid.
There were none to make. Everything is going to be quite private, you know. There will only be one person beside yourself.
And aren't you even going to have a bridesmaid, Mrs. Vivian? Lottie, looking at him quickly.
No, I believe it's not usual.
The servant comes in and brings a letter to Jack.
The man's waiting for an answer, sir.
Jack, opening the letter. Oh, I'll just go and write a line, Lottie. I'll be back in 2 minutes. The servant goes out.
Very well. Mr. Peyton and I will say unkind things of you while you're gone, so don't be long.
Ha ha! All right. He goes out. Lottie, making room on the sofa upon which he is sitting.
Now come and sit by me and we'll talk, Mr. Peyton. It was so good of you to come and see me.
Herbert, sitting not beside her, but on a chair near the sofa. I was most anxious to make your acquaintance.
One always is curious to see what the people are like whom one's friends are going to marry.
It was not the reason that I wished to see you.
Oh!
I'm glad Jack has left us alone. I wanted to have a little talk with you.
I'm sure I shall be delighted.
You know, Jack is my best and oldest friend.
Yes, he told me so. That's why I want you to like me too.
We were at school together, and afterwards at the varsity, and then we shared diggings in London. He pauses for a moment. Lottie, smiling.
Well?
I tell you this all in justification of myself.
How very mysterious you are. Jack didn't mention that in the catalogue of your virtues.
Herbert gets up and walks up and down. You can't imagine how delighted I was when Jack told me he was going to be married. He's had rather a rough time of late, and I thought it was the best thing possible that he should settle down. I asked him what on earth he was going to marry on, and he said you had $1,200 a year. Lottie, with a laugh.
Fortunately, because poor Jack lets money slip through his fingers like water, and I'm sure he'll never be able to earn a cent.
And I asked him who you were.
What did he tell you?
Nothing. He seemed astonishingly ignorant about you. He knew your name, and that's nearly all.
He's a wise man who asks no questions.
Perhaps, but I did. I made inquiries.
Do you think that was very nice of you? How did you do it? Did you employ a private detective?
Unfortunately, there was no need for that. The information I sought was all over London. Jack must be the only person in town who has not heard it.
I always look upon myself as safe from the scandalmongers. You see, they can never say anything about me half so bad as the truth.
Herbert, looking at her steadily. I found out, Mrs. Vivian, how you obtained the money upon which you and Jack are proposing to live.
You must be quite a Sherlock Holmes. How clever you are.
I want you to pardon me for what I am going to do, Mrs. Vivian.
Pray, don't apologize.
I know it's a beastly thing. It makes me feel an utter cad. But I must do it for Jack's sake. It's my duty to him.
Doubtless it's very praiseworthy to do one's duty. I notice people are always inclined to do it when they will inflict pain upon others.
For God's sake, don't sneer, Mrs. Vivian.
You do a shameful thing, and you expect me to pat you on the back?
I don't want to hurt you. I haven't the least animosity towards you. That's why I came here today.
But I really don't understand you.
I should have thought it plain enough. Isn't it clear that Jack can't marry you?
Goodness gracious me, why not?
Do you wish me to tell you to your face what I learned about you?
In the course of your discreditable inquiries? Well, what is it?
I wish to spare you this.
Oh, no, I'm sure you wish to spare me nothing. Far be it from the virtuous to refrain from trampling on the wicked.
If you insist, then. I know that this money was settled on you by Lord Feverham when he married.
Well?
Do you deny it?
Why should I, when you probably have proof that it is true?
I also know that Lord Feverham had good reason to do this. Oh, you hate me and think me a cad and a brute, but what can I do? If you knew what agony it has caused me. I believe Jack loves you, and I dare say you love him. For all I know, he may hate me for what I'm doing now. I wish with all my heart there was some other way out of it.
Do you wish me to sympathize with you?
Oh, you're stone cold. I only come to you because I want to be your friend. And even if you'd married Jack, he must have found out sooner or later, and then it would have been 1,000 times worse.
What do you want me to do?
Break off the marriage, of your own accord. Don't let him know the reason. Let us try to save him from the humiliation and the pain. Write to him and say you don't love him enough. It's so easy.
But I haven't the faintest wish to break off my marriage with Jack.
It's not a matter of wish. It's a matter of necessity. The marriage is utterly impossible for his sake, for the sake of his people. It means absolute social ruin to him.
What you say to me sounds excessively impertinent, Mr. Peyton.
I'm sorry. I have no wish to be so.
And you want me to go to Jack and say I won't marry him?
It's the only thing you can do. Otherwise, he must find out. It's the only thing you can do if you want to save your honor in his estimation.
I should be as it were defeated, but not disgraced.
It's for your own sake.
Then let me tell you that I haven't the least intention of giving Jack up.
But you must.
Why?
He can't marry you. It would dishonor him.
How dare you say such things to me? You come to my house, and I try to be friends with you, and you insult me. You dishonor yourself.
I came here to give you a chance of retiring from the engagement without the real reasons being known.
What business is it of yours? Why do you come here and interfere with us? Do you think we're fools and simpletons? Why don't you leave us alone? Who are you that you should preach and moralize? You're ridiculous. You're simply absurd.
I've tried to do my best for you, Mrs. Vivian.
You've behaved like a perfect gentleman.
You can say or think of me what you choose, Mrs. Vivian. I've shielded you as much as I could. But my business is to stop this marriage, and by God, I mean to do it.
You don't think of me?
It can make no difference to you. Lottie, about to break out passionately, but with an effort restraining herself.
Oh, what a fool I am to let myself be disturbed by what you say. It's all nonsense. And how, pray, are you going to prevent me from marrying Jack?
I have only one way left, and you've driven me to it. I shall tell him everything I know.
Very well. You shall tell him now, immediately.
She touches the bell. and the servant comes in.
Ask Mr. Raynor to come here.
Yes'm. Servant goes out. Lottie, smiling scornfully.
I warn you that you're going to make an absolute fool of yourself, Mr. Peyton.
Herbert bows.
But perhaps that experience will not be entirely new.
Jack comes in.
What a time you've been, Jack. If it weren't for the high character that Mr. Peyton has been giving you, I should fear that you had been writing love letters. Mr. Peyton wishes to speak to you on matters of importance.
That sounds rather formidable. What does he want to talk about?
About me.
Ha ha ha! That is indeed a matter of importance.
Shall I leave you alone? Mr. Peyton would rather say ill-natured things of me behind my back.
On the contrary, I should like you to stay, Mrs. Vivian. I am quite willing to say before your face all I have to say. Lottie, sitting down.
Very well. To me it's a matter of perfect indifference.
Good heavens, you've not been quarreling already?
No, of course not. Go on, Mr. Peyton.
I was rather surprised to hear of your engagement, Jack. To tell you the truth, I was rather surprised myself. The thing was a bit sudden.
The idea had never entered Jack's head till I indelicately proposed it to him.
But I accepted with great alacrity. Have you known one another long? Ages. And who was Mr. Vivian? My dear Herbert, what are you talking about?
Answer his question, Jack. It's better.
But I can't. I haven't the least idea who the lamented Mr. Vivian was. Have you never spoken to your fiancée on the subject? Well, you know, in such a case as this, one doesn't very much care to talk about one's predecessor. I believe he was a merchant.
Lottie, smiling quietly. Something in the city.
Of course. How stupid of me to forget. I remember now quite well.
And on his death he left his widow a fortune. 1,200 a year.
You must consider yourself a very lucky chap. I do, I can tell you. I wonder if you would have married Mrs. Vivian if she had been penniless.
If I had been, I should never have felt justified in asking him.
What on earth are you trying to get at, Herbert?
He wants to know whether we are passionately in love with one another. I don't think we are, Mr. Peyton. We've both gone through a good deal, and we're rather tired of love. It makes one too unhappy. The man a woman loves seems always to treat her badly. We're content to be very good friends.
That makes it easier for me. What the devil do you mean? Do you know how Mrs. Vivian got this money? Jack looks at Herbert without speaking. Peyton leans towards him earnestly. Are you quite sure there has ever been a Mr. Vivian? Look here, Herbert, I can hear nothing to Mrs. Vivian's discredit. You must. It affects your honor. I don't care. I don't want to know anything.
Let him go on, Jack. It was bound to come out sooner or later.
I feel awfully sorry for you, old man. I know what a horrible shock and grief it must be to you. When you told me you were going to marry Mrs. Vivian, I asked people who she was. I found out things which made me inquire more particularly. Why the devil didn't you mind your own business? It was for your sake, Jack. I couldn't let you be entrapped in a scandalous marriage.
Go on, Mr. Peyton.
Mrs. Vivian has never been married. The name is assumed. Oh, God, I don't know how to tell you. Mrs. Vivian, please leave us. I can't stand it. I can't say these things before you. I
and I must say them. It will be better for all of us if you leave us alone." "Oh, no. You asked me to stay when I offered to go. Now I want to hear all you've got to say." "She's the daughter of a vet, Jack. She got mixed up with a man at Oxford and then came to town. 4 years ago she made the acquaintance of Lord Feverham, and when he got married he settled on her the sum of 1,200 a year." A pause. Jack has now become calm again and looks stonily at Herbert. "Well?" "What's the matter, Jack? You don't seem to understand." "Haven't you made it clear, damn you? How can I fail to understand?" "Why do you look at me like that?" "You've told me nothing which I did not know before." "Jack, you're mad!" "Confound you, don't you hear me tell you that you've said nothing which I did not know before?" "You mean to say you knew what the woman was whom you were going to marry?" "I knew everything." "Good God, Jack, you can't marry another man's cast-off—" "I'd rather you didn't call her ugly names, Herbert, because you know she's gonna be my wife." "But why? Why, man? Oh, it's infamous. You say you're not passionately in love with her." "What shall I say to him, Lottie?" Lottie shrugs her shoulders. "Well, if you want the least creditable part of the whole business." "He doubtless does." "Remember that for a penniless chap like me she's a rich woman." "Oh, but you're selling yourself as she sold herself. Oh, how can you? Why, man, you're going to live on the very price of her shame." "One must live." "Oh, Jack, what has come over you? Have you no honor? It's bad enough to marry the woman. Do that if you love her, but don't take the damn money. I never dreamt you could do such a thing. All the time I was thinking that this woman had inveigled you, and my heart bled to think of the pain you must suffer when you knew the truth." "I'm very sorry." "Why didn't you tell me?" "One doesn't care about making such things more public than necessary." "No." Jack, going up to Lottie. "Why do you listen to all this, dearest?" "Oh, I've had hard things said to me for years. I can bear it, and I don't want to run away." "You're very brave, my dear." Turning to Herbert. "If you'll sit down quietly and not make a beastly fuss, I'll try and explain to you how it all came about. I don't want you to think too badly of me." "Oh, don't, Jack. It will only pain you. What does it matter what he thinks?" "I should like to say it once and for all, and then I can forget it. Tomorrow we bury the past forever, and begin a new life." Herbert, sitting down. "Well?" "You know, when I was a boy I thought myself prodigiously clever. At Oxford I was a shining light, and when I came to town I was eager for honor and glory. It took me 5 long years to discover I was a fool. Oh, what anguish of heart it was when the fact stared me in the face that I was a failure, a miserable, hopeless failure. I had thought myself so much cleverer than the common run of men. I had looked down on them from the height of my superiority, and now I was obliged to climb down and confess that I was less than the most vulgar money-grubber of them all. Ah, what a lucky chap you are, Herbert. You were never under the delusion that you had genius. You were so deliberately normal. You always did the right thing, and the thing that was expected of you. And now, you see, I'm a poor, broken-down scamp, while you are a pillar of society, and you play golf and go to church regularly. You do play golf and go to church?" "Yes." "I knew it. And you're engaged to a model, upright,
English girl with fair hair and blue eyes, the daughter of a clergyman. The daughter of a doctor. Same thing. The species is just the same. And she's strong and healthy, and plays tennis and rides a bike, and has muscles like a prize fighter. Oh, I know it. Then you'll get married and help to overpopulate the island. You'll rear children upright and healthy and strong and honest like yourselves. And when you die, they'll put on your tombstone, "Here lies an honorable man." Thank your stars that you were never cursed with ideals, but were content to work hard and be respectable. Oh, it's a long, hard fall when one tumbles back to earth, trying to climb to heaven. And the result of it all is that you have an income and honor. While I, as you remarked, I didn't mean to be rough on you in what I said just now, Jack. No, I know you didn't, old chap, but nothing very much affects me now. When one has to stand one's own contempt, it is easy enough to put up with other people's. Oh, if you knew how awful these years were, when I tried and could do no good. At last I despaired and went to the Cape. But I muddled away my money there as I had muddled everything in England, and then I had to work and earn my bread as best I could. Sometimes I couldn't, and I starved. Why didn't you write? I should have been so glad to help you, Jack. I couldn't accept money from you. One needs to have pawned one's shirt for bread before one can lend money like a gentleman. Lottie found out I was in distress and sent me £20.
He never used it, Mr. Peyton. He kept it for 2 months so as not to hurt my feelings, and then returned it with effusive thanks. I noticed they were the same 4 notes as I had sent out.
Well, I managed to get on somehow. I tried farming. I went to the mines. I was a bartender. Imagine the shining light of Oxford debating societies, mixing drinks in his shirt sleeves and a white apron. A merciful providence had destined me to be one of life's failures.
It sounds awful. I never knew. Of course you never knew. People like you don't. You, with your income and your respectability, what do you know of the struggles and the agony of those who go under? You can't judge. You don't know how many temptations we resist for the one we fall to.
After all, it wasn't so bad when one got used to it, and I had the edifying spectacle of my fellows. Army men, shady people from the city, any amount of parsons' sons, varsity men by the score, and now and again a noble lord. Oh, we were a select body. I can tell you the failures, and the blackguards, and the outcasts. Most of them take to drink, and that's the best thing they can do, for then they don't mind. Thank God you escaped that. By no fault of mine, old chap. I should have been only too glad to drink myself to death. Only spirits make me so beastly ill that I have to keep sober. Anyhow, now I'm back in England again, and 3 or 4 weeks ago I met Lottie.
At a nightclub, Mr. Peyton.
Well, we'd been pals in the old days, and she asked me to go and see her. We soon were as great friends as ever. She told me all about herself, and I told her about myself. It was an edifying story on both sides. She spoke of the settlement, and one day suggested that I should marry her.
And you agreed?
Oh, I was tired of this miserable existence of mine. I was sick to death of being always alone. I wanted someone to care for me, someone to belong to me and stand by me. And it's so awful to be poor, perpetually to have starvation staring you in the face, not to have the smallest comfort or anything that makes life pleasant and beautiful. You, who've always been well off, don't know what a man can do to get money. I tell you, such abject poverty is maddening. I couldn't stand it any longer. I would have rather have killed myself. I'm tired of all this effort. I want to live in peace and quiet.
And the price you pay is dishonor.
Dishonor? I'm not such an honorable creature as all that. I've done mean enough things in my life. I wonder what I haven't done. I haven't stolen, but that's because I was afraid of being found out, and I never had the pluck to take my chance. How can you live together with the recollection of the past? Oh, damn the past! To Lottie. You know me for what I am, dear, and you know I have no cause to despise you. Lottie, with her hands on Jack's shoulder. We're both rather tired of the world, and we've both gone through a good deal. I think we shall be forbearing to one another. I wonder if you can possibly be happy. I hope I shall make Lottie as good a husband as I think she will make me a good wife. Was I right, Mr. Peyton, when I prophesied you would make a fool of yourself? Perhaps. I don't know. Goodbye. Goodbye. He gives his hand to Jack and walks out. Jack turns to Lottie, and she puts her hands on his shoulders. I'm afraid you'll have to do without a best man, old chap. Respectability and virtue have turned their backs upon us. Oh, give them enough time and they'll come around. They only want feeding. You can get a bishop to dine with you if you give good enough dinners. They're so hard, all these good people. Their moral sense isn't satisfied unless they see the sinner actually roasting in hell, as if hell were needful when every little sin so quickly brings upon this earth its bitter punishment. Let us forget it all. What does the world matter when we have ourselves? Why did you tell Herbert we were only friends? We are so much more than that. Are we? Perhaps we are. But if love comes, let it come very slowly. Why? Because I want it to last forever. Jack puts his arms around her, and she rests her head against his shoulder. I will try to be a good husband to you, dearest. Oh, Jack, Jack, I want your love so badly. Curtain. End of Marriages Are Made in Heaven.
By Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. A Medieval Romance by Mark Twain. Chapter 1. The Secret Revealed. It was night. Stillness reigned in the grand old feudal castle of Klugenstein. The year 1222 was drawing to a close. Far away up in the tallest of the castle's towers a single light glimmered. A secret council was being held there. The stern old lord of Klugenstein sat in a chair of state meditating. Presently he said with a tender accent, "My daughter." A young man of noble presence, clad from head to heel in knightly mail, answered, "Speak, father." "My daughter, the time is come for the revealing of the mystery that hath puzzled all your young life. Know then that it had its birth in the matters which I shall now unfold. My brother Ulrich is the great Duke of Brandenburg. Our father on his deathbed decreed that if no son were born to Ulrich, the succession should pass to my house, provided a son were born to me. And further, in case no son were born to either, but only daughters, then the succession should pass to Ulrich's daughter, if she proved stainless. If she did not, my daughter should succeed, if she retained a blameless name. And so I and my old wife here prayed fervently for the good boon of a son, but the prayer was in vain. You were born to us. I was in despair. I saw the mighty prize slipping from my grasp, the splendid dream vanishing away, and I had been so hopeful. 5 years had Ulrich lived in wedlock, and yet his wife had borne no heir of either sex. But hold, I said, all is not lost. A saving scheme had shot athwart my brain. You were born at midnight. Only the leech, the nurse, and 6 waiting women knew your sex. I hanged them, every one of them, before an hour had sped. Next morning all the barony went mad with rejoicing over the proclamation that a son was born to Klugenstein, an heir to mighty Brandenburg. And well the secret has been kept. Your mother's own sister nursed your infancy, and from that time forward we feared nothing. When you were 10 years old, a daughter was born to Ulrich. We grieved, but hoped for good results from measles, or physicians, or other natural enemies of infancy, but were always disappointed. She lived, she throve, heaven's malison upon her. But it is nothing. We are safe. For, have we not a son? And is not our son the future Duke? Our well-beloved Conrad, is it not so? For, woman of 28 years as you are, my child, none other name than that hath ever fallen upon you. Now it hath come to pass that age hath laid its hand upon my brother, and he waxes feeble. The cares of state do tax him sore. Therefore he wills that you shall come to him, and be already Duke, in act, though not yet in name. Your servitors are ready. You journey forth tonight. Now listen well. Remember every word I say. There is a law as old as Germany, that if any woman sit for a single instant in the great ducal chair before she hath been absolutely crowned in presence of the people, she shall die. So heed my words. Pretend humility. Pronounce your judgments from the premier's chair, which stands at the foot of the throne. Do this until you are crowned and safe. It is not likely that your sex will ever be discovered, but still it is the part of wisdom to make all things as safe as may be in this treacherous earthly life. Oh, my father, is it for this that my life hath been a lie? Was it that I might cheat my unoffending cousin of her rights? Spare me, father, spare your child. What hussy! In this my reward for the august fortune my brain has wrought for thee. By the bones of my father, this pulling sentiment of thine but ill accords with my humour. Betake thee to the Duke instantly, and beware how thou meddlest with my purpose. Let this suffice of the conversation. It is enough for us to know that the prayers, the entreaties, and the tears of the gentle-natured girl availed nothing. They nor anything could move the stout old lord of Klugenstein. And so, at last, with a heavy heart, the daughter saw the castle gates close behind her, and found herself riding away in the darkness, surrounded by a knightly array of armed vassals and a brave following of servants. The old baron sat silent for many minutes after his daughter's departure, and then he turned to his sad wife and said, "Dame, our matters seem speeding fairly. It is full 3 months since I sent the shrewd and handsome Count Detzin on his devilish mission to my brother's daughter Constance. If he fail, we are not wholly safe, but if he do succeed, no power can bar our girl from being duchess, even though ill fortune should decree she never be duke. My heart is full of bodings, yet all may still be well. Tush, woman, leave the owls to croak. To bed with ye, and dream of Brandenburg and grandeur." Chapter 2. Festivity and Tears. 6 days after the occurrences related in the above chapter, the brilliant capital of the Duchy of Brandenburg was resplendent with military pageantry, and noisy with the rejoicings of loyal multitudes. For Conrad, the young heir to the crown, was come. The old duke's heart was full of happiness, for Conrad's handsome person and graceful bearing had won his love at once. The great halls of Ty Palace were thronged with nobles, who welcomed Conrad bravely. And so bright and happy did all things seem, that he felt his fears and sorrows passing away and giving place to a comforting contentment. But in a remote apartment of the palace a scene of a different nature was transpiring. By a window stood the duke's only child, the Lady Constance. Her eyes were red and swollen, and full of tears. She was alone. Presently she fell to weeping anew, and said aloud, "The villain Detzin is gone, has fled the dukedom. I could not believe it at first, but, alas, it is too true. And I loved him so, I dared to love him, though I knew the duke my father would never let me wed him. I loved him, but now I hate him. With all my soul I hate him. Oh, what is to become of me? I am lost, lost, lost. I shall go mad." Chapter 3. The Plot Thickens. Few months drifted by. All men published the praises of the young Conrad's government, and extolled the wisdom of his judgments, the mercifulness of his sentences, and the modesty with which he bore himself in his great office. The old Duke soon gave everything into his hands, and sat apart and listened with proud satisfaction while his heir delivered the decrees of the crown from the seat of the Premier. It seemed plain that one so loved and praised and honoured of all men as Conrad was could not be otherwise than happy. But strange enough, he was not, for he saw with dismay that the Princess Constance had begun to love him. The love of the rest of the world was happy fortune for him, but this was freighted with danger. And he saw, moreover, that the delighted Duke had discovered his daughter's passion likewise, and was already dreaming of a marriage. Every day somewhat of the deep sadness that had been in the princess's face faded away. Every day hope and animation beamed brighter from her eye, and by even vagrant smiles visited the face that had been so troubled. Conrad was appalled. He bitterly cursed himself for having yielded to the instinct that had made him seek the companionship of one of his own sex when he was new and a stranger in the palace, when he was sorrowful and yearned for a sympathy such as only women can give or feel. He now began to avoid his cousin, but this only made matters worse, for, naturally enough, the more he avoided her, the more she cast herself in his way. He marvelled at first at this, and next it startled him. The girl haunted him, she hunted him, she happened upon him at all times, in all places, in the night as well as in the day. She seemed singularly anxious. There was surely a mystery somewhere. This could not go on forever. All the world was talking about it. The Duke was beginning to look perplexed. Poor Conrad was becoming a very ghost through the dread and dire distress. One day, as he was emerging from a private ante-room attached to the picture gallery, Constance confronted him, and seizing both his hands in hers, exclaimed, "Oh, why do you avoid me? What have I done? What have I said to lose your kind opinion of me? For surely I had it once. Conrad, do not despise me, but pity a tortured heart. I cannot hold the words unspoken longer, lest they kill me. I love you, Conrad. There, despise me if you must, but they would be uttered." Conrad was speechless. Constance hesitated a moment, and then misinterpreted his silence. A wild gladness flamed in her eyes, and she flung her arms about his neck and said, "You relent, you relent! You can love me, you will love me! Oh, say you will, my own, my worshipped Conrad!" Conrad groaned aloud. A sickly pallor overspread his countenance, and he trembled like an aspen. Presently, in desperation, he thrust the poor girl from him, and cried, "You know not what you ask! It is forever and ever impossible!" And then he fled like a criminal, and left the princess stupefied with amazement. A minute afterwards she was crying and sobbing there, and Conrad was crying and sobbing in his chamber. Both were in despair, both save ruin staring them in the face. By and by Constance rose slowly to her feet and moved away, saying, "To think that he was despising my love at the very moment that I thought it was melting his cruel heart! I hate him! He spurned me, did this man. He spurned me from him like a dog." Chapter 4. The Awful Revelation. Time passed on. A settled sadness rested once more upon the countenance of the good Duke's daughter. She and Conrad were seen together no more now. The Duke grieved at this, but as the weeks wore away, Conrad's colour came back to his cheeks, and his old-time vivacity to his eye, and he administered the government with a clear and steadily ripening wisdom. Presently a strange whisper began to be heard about the palace. It grew louder, it spread farther. The gossips of the city got a hold of it. It swept the dukedom. And this is what the whisper said: "The Lady Constance hath given birth to a child." When the Lord of Klugenstein heard it, he swung his plumed helmet thrice around his head, and shouted, "Long live Duke Conrad, for lo, his crown is sure from this day forward. Deetzen has done his errand well, and the good scoundrel shall be rewarded." And he spread the tidings far and wide, and for 48 hours no soul in all the barony but did dance and sing, carouse and illuminate, to celebrate the great event, and all at proud and happy old Klugenstein's expense. Chapter 5. The Frightful Catastrophe. The trial was at hand. All the great lords and barons of Brandenburg were assembled in the Hall of Justice in the ducal palace. No space was left unoccupied where there was room for a spectator to stand or sit. Conrad, clad in purple and ermine, sat in the premier's chair, and on either side sat the great judges of the realm. The old duke had sternly commanded that the trial of his daughter should proceed without favor, and then he had taken to his bed broken-hearted. His days were numbered. Poor Conrad had begged as for his very life that he might be spared the misery of sitting in judgment upon his cousin's crime, but it did not avail. The saddest heart in all that great assemblage was in Conrad's breast. The gladdest was in his father's, for, unknown to his daughter, Conrad, the old Baron Klugenstein, was come, and was among the crowd of nobles, triumphant in the swelling fortunes of his house. After the heralds had made due proclamation, and the other preliminaries had followed, the venerable Lord Chief Justice said, "Prisoner, stand forth." The unhappy princess rose and stood unveiled before the vast multitude. The Lord Chief Justice continued, "Most noble lady, before the great judges of this realm it hath been charged and proven that out of holy wedlock your grace hath given birth unto a child, and by our ancient law the penalty is death, excepting in one sole contingency, whereof his grace the acting duke, our good Lord Conrad, will advertise you in his solemn sentence now. Wherefore give heed." Conrad stretched forth the reluctant scepter, and in the selfsame moment the womanly heart beneath his robe yearned pityingly toward the doomed prisoner, and the tears came into his eyes. He opened his lips to speak, but the Lord Chief Justice said quickly, "Not there, your grace, not there. It is not lawful to pronounce judgment upon any of the ducal line, save from the ducal throne." A shudder went to the heart of poor Conrad, and a tremor shook the iron frame of his old father likewise. Conrad had not been crowned. Dared he profane the throne? He hesitated and turned pale with fear. But it must be done. Wandering eyes were already upon him. They would be suspicious eyes if he hesitated longer. He ascended the throne. Presently he stretched forth the scepter again, and said, "Prisoner, in the name of our sovereign lord Ulrich, Duke of Brandenburg, I proceed to the solemn duty that hath devolved upon me. Give heed to my words. By the ancient law of the land, except you produce the partner of your guilt and deliver him up to the executioner, you must surely die. Embrace this opportunity. Save yourself while yet you may. Name the father of your child." A solemn hush fell upon the great court, a silence so profound that men could hear their own hearts beating. Then the princess slowly turned, with eyes gleaming with hate, and pointed her finger straight at Conrad, and said, "Thou art the man." An appalling conviction of his helpless, hopeless peril struck a chill to Conrad's heart, like the chill of death itself. What power on earth could save him? To disprove the charge he must reveal that he was a woman, and for an uncrowned woman to sit in the ducal chair was death. At one and the same moment he and his grim old father swooned and fell to the ground. The remainder of this thrilling and eventful story will not be found in this or any other publication, either now or at any future time. The truth is, I have got my hero or heroine into such a particularly close place that I do not see how I am ever going to get him or her out of it again, and therefore I will wash my hands of the whole business, and leave that person to get out the best way that offers, or else stay there. I thought it was going to be easy enough to straighten out that little difficulty, but it looks different now. End of A Medieval Romance by Mark Twain.
Miss Albina McLush by N.P. Willis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Miss Albina McLush by N.P. Willis. I have a passion for fat women. If there is anything I hate in life, it is what dainty people call a spirituelle. Motion, rapid motion, a smart, quick, squirrel-like step, a pert, voluble tone, in short, a lively girl, is my exquisite horror. I would as lief have a diable petit dancing his infernal hornpipe on my cerebellum as to be in the room with one. I have tried before now to school myself into liking these parched peas of humanity. I have followed them with my eyes and attended to their rattle till I was as crazy as a fly in a drum. I have danced with them and romped with them in the country, and periled the salvation of my white tights by sitting near them at supper. I swear off from this moment, I do, I won't, no, hang me if ever I show another small, lively, spry woman a civility. Albina McLush is divine. She is like the description of the Persian beauty by Hafiz. Her heart is full of passion, and her eyes are full of sleep. She is the sister of Lurly McLush, my old college chum, who, as early as his sophomore year, was chosen president of the Dolce Far Niente Society, no member of which was ever known to be surprised at anything, the college law of rising before breakfast excepted. Lurly introduced me to his sister one day as he was lying upon a heap of turnips, leaning on his elbow with his head in his hand, in a green lane in the suburbs. He had driven over a stump and been tossed out of his gig, and I came up just as he was wondering how in the devil's name he got there. Albina sat quietly in the gig, and when I was presented, requested me, with a delicious drawl, to say nothing about the adventure. It would be so troublesome to relate it to everybody. I loved her from that moment. Miss McLush was tall, and her shape, of its kind, was perfect. It was not a fleshy one exactly, but she was large and full. Her skin was clear, fine-grained, and transparent, her temples and forehead perfectly rounded and polished, and her lips and chin swelling into a ripe and tempting pout, like the cleft of a bursted apricot. And then her eyes, large, liquid, and sleepy. They languished beneath their long black fringes as if they had no business with daylight, like two magnificent dreams, surprised in their jet embryos by some bird-nesting cherub. Oh, it was lovely to look into them. She sat, usually, upon a fauteuil, with her large, full arm embedded in the cushion, sometimes for hours without stirring. I have seen the wind lift the masses of dark hair from her shoulders, when it seemed like the coming to life of a marble Hebe. She had been motionless so long. She was a model for a goddess of sleep as she sat with her eyes half closed, lifting up their superb lids slowly as you spoke to her, and dropping them again with the deliberate motion of a cloud, when she had murmured out her syllable of assent. Her figure, in a sitting posture, presented a gentle declivity from the curve of her neck to the instep of the small round foot lying on its side upon the ottoman. I remember a fellow's bringing her a plate of fruit one evening. He was one of your lively men, a horrid monster, all right angles and activity. Having never been accustomed to hold her own plate, she had not well extricated her whole fingers from her handkerchief before he set it down in her lap. As it began to slide slowly toward her feet, her hand relapsed into the muslin folds, and she fixed her eye upon it with a kind of indolent surprise, drooping her lids gradually till, as the fruit scattered over the ottoman, they closed entirely, and a liquid jet line was alone visible through the heavy lashes. There was an imperial indifference in it worthy of Juno. Miss McLush rarely walks. When she does, it is with the deliberate majesty of a Dido. Her small, plump feet melt to the ground like snowflakes, and her figure sways to the indolent motion of her limbs with a glorious grace and yieldingness quite indescribable. She was idling slowly up the Mall one evening just at twilight, with a servant at a short distance behind her, who, to while away the time between his steps, was employing himself in throwing stones at the cows feeding upon the common. A gentleman, with a natural admiration for her splendid person, addressed her. He might have done a more eccentric thing. Without troubling herself to look at him, she turned to her servant and requested him, with a yawn of desperate ennui, to knock that fellow down. John obeyed his orders, and, as his mistress resumed her lounge, picked up a new handful of pebbles, and tossing one at the nearest cow, loitered lazily after. Such supreme indolence was irresistible. I gave in. I, who never before could summon an energy to sigh. I, to whom a declaration was but a synonym for perspiration. I, who had only thought of love as a nervous complaint, and of women but to pray for a good deliverance. I, yes, I, knocked under. Albina McLush, thou wert too exquisitely lazy. Human sensibilities cannot hold out forever. I found her one morning sipping her coffee at 12, with her eyes wide open. She was just rising from the bath, and her complexion had a soft, dewy transparency, like the cheek of Venus rising from the sea. It was the hour, Lurley had told me, when she would be at the trouble of thinking. She put away with her dimpled forefinger, as I entered, a cluster of rich curls that had fallen over her face, and nodded to me like a water lily swaying to the wind when its cup is full of rain. "Lady Albina," said I, in my softest tone, "how are you?" "Bettina," said she, addressing her maid, in a voice as clouded and rich as the south wind on an Aeolian, "how am I to-day?" The conversation fell into short sentences. The dialogue became a monologue. I entered upon my declaration. With the assistance of Bettina, who supplied her mistress with cologne, I kept her attention alive through the incipient circumstances. Symptoms were soon told. I came to the avowal. Her hand lay reposing on the arm of the sofa, half buried in a muslin foulard. I took it up and pressed the cool, soft fingers to my lips. Unforbidden, I rose and looked into her eyes for confirmation. Delicious creature! She was asleep. I never have had courage to renew the subject. Miss McLush seems to have forgotten it altogether. Upon reflection, too, I am convinced she would not survive the excitement of the ceremony, unless, indeed, she should sleep between the responses and the prayer. I am still devoted, however, and if there should come a war or an earthquake, or if the millennium should commence, as it is expected in 18, or if anything happens that can keep her waking so long, I shall deliver a declaration, abbreviated for me by a scholar friend of mine, which, he warrants, may be articulated in 15 minutes without fatigue. End of Miss Albina McLush by N.P. Willis.
The Punctiliousness of Don Sebastian by W. Somerset Maugham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Xiormonez is the most inaccessible place in Spain. Only one train arrives there in the course of the day, and that arrives at 2 o'clock in the morning. Only one train leaves it, and that starts an hour before sunrise. No one has ever been able to discover what happens to the railway officials during the intermediate 21 hours. A German painter I met there, who had come by the only train, and had been endeavouring for a fortnight to get up in time to go away, told me that he had frequently gone to the station in order to clear up the mystery, but had never been able to do so. Yet, from his inquiries, he was inclined to suspect, and that was as far as he would commit himself, being a cautious man, that they spent the time in eating garlic and smoking execrable cigarettes. The guide-books tell you that Xiormonez possesses the eyebrows of Joseph of Arimathea, a cathedral of the greatest quaintness, and battlements untouched since their erection in the 14th century, and they strongly advise you to visit it, but recommend you, before doing so, to add Keating's insect powder to your other toilet necessaries. I was travelling to Madrid in an express train which had been rushing along at the pace of 16 miles an hour, when suddenly it stopped. I leant out of the window, asking where we were. "Ziormaneth," answered the guard. "I thought we did not stop at Ziormaneth." "We do not stop at Ziormaneth," he replied impassively. "But we are stopping now." "That may be, but we are going on again." I had already learnt that it was folly to argue with the Spanish guard, and drawing back my head, I sat down. But looking at my watch, I saw that it was only 10. I should never again have a chance of inspecting the eyebrows of Joseph of Arimathea, unless I chartered a special train. So, seizing the opportunity and my bag, I jumped out. The only porter told me that everyone in Ziormaneth was asleep at that hour, and recommended me to spend the night in the waiting-room. But I bribed him heavily. I offered him 2 pesetas, which is nearly 15 pence, and leaving the train to its own devices, he shouldered my bag and started off. Along a stony road we walked into the dark night, the wind blowing cold and bitter, and the clouds chasing one another across the sky. In front I could see nothing but the porter, hurrying along, bent down under the weight of my bag. The wind blew icily. I buttoned up my coat, and then I regretted the warmth of the carriage, the comfort of my corner and my rug. I wished I had peacefully continued my journey to Madrid. I was on the verge of turning back as I heard the whistling of the train. I hesitated, but the porter hurried on, and fearing to lose him in the night, I sprang forwards. Then the puffing of the engine, and on the smoke the bright reflection of the furnace, and the train steamed away. Like Abd er-Rahman, I felt that I had flung my scabbard into the flames. Still the porter hurried on, bent down under the weight of my bag, and I saw no light in front of me to announce the approach to a town. On each side, bordering the road, were trees, and beyond them darkness, and great black clouds hastened after one another across the heavens. Then, as we walked along, we came to a rough stone cross, and lying on the steps before it was a woman with uplifted hands, and the wind blew bitter and keen, freezing the marrow of one's bones. What prayers had she to offer that she must kneel there alone in the night? We passed another cross, standing up with its outstretched arms like a soul in pain. At last a heavier night rose before me, and presently I saw a great stone arch. Passing beneath it, I found myself immediately in the town. The street was tortuous and narrow, paved with rough cobbles, and it rose steeply, so that the porter bent lower beneath his burden, panting. With the bag on his shoulders, he looked like some hunchback gnome, a creature of nightmare. On either side rose tall houses, lying crooked and irregular, leaning towards one another at the top, so that one could not see the clouds, and their windows were great black apertures like giant mouths. There was not a light, not a soul, not a sound, except that of my own feet and the heavy panting of the porter. We wound through streets, round corners, through low arches, a long way up the steep cobbles, and suddenly down broken steps. They hurt my feet, and I stumbled and almost fell. But the hunchback walked along nimbly, hurrying ever. Then we came into an open space, and the wind caught us again, and blew through our clothes, so that I shrank up, shivering, and never a soul did we see as we walked on. It might have been a city of the dead. Then past a tall church, I saw a carved porch, and from the side grim devils grinning down upon me. The porter dived through an arch, and I groped my way along a narrow passage. At length he stopped, and with a sigh threw down the bag. He beat with his fists upon an iron door, making the metal ring. A window above was thrown open, and a voice cried out. The porter answered. There was a clattering down the stairs, and unlocking, and the door was timidly held open, so that I saw a woman, with the light of her candle throwing a strange yellow glare on her face. And so I arrived at the hotel of Zyormaneth. 2. My night was troubled by the ghostly crying of the watchman. "Protect us, Mary, Queen of Heaven, protect us, Mary." Every hour it rang out stridently, as soon as the heavy bells of the cathedral had ceased their clanging, and I thought of the woman kneeling at the cross, and wondered if her soul had found peace. In the morning I threw open the windows, and the sun came dancing in, flooding the room with gold. In front of me the great wall of the cathedral stood grim and grey, and the gargoyles looked savagely across the square. The cathedral is admirable. When you enter, you find yourself at once in darkness, and the air is heavy with incense. But as your eyes become accustomed to the gloom, you see the black forms of penitents, kneeling by pillars, looking towards an altar, and by the light of the painted windows a reredos, with the gaunt saints of an early painter, and aureoles shining dimly. But the gem of the cathedral of Zyormaneth is the chapel of the Duke de Losas, containing, as it does, the alabaster monument of Don Sebastian Emmanuel de Mantona, Duke de Losas, and of the very illustrious Señora Doña Sodina de Veraguet, his wife. Like everything else in Spain, the chapel is kept locked up, and the guide-book tells you to apply to the porter at the palace of the present Duke. I sent a little boy to fetch that worthy, who presently came back, announcing that the porter and his wife had gone into the country for the day, but that the Duke was coming in person. And immediately I saw walking towards me a little dark man, wrapped up in a big cape, with the red and blue velvet of the lining flung gaudily over his shoulder. He bowed courteously as he approached, and I perceived that on the crown his hair was somewhat more than thin. I hesitated a little, rather awkwardly, for the guide-book said that the porter exacted a fee of 1 peseta for opening the chapel. One could scarcely offer 7 halfpenny to a duke, but he quickly put an end to all doubts, for as he unlocked the door he turned to me and said, "The fee is 1 franc." As I gave it him, he put it in his pocket, and gravely handed me a little printed receipt. Baedeker had obligingly informed me that the Duchy of Losas was shorn of its splendour, but I had not understood that the present representative added to his income by exhibiting the bones of his ancestors at 1 franc a head. We entered, and the Duke pointed out the groining on the roof and the tracery of the windows. "This chapel contains some of the finest Gothic in Spain," he said. When he considered that I had sufficiently admired the architecture, he turned to the pictures, and with the fluency of a professional guide, gave me their subjects and the names of the artists. "Now we come to the tombs of Don Sebastian, the first Duke of Losas, and his spouse, Doña Sodina, not, however, the first Duchess." The monument stood in the middle of the chapel, covered with a great pall of red velvet, so that no economical tourist should see it through the bars of the gate, and thus save his peseta. The Duke removed the covering, and watched me silently, a slight smile trembling below his little black moustache. The Duke and his wife, who was not his Duchess, lay side by side on a bed of carved alabaster. At the corners were 4 twisted pillars, covered with little leaves and flowers, and between them bas-reliefs, representing love and youth and strength and pleasure, as if, even in the midst of death, death must be forgotten. Don Sebastian was in full armour. His helmet was admirably carved, with a representation of the battle between the centaurs and the Lapitae. On the right arm-piece were portrayed the adventures of Venus and Mars, and on the left the emotions of Vulcan. But on the breastplate was an elaborate crucifixion, with soldiers and women and apostles. The visor was raised, and showed a stern, heavy face, with prominent cheek-bones, sensual lips, and a massive chin. "It is very fine," I remarked, thinking the Duke expected some remark. "People have thought so for 300 years." he replied gravely. He pointed out to me the hands of Don Sebastian. The guide-books have said that they are the finest hands in Spain. Tourists especially admire the tendons and the veins, which, as you perceive, stand out as in no human hand would be possible. They say it is the summit of art. And he took me to the other side of the monument, that I might look at Doña Sodina. They say she was the most beautiful woman of her day, he said, but in that case the Castilian lady is the only thing in Spain which has not degenerated. She was indeed not beautiful. Her face was fat and broad like her husband's, a short ungraceful nose, and a little knobbly chin, a thick neck, set dumpily on her marble shoulders. One could not but hope that the artist had done her an injustice. The Duke of Losas made me observe the dog which was lying at her feet. It is a symbol of fidelity, he said. The guide-book told me she was chaste and faithful. If she had been, he replied, smiling, Don Sebastian would perhaps never have become Duke de Losas. Really? It is an old history, which I discovered one day among some family papers. I pricked up my ears, and discreetly began to question him. "Are you interested in old manuscripts?" said the Duke. "Come with me, and I will show you what I have." With a flourish of the hand he waved me out of the chapel, and having carefully locked the doors, accompanied me to his palace. He took me into a Gothic chamber, furnished with worn French furniture, the walls covered with cheap paper. Offering me a cigarette, he opened a drawer, and produced a faded manuscript. "This is the document in question," he said. "Those crooked and fantastic characters are terrible. I often wonder if the writers were able to read them." "You are fortunate to be the possessor of such things," I remarked. He shrugged his shoulders. "What good are they? I would sooner have 50 pesetas than this musty parchment." An offer! I quickly reckoned it out in English money. He would doubtless have taken less, but I felt a certain delicacy in bargaining with a duke over his family secrets. "Do you mean it? May I?" He sprang towards me. "Take it, my dear sir, take it. Shall I give you a receipt?" And so, for 31 shillings and threepence, I obtained the only authentic account of how the frailty of the illustrious Señora Doña Sodina was indirectly the means of raising her husband to the highest dignities in Spain. 3. Don Sebastian and his wife had lived together for 15 years, with the entirest happiness to themselves, and the greatest admiration of their neighbours. People said that such an example of conjugal felicity was not often seen in those degenerate days, for even then they prated of the golden age of their grandfathers, lamenting their own decadence. As behoved good Castilians, burdened with such a line of noble ancestors, the fortunate couple conducted themselves with all imaginable gravity. No strange eye was permitted to witness a caress between the lord and his lady, or to hear an expression of endearment. But every one could see the devotion of Don Sebastian, the look of adoration which filled his eyes when he gazed upon his wife. And people said that Doña Sodina was worthy of all his affection. They said that her virtue was only matched by her piety, and her piety was patent to the whole world, for every day she went to the cathedral at Ziormaneth, and remained long immersed in her devotions. Her charity was exemplary, and no beggar ever applied to her in vain. But even if Don Sebastian and his wife had not possessed these conjugal virtues, they would have been in Ziormaneth persons of note, since not only did they belong to an old and respected family, which was rich as well, but the gentleman's brother was Archbishop of the See, who, when he graced the cathedral city with his presence, paid the greatest attention to Don Sebastian and Doña Sodina. Every one said that the Archbishop Pablo would shortly become a cardinal, for he was a great favourite with the king, and with the latter His Holiness the Pope was then on terms of quite unusual friendship. And in those days, when the priesthood was more noticeable for its gallantry than for its good works, it was refreshing to find so high-placed a dignitary of the Church a pattern of Christian virtues, who, notwithstanding his gorgeous habit of life, his retinue, his palaces, recalled, by his freedom from at least 2 of the 7 deadly sins, the simplicity of the apostles, which the common people have often supposed the perfect state of the minister of God. Don Sebastian had been affianced to Dona Sodina when he was a boy of 10, and before she could properly pronounce the viperish sibilants of her native tongue. When the lady attained her 16th year, the pair was solemnly espoused, and the young priest Pablo, the bridegroom's brother, assisted at the ceremony. In these days the union would have been instanced as a triumphant example of the success of the mariage de convenance, but at that time such arrangements were so usual that it never occurred to any one to argue for or against them. Yet it was not customary for a young man of 22 to fall madly in love with the bride whom he saw for the first time a day or 2 before his marriage, and it was still less customary for the bride to give back an equal affection. For 15 years the couple lived in harmony and contentment, with nothing to trouble the even tenor of their lives, and if there was a cloud in their sky, it was that a kindly Providence had vouchsafed no fruit to the union, notwithstanding the prayers and candles which Dona Sodina was known to have offered at the shrine of more than one saint in Spain who had made that kind of miracle particularly his own. But even felicitous marriages cannot last for ever, since if the love does not lie, the lovers do. And so it came to pass that Dona Sodina, having eaten excessively of pickled shrimps, which the abbess of a highly respected convent had assured her were of great efficacy in the begetting of children, took a fever of the stomach, as the chronicle inelegantly puts it, and after a week of suffering was called to the other world, from which, as from the pickled shrimps, she had always expected much. There let us hope her virtues have been rewarded, and she rests in peace and happiness. 4. When Don Sebastian walked from the cathedral to his house, after the burial of his wife, no one saw a trace of emotion on his face, and it was with his wonted grave courtesy that he bowed to a friend as he passed him. Sternly and briefly as usual, he gave orders that no one should disturb him, and went to the room of Dona Sodina. He knelt on the praying stool which Dona Sodina had daily used for so many years, and he fixed his eyes on the crucifix hanging on the wall above it. The day passed, and the night passed, and Don Sebastian never moved. No thought or emotion entered him. Being alive, he was like the dead.
He was like the dead that linger on the outer limits of hell,
with never a hope for the future, dull with the despair that shall last for ever and ever and ever. But when the woman who had nursed him in his childhood lovingly disobeyed his order and entered to give him food, she saw no tear in his eye, no sign of weeping. "You are right," he said, painfully rising from his knees. "Give me to eat." Listlessly taking the food, he sank into a chair, and looked at the bed on which had lately rested the corpse of Dona Sodina. But a kindly nature relieved his unhappiness, and he fell into a weary sleep. When he awoke, the night was far advanced. The house, the town, were filled with silence. All round him was darkness, and the ivory crucifix shone dimly, dimly. Outside the door a page was sleeping. He woke him, and bade him bring light. In his sorrow Don Sebastian began to look at the things his wife had loved. He fingered her rosary, and turned over the pages of the half-dozen pious books which formed her library. He looked at the jewels which he had seen glittering on her bosom, the brocades, the rich silks, the cloths of gold and silver that she had delighted to wear. And at last he came across an old breviary, which he thought she had lost. How glad she would have been to find it! She had so often regretted it. The pages were musty with their long concealment, and only faintly could be detected the scent which Doña Sodina used yearly to make and strew about her things. Turning over the pages listlessly, he saw some crabbed writing. He took it to the light. "Tonight, my beloved, I come." And the handwriting was that of Pablo, Archbishop of Ximenez. Don Sebastian looked at it long. Why should his brother write such words in the breviary of Doña Sodina? He turned the pages, and the handwriting of his wife met his eye, and the words were the same. "Tonight, my beloved, I come," as if they were such delight to her that she must write them herself. The breviary dropped from Don Sebastian's hand. The taper, flickering in the draught, threw glaring lights on Don Sebastian's face, but it showed no change in it. He sat looking at the fallen breviary, and in his mind at the love which was dead. At last he passed his hand over his forehead. "And yet," he whispered, "I loved thee well." But as the day came, he picked up the breviary and locked it in a casket. He knelt again at the praying stool, and lifting his hands to the crucifix, prayed silently. Then he locked the door of Doña Sodina's room, and it was a year before he entered it again. That day the Archbishop Pablo came to his brother to offer consolation for his loss, and Don Sebastian, at the parting, kissed him on either cheek.
5.
The people of Xiormonez said that Don Sebastian was heartbroken, for from the date of his wife's interment he was not seen in the streets by day. A few, returning home from some riot, had met him wandering in the dead of night, but he passed them silently by. But he sent his servants to Toledo and to Burgos, to Salamanca, Cordova, even to Paris and Rome, and from all these places they brought him books, and day after day he studied in them, till the common folk asked if he had turned magician. So passed 11 months, and nearly 12, till it wanted but 5 days to the anniversary of the death of Doña Sodina. Then Don Sebastian wrote to his brother the letter which for months he had turned over in his mind. "Seeing the instability of all human things, and the uncertain length of our exile upon earth, I have considered that it is evil for brothers to remain so separate. Therefore I implore you, who are my only relative in this world, and heir to all my goods and estates, to visit me quickly. For I have a presentiment that death is not far off, and I would see you before we are parted by the immense sea." The Archbishop was thinking that he must shortly pay a visit to his cathedral city, and, as his brother had desired, came to Xiormonez immediately. On the anniversary of Doña Sodina's interment, Don Sebastian entertained Archbishop Pablo to supper. "My brother," said he to his guest, "I have lately received from Cordova a wine which I desire you to taste. It is very highly prized in Africa, whence I am told it comes, and is made with curious art and labour." Glass cups were brought, and the wine poured. The Archbishop was a connoisseur, and held it between the light and himself, admiring the sparkling clearness, and then inhaled the odour. "It is nectar," he said. At last he sipped it. "The flavour is very strange." He drank deeply. Don Sebastian looked at him, and smiled as his brother put down the empty glass. But when he was himself about to drink, the cup fell between his hands and the steward's, breaking into 100 fragments, and the wine spilt on the floor. "Fool!" cried Don Sebastian, and in his anger struck the servant. But, being a man of peace, the Archbishop interposed. "Do not be angry with him. It was an accident. There is more wine in the flagon." "No, I will not drink it," said Don Sebastian wrathfully. "I will drink no more to-night." The Archbishop shrugged his shoulders. When they were alone, Don Sebastian made a strange request. "My brother, it is a year to-day that Sodina was buried, and I have not entered her room since then. But now I have a desire to see it. Will you come with me?" The Archbishop consented, and together they crossed the long corridor that led to Doña Sodina's apartment, preceded by a boy with lights. Don Sebastian unlocked the door, and taking the taper from the page's hand, entered. The Archbishop followed. The air was chill and musty, and even now an odour of recent death seemed to pervade the room. Don Sebastian went to a casket, and from it took a breviary. He saw his brother start as his eye fell on it. He turned over the leaves till he came to a page on which was the Archbishop's handwriting, and handed it to him. "O God!" exclaimed the priest, and looked quickly at the door. Don Sebastian was standing in front of it. He opened his mouth to cry out, but Don Sebastian interrupted him. "Do not be afraid. I will not touch you." For a while they looked at one another silently, one pale, sweating with terror, the other calm and grave as usual. At last Don Sebastian spoke hoarsely. Did she love you?" "Oh, my brother, forgive her. It was long ago, and she repented bitterly. And I have forgiven you." The words were said so strangely that the Archbishop shuddered. What did he mean? Don Sebastian smiled. "You have no cause for anxiety. From now it is finished. I will forget." And opening the door, he helped his brother across the threshold. The Archbishop's hand was clammy as a hand of death. When Don Sebastian bade his brother good night, he kissed him on either cheek. 6. The priest returned to his palace, and when he was in bed, his secretary prepared to read to him, as was his wont, but the Archbishop sent him away, desiring to be alone. He tried to think, but the wine he had drunk was heavy upon him, and he fell asleep. But presently he awoke, feeling thirsty. He drank some water. Then he became strangely wide awake. A feeling of uneasiness came over him, as of some threatening presence behind him, and again he felt the thirst. He stretched out his hand for the flagon, but now there was a mist before his eyes, and he could not see. His hand trembled so that he spilt the water, and the uneasiness was magnified till it became a terror, and the thirst was horrible. He opened his mouth to call out, but his throat was dry, so that no sound came. He tried to rise from his bed, but his limbs were heavy, and he could not move. He breathed quicker and quicker, and his skin was extraordinarily dry. The terror became an agony. It was unbearable. He wanted to bury his face in the pillows to hide it from him. He felt the hair on his head hard and dry, and it stood on end. He called to God for help, but no sound came from his mouth. Then the terror took shape and form, and he knew that behind him was standing Doña Sodina, and she was looking at him with terrible, reproachful eyes. And a second Doña Sodina came and stood at the end of the bed, and another came by her side, and the room was filled with them. And his thirst was horrible. He tried to moisten his mouth with spittle, but the source of it was dry. Cramps seized his limbs so that he writhed with pain. Presently a red glow fell upon the room, and it became hot and hotter till he gasped for breath. It blinded him, but he could not close his eyes, and he knew it was the glow of hell fire. For in his ears rang the groans of souls in torment, and among the voices he recognised that of Doña Sodina. And then he heard his own voice, and in the livid heat he saw himself in his episcopal robes lying on the ground, chained to Doña Sodina hand and foot, and he knew that as long as heaven and earth should last, the torment of hell would continue. When the priests came in to their master in the morning, they found him lying dead, with his eyes wide open, staring with a ghastly brilliancy into the unknown. Then there was weeping and lamentation, and from house to house the people told one another that the Archbishop had died in his sleep. The bells were set tolling, and as Don Sebastian in his solitude heard them, referring to the chief ingredient of that strange wine from Cordova, he permitted himself the only jest of his life. It was Belladonna that sent his body to the worms, and it was Belladonna that sent his soul to hell. 7. The chronicle does not state whether the thought of his brother's heritage had ever entered Don Sebastian's head, but the fact remains that he was the sole heir, and the Archbishop had gathered the loaves and fishes to such purpose during his life that his death made Don Sebastian one of the wealthiest men in Spain. The simplest actions in this world, O Martin Tupper, have often the most unforeseen results. Now, Don Sebastian had always been ambitious, and his changed circumstances made him realise more clearly than ever that his merit was worthy of a brilliant arena. The times were propitious, for the old king had just died, and the new one had sent away the army of priests and monks, which had turned every day into a Sunday. People said that God Almighty had had his day, and that the heathen deities had come to rule in his stead. From all corners of Spain, gallants were coming to enjoy the sunshine, and every one who could make a compliment or a graceful bow was sure of a welcome. So Don Sebastian prepared to go to Madrid, but before leaving his native town he thought well to appease a possibly vengeful Providence by erecting in the cathedral a chapel in honour of his patron saint. Not that he thought the saints would trouble themselves about the death of his brother, even though the causes of it were not entirely natural. But Don Sebastian remembered that Pablo was an archbishop, and the fact caused him a certain anxiety. He called together architects and sculptors, and ordered them to erect an edifice befitting his dignity, and being a careful man, as all Spaniards are, thought he would serve himself as well as the saint, and bade the sculptors make an image of Doña Sodina and an image of himself, in order that he might use the chapel also as a burial place. To pay for this, Don Sebastian left the revenue of several of his brother's farms, and then, with a peaceful conscience, set out for the capital. At Madrid he laid himself out to gain the favour of his sovereign, and by dint of unceasing flattery soon received much of the king's attention, and presently Philip deigned to ask his advice on petty matters. And since Don Sebastian took care to advise as he saw the king desired, the latter concluded that the courtier was a man of stamina and ability, and began to consult him on matters of state. Don Sebastian opined that the pleasure of the prince must always come before the welfare of the nation, and the king was so impressed with his sagacity that one day he asked his opinion on a question of precedence, to the indignation of the most famous counsellors in the land. But the haughty soul of Don Sebastian chafed, because he was only one among many favourites. The court was full of flatterers as assiduous and as obsequious as himself. His proud Castilian blood could brook no companions. But one day, as he was moodily waiting in the royal antechamber, thinking of these things, it occurred to him that a certain profession had always been in great honour among princes, and he remembered that he had a cousin of 18 who was being educated in a convent near Jormaneth. She was beautiful. With buoyant heart he went to his house, and told his steward to fetch her from the convent at once. Within a fortnight she was at Madrid. Mercia was presented to the Queen in the presence of Philip, and Don Sebastian noticed that the royal eye lighted up as he gazed on the bashful maiden. Then all the proud Castilian had to do was to shut his eyes and allow the king to make his own opportunities. Within a week Mercia was created maid of honour to the Queen, and Don Sebastian was seized with an indisposition which confined him to his room. The king paid his court royally, which is boldly,
and Dona Mercia had received in the convent too religious an education not to know that it was her duty to grant the king whatever it graciously pleased him to ask. When Don Sebastian recovered from his illness, he found the world at his feet, for every one was talking of the king's new mistress, and it was taken as a matter of course that her cousin and guardian should take a prominent part in the affairs of the country. But Don Sebastian was furious. He went to the king and bitterly reproached him for thus dishonouring him. Philip was a humane and generous-minded man, and understood that, with a certain temperament, it might be annoying to have one's ward philander with the king. So he did his best to console the courtier. He called him his friend and brother. He told him he would always love him. But Don Sebastian would not be consoled, and nothing would comfort him except to be made High Admiral of the fleet. Philip was charmed to settle the matter so simply, and as he delighted in generosity, when to be generous cost him nothing, he also created Don Sebastian Duke of Losas, and gave him, into the bargain, the hand of the richest heiress in Spain. And that is the end of the story of the punctiliousness of Don Sebastian. With his second wife he lived many years, beloved of his sovereign, courted by the world, honoured by all, till he was visited by the destroyer of delights and the leveller of the grandeur of this world. 8. Towards evening, the Duke of Losas passed my hotel, and seeing me at the door, asked if I had read the manuscript. I thought it interesting, I said, a little coldly, for of course I knew no Englishman would have acted like Don Sebastian. He shrugged his shoulders. It is not half so interesting as a good dinner. At these words, I felt bound to offer him such hospitality as the hotel afforded. I found him a very agreeable messmate. He told me the further history of his family, which nearly became extinct at the end of the last century, since the only son of the 7th Duke had, unfortunately, not been born of any duchess. But Ferdinand, who was then King of Spain, was unwilling that an ancient family should die out, and was at the same time sorely in want of money. So the titles and honours of the house were continued to the son of the 7th Duke, and King Ferdinand built himself another palace. But now, said my guest, mournfully shaking his head, it is finished. My palace and a few acres of barren rock are all that remain to me of the lands of my ancestors, and I am the last of the line. But I bade him not despair. He was a bachelor and a duke, and not yet 40. I advised him to go to the United States before they put a duty on foreign noblemen. This was before the war, and I recommended him to take Maida Vale and Manchester on his way. Personally, I gave him a letter of introduction to an heiress of my acquaintance at Hampstead, for even in these days it is not so bad a thing to be a Duchess of Losas, and the present Duke has no brother. End of The Punctiliousness of Don Sebastian by Somerset Maugham. Read by Termin Diane.
By Washington Irving. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rip Van Winkle. Whoever has made a voyage up the Hudson must remember the Catskill Mountains. They are a dismembered branch of the great Appalachian family, and are seen away to the west of the river, swelling up to a noble height and lording it over the surrounding country. Every change of season, every change of weather, indeed every hour of the day produces some change in the magical hues and shapes of these mountains, and they are regarded by all the good wives far and near as perfect barometers. When the weather is fair and settled, they are clothed in blue and purple, and print their bold outlines on the clear evening sky. But sometimes, when the rest of the landscape is cloudless, they will gather a hood of grey vapours about their summits, which, in the last rays of the setting sun, will glow and light up like a crown of glory. At the foot of these fairy mountains the voyager may have descried the light smoke curling up from a village, whose shingle roofs gleam among the trees, just where the blue tints of the upland melt away into the fresh green of the nearer landscape. It is a little village of great antiquity, having been founded by some of the Dutch colonists in the early times of the province, just about the beginning of the government of the good Peter Stuyvesant, may he rest in peace. And there were some of the houses of the original settlers, standing within a few years, built of small yellow bricks, brought from Holland, having latticed windows and gable fronts, surmounted by weathercocks. In that same village, and in one of these very houses, which, to tell the precise truth, was sadly time-worn and weather-beaten, there lived, many years since, while the country was yet a province of Great Britain, a simple, good-natured fellow of the name of Rip Van Winkle. He was a descendant of the Van Winkles who figured so gallantly in the chivalrous days of Peter Stuyvesant, and accompanied him to the siege of Fort Christina. He inherited, however, but little of the martial character of his ancestors. I have observed that he was a simple, good-natured man. He was, moreover, a kind neighbour, and an obedient, henpecked husband. Indeed, to the latter circumstance might be owing that meekness of spirit which gained him such universal popularity, for those men are apt to be obsequious and conciliating abroad, who are under the discipline of shrews at home. Their tempers, doubtless, are rendered pliant and malleable in the fiery furnace of domestic tribulation, and a curtain lecture is worth all the sermons in the world for teaching the virtues of patience and long-suffering. A termagant wife may, therefore, in some respects be considered a tolerable blessing, and if so, Rip Van Winkle was thrice blessed. Certain it is that he was a great favourite among all the good wives of the village, who, as usual with the amiable sex, took his part in all family squabbles, and never failed, whenever they talked those matters over in their evening gossipings, to lay all the blame on Dame Van Winkle. The children of the village, too, would shout with joy whenever he approached. He assisted at their sports, made their playthings, taught them to fly kites and shoot marbles, and told them long stories of ghosts, witches, and Indians. Whenever he went dodging about the village, he was surrounded by a troop of them, hanging on his skirts, clambering on his back, and playing 1,000 tricks on him with impunity, and not a dog would bark at him throughout the neighbourhood. The great error in Rip's composition was an insuperable aversion to all kinds of profitable labour. It could not be for want of assiduity or perseverance, for he would sit on a wet rock with a rod as long and heavy as a Tartar's lance, and fish all day, without a murmur, even though he should not be encouraged by a single nibble. He would carry a fowling piece on his shoulder for hours together, trudging through woods and swamps and up hill and down dale to shoot a few squirrels or wild pigeons. He would never refuse to assist a neighbour even in the roughest toil, and was a foremost man in all country frolics for husking Indian corn or building stone fences. The women of the village, too, used to employ him to run their errands, and to do such little odd jobs as their less obliging husbands would not do for them. In a word, Rip was ready to attend to anybody's business but his own. But as to doing family duty and keeping his farm in order, he found it impossible. In fact, he declared it was of no use to work on his farm. It was the most pestilent little piece of ground in the whole country. Everything about it went wrong, in spite of him. His fences were continually falling to pieces. His cow would either go astray or get among the cabbages. Weeds were sure to grow quicker in his fields than anywhere else. The rain always made a point of setting in just as he had some outdoor work to do, so that though his patrimonial estate had dwindled away under his management, acre by acre, until there was little more left than a mere patch of Indian corn and potatoes, yet it was the worst conditioned farm in the neighbourhood. His children, too, were as ragged and wild as if they belonged to nobody. His son Rip, an urchin begotten in his own likeness, promised to inherit the habits with the old clothes of his father. He was generally seen trooping like a colt at his mother's heels, equipped in a pair of his father's cast-off galligaskins, which he had much ado to hold up with one hand, as a fine lady does her train in bad weather. Rip Van Winkle, however, was one of those happy mortals of foolish, well-oiled dispositions, who take the world easy, eat white bread or brown, whichever can be got with the least thought or trouble, and would rather starve on a penny than work for a pound. If left to himself, he would have whistled life away in perfect contentment. But his wife kept continually dinning in his ears about his idleness, his carelessness, and the ruin he was bringing on his family. Morning, noon, and night, her tongue was incessantly going, and everything he said or did was sure to produce a torrent of household eloquence. Rip had but one way of replying to all lectures of the kind, and that, by frequent use, had grown into a habit. He shrugged his shoulders, shook his head, cast up his eyes, but said nothing. This, however, always provoked a fresh volley from his wife, so that he was fain to draw off his forces and take to the outside of the house, the only side which in truth belongs to a henpecked husband. Rip's sole domestic adherent was his dog Wolf, who was as much henpecked as his master, for Dame Van Winkle regarded them as companions in idleness, and even looked upon Wolf with an evil eye as the cause of his master's going so often astray. True it is, in all points of spirit befitting an honourable dog, he was as courageous an animal as ever scoured the woods. But what courage can withstand the evil-doing and all-besetting terrors of a woman's tongue? The moment Wolf entered the house, his crest fell, his tail drooped to the ground, or curled between his legs. He sneaked about with a gallows air, casting many a sidelong glance at Dame Van Winkle, and at the least flourish of a broomstick or ladle he would fly to the door with yelping precipitation. Times grew worse and worse with Rip Van Winkle, as years of matrimony rolled on. A tart temper never mellows with age, and a sharp tongue is the only edged tool that grows keener with constant use. For a long while he used to console himself, when driven from home, by frequenting a kind of perpetual club of the sages, philosophers, and other idle personages of the village, which held its sessions on a bench before a small inn, designated by a rubicund portrait of His Majesty George III. Here they used to sit in the shade through a long lazy summer's day, talking listlessly over village gossip, or telling endless sleepy stories about nothing. But it would have been worth any statesman's money to have heard the profound discussions which sometimes took place when by chance an old newspaper fell into their hands from some passing traveller. How solemnly they would listen to the contents, as drawled out by Derrick Van Bummel, the schoolmaster, a dapper, learned little man, who was not to be daunted by the most gigantic word in the dictionary, and how sagely they would deliberate on public events some months after they had taken place. The opinions of this junto were completely controlled by Nicholas Vedder, a patriarch of the village, and landlord of the inn, at the door of which he took his seat from morning till night, just moving sufficiently to avoid the sun, and keep in the shade of a large tree, so that the neighbours could tell the hour by his movements as accurately as by a sundial. It is true, he was rarely heard to speak, but smoked his pipe incessantly. His adherents, however, for every great man has his adherents, perfectly understood him, and knew how to gather his opinions. When anything that was read or related displeased him, he was observed to smoke his pipe vehemently, and to send forth frequent and angry puffs. But when pleased, he would inhale the smoke slowly and tranquilly, and emit it in a light and placid cloud, and sometimes, taking the pipe from his mouth and letting the fragrant vapour curl about his nose, would gravely nod his head in token of perfect approbation. From even this stronghold the unlucky Rip was at length routed by his termagant wife, who would suddenly break in upon the tranquillity of the assemblage, and call the members all to naught, nor was the august personage's Nicholas Vedder himself sacred from that daring tongue of this terrible virago, who charged him outright with encouraging her husband in habits of idleness. Poor Rip was at last reduced almost to despair, and his only alternative, to escape from the labour of the farm and the clamour of his wife, was to take gun in hand and stroll away into the woods. Here he would sometimes seat himself at the foot of a tree and share the contents of his wallet with Wolf, with whom he sympathized as a fellow sufferer in persecution. "Poor Wolf," he would say, "thy mistress leads thee a dog's life of it. But never mind, my lad, whilst I live thou shalt never want a friend to stand by thee." Wolf would wag his tail, look wistfully in his master's face, and if dogs can feel pity, I verily believe he reciprocated the sentiment with all his heart. In a long ramble of the kind, on a fine autumnal day, Rip had unconsciously scrambled to one of the highest parts of the Catskill Mountains. He was after his favourite sport of squirrel shooting, and the still solitudes had echoed and re-echoed with the reports of his gun. Panting and fatigued, he threw himself late in the afternoon on a green knoll, covered with mountain herbage, that crowned the brow of a precipice. From an opening between the trees he could overlook all the lower country for many a mile of rich woodland. He saw at a distance the lordly Hudson, far, far below him, moving on its silent but majestic course, with the reflection of a purple cloud, or the sail of a lagging bark, here and there sleeping on its glassy bosom, and at last losing itself in the blue highlands. On the other side he looked down into a deep mountain glen, wild, lonely, and shagged, the bottom filled with fragments from the impending cliffs, and scarcely lighted by the reflected rays of the setting sun. For some time Rip lay musing on this scene. Evening was gradually advancing, the mountains began to throw their long blue shadows over the valleys. He saw that it would be dark long before he could reach the village, and he heaved a heavy sigh when he thought of encountering the terrors of Dame Van Winkle. As he was about to descend, he heard a voice from a distance, hallooing, "Rip Van Winkle! Rip Van Winkle!" He looked around, but could see nothing but a crow winging its solitary flight across the mountain. He thought his fancy must have deceived him, and he turned again to descend, when he heard the same cry ring through the still evening air. "Rip Van Winkle! Rip Van Winkle!" At the same time Wolf bristled up his back, and giving a low growl, skulked to his master's side, looking fearfully down into the glen. Rip now felt a vague apprehension stealing over him. He looked anxiously in the same direction, and perceived a strange figure slowly toiling up the rocks, and bending under the weight of something he carried on his back. He was surprised to see any human being in this lonely and unfrequented place, but supposing it to be someone of the neighbourhood in need of his assistance, he hastened down to yield it. On nearer approach he was still more surprised at the singularity of the stranger's appearance. He was a short, square-built old fellow, with thick bushy hair and a grizzled beard. His dress was one of the antique Dutch fashion, a cloth jerkin strapped round the waist, several pairs of breeches, the outer one of ample volume, decorated with rows of buttons down the sides and bunches at the knees. He bore on his shoulders a stout keg, that seemed full of liquor, and made signs for Rip to approach and assist him with the load. Though rather shy and distrustful of this new acquaintance, Rip complied with his usual alacrity, and mutually relieving each other, they clambered up a narrow gully, apparently the dry bed of a mountain torrent. As they ascended, Rip every now and then heard long, rolling peals, like distant thunder, that seemed to issue out of a deep ravine, or rather cleft between lofty rocks, towards which their rugged path conducted. He paused for an instant, but supposing it to be the muttering of one of those transient thunder showers which often take place in the mountain heights, he proceeded. Passing through the ravine, they came to a hollow, like a small amphitheatre, surrounded by perpendicular precipices, over the brinks of which impending trees shot their branches, so that you only caught glimpses of the azure sky and the bright evening cloud. During the whole time Rip and his companion had laboured on in silence, for though the former marvelled greatly what could be the object of carrying a keg of liquor up this wild mountain, yet there was something strange and incomprehensible about the unknown, that inspired awe and checked familiarity. On entering the amphitheatre, new objects of wonder presented themselves. On a level spot in the centre was a company of odd-looking personages playing at ninepins. They were dressed in quaint, outlandish fashion. Some wear short doublets, others jerkins, with long knives in their belts, and most of them had enormous breeches, of similar style with that of the guides. Their visages, too, were peculiar. One had a large head, broad face, and small piggish eyes. The face of another seemed to consist entirely of nose, and was surmounted by a white sugar-loaf hat, set off with a little red cock's tail. They all had beards of various shapes and colours, and there was one who seemed to be the commander. He was a stout old gentleman, with a weather-beaten countenance. He wore a laced doublet, broad belt and hanger, high-crowned hat and feather, red stockings, and high-heeled shoes with roses in them. The whole group reminded Rip of the figures in the old Flemish painting in the parlour of Dominé Van Shaick, the village parson, and which had been brought over from Holland at the time of the settlement. What seemed particularly odd to Rip was, that though these folks were evidently amusing themselves, yet they maintained the gravest faces, the most mysterious silence, and were, withal, the most melancholy party of pleasure he had ever witnessed. Nothing interrupted the stillness of the scene but the noise of the balls, which, whenever they were rolled, echoed along the mountains like rumbling peals of thunder. As Rip and his companion approached them, they suddenly desisted from their play, and stared at him with such a fixed, statue-like gaze, and such strange, uncouth, lack-lustre countenances, that his heart turned within him, and his knees smote together. His companion now emptied the contents of the keg into large flagons, and made signs to him to wait upon the company. He obeyed with fear and trembling. They quaffed the liquor in profound silence, and then returned to their game. By degrees Rip's awe and apprehension subsided. He even ventured, when no eye was fixed upon him, to taste the beverage, which he found had much the flavour of an excellent Holland. He was naturally a thirsty soul, and was soon tempted to repeat the draught. One taste provoked another, and he reiterated his visits to the flagon so often, that at length his senses were overpowered, his eyes swam in his head gradually declined, and he fell into a deep sleep. On waking, he found himself on the green knoll whence he had first seen the old man of the glen. He rubbed his eyes. It was a bright sunny morning. The birds were hopping and twittering among the bushes, and the eagle was wheeling aloft and breasting on the pure mountain breeze. Surely, thought Rip, I have not slept here all night. He recalled the occurrences before he fell asleep. The strange man with the keg of liquor, the mountain ravine, the wild retreat among the rocks, the woebegone party at ninepins, the flagon. Oh, that flagon, that wicked flagon, thought Rip. What excuse shall I make to Dame Van Winkle? He looked around for his gun, but in place of the clean, well-oiled fowling-piece, he found an old firelock lying by him, the barrel encrusted with rust, the lock falling off, and the stock worm-eaten. He now suspected that the grave roisterers of the mountains had put a trick upon him, and having doused him with liquor, had robbed him of his gun. Wolf, too, had disappeared, but he might have strayed away after a squirrel or a partridge. He whistled after him and shouted his name, but all in vain. The echoes repeated his whistle and shout, but no dog was to be seen. He determined to revisit the scene of last evening's gambol, and if he met with any of the party, to demand his dog and gun. As he rose to walk, he found himself stiff in the joints, and wanting in his usual activity. These mountain beds do not agree with me, thought Rip, and if this frolic should lay me up with a fit of the rheumatism, I shall have a blessed time with Dame Van Winkle. With some difficulty he got down into the glen. He found the gully up which he and his companion had ascended the preceding evening, but to his astonishment a mountain stream was now foaming down it, leaping from rock to rock, and filling the glen with babbling murmurs. He, however, made shift to scramble up its sides, working his toilsome way through thickets of birch, sassafras, and witch hazel, and sometimes tripped up or entangled by the wild grapevines that twisted their coils and tendrils from tree to tree, and spread a kind of network in his path. At length he reached to where the ravine had opened through the cliffs to the amphitheatre. But no traces of such opening remained. The rocks presented a high, impenetrable wall, over which the torrent came tumbling in a sheet of feathery foam, and fell into a broad, deep basin, black from the shadows of the surrounding forest. Here, then, poor Rip was brought to a stand. He called again, and whistled after his dog. He was only answered by the cawing of a flock of idle crows, sporting high in the air about a dry tree that overhung a sunny precipice, and who, secure in their elevation, seemed to look down and scoff at the poor man's perplexities. What was to be done? The morning was passing away, and Rip felt famished for want of breakfast. He grieved to give up his dog and gun. He dreaded to meet his wife, but it would not do to starve among the mountains. He shook his head, shouldered the rusty firelock, and with heart full of trouble and anxiety turned his steps homeward. As he approached the village he met a number of people, but none whom he knew, which somewhat surprised him, for he had thought himself acquainted with everyone in the country round. Their dress, too, was of a different fashion from that to which he was accustomed. They all stared at him with equal marks of surprise, and whenever they cast their eyes upon him, invariably stroked their chins. The constant reoccurrence of this gesture induced Rip, involuntarily, to do the same, when, to his astonishment, he found his beard had grown a foot long. He had now entered the skirts of the village. A troop of strange children ran at his heels, hooting after him and pointing at his grey beard. The dogs, too, not one of which he recognized for an old acquaintance, barked at him as he passed. The very village was altered. It was larger and more populous. There were rows of houses which he had never seen before, and those which had been his familiar haunts had disappeared. Strange names were over the doors, strange faces at the windows. Everything was strange. His mind now misgave him. He began to doubt whether both he and the world around him were not bewitched. Surely this was his native village, which he had left but a day before. There stood the Catskill Mountains. There ran the Silver Hudson at a distance. There was every hill and dale precisely as it had always been. Rip was sorely perplexed. "That flagon last night," thought he, "has addled my poor head sadly." It was with some difficulty that he found the way to his own house, which he approached with silent awe, expecting every moment to hear the shrill voice of Dame Van Winkle. He found the house gone to decay. The roof had fallen in, the windows shattered, and the doors off the hinges. A half-starved dog, that looked like Wolf, was skulking about it. Rip called him by name, but the cur snarled, showed his teeth, and passed on. This was an unkind cut indeed. "My very dog," sighed poor Rip, "has forgotten me." He entered the house, which, to tell the truth, Dame Van Winkle had always kept in neat order. It was empty, forlorn, and apparently abandoned. This desolateness overcame all his connubial fears. He called loudly for his wife and children. The lonely chambers rang for a moment with his voice, then all again was silence. He now hurried forth and hastened to his old resort, the village inn. But it, too, was gone. A large rickety wooden building stood in its place, with great gaping windows, some of them broken, and mended with old hats and petticoats, and over the door was painted, "The Union Hotel, by Jonathan Doolittle." Instead of the great tree that used to shelter the quiet little Dutch inn of yore, there now was reared a tall naked pole, with something on the top that looked like a red nightcap, and from it was a fluttering flag, on which was a singular assemblage of stars and stripes. All this was strange and incomprehensible. He recognized on the sign, however, the ruby face of King George, under which he had smoked so many a peaceful pipe, But even this was singularly metamorphosed. The red coat was changed for one of blue and buff. A sword was held in the hand instead of a sceptre. The head was decorated with a cocked hat, and underneath was painted in large characters, General Washington. There was, as usual, a crowd of folk about the door, but none that Rip recollected. The very characters of the people seemed changed. There was a busy, bustling, disputatious tone about it, instead of the accustomed phlegm and drowsy tranquillity. He looked in vain for the sage Nicholas Vedder, with his broad face, double chin, and fair long pipe, uttering clouds of tobacco smoke, instead of idle speeches. Or Van Bummel, the schoolmaster, doling forth the contents of an ancient newspaper. In place of these, a lean, bilious-looking fellow, with his pockets full of handbills, was haranguing vehemently about the rights of citizens, elections, members of Congress, liberty, Bunker's Hill, heroes of '76, and other words, which were perfect Babylonish jargon to the bewildered Van Winkle. The appearance of Rip, with his long, grizzled beard, his rusty fowling-piece, his uncouth dress, and the army of women and children at his heels, soon attracted the attention of the tavern politicians. They crowded round him, eyeing him from head to foot with great curiosity. The orator bustled up to him, and drawing him partly aside, inquired on which side he voted. Rip stared in vacant stupidity. Another short but busy little fellow pulled him by the arm, and rising on tiptoe inquired in his ear whether he was a Federal or a Democrat. Rip was equally at a loss to comprehend the question, when a knowing, self-important old gentleman, in a sharp cocked hat, made his way through the crowd, putting them to the right and the left with his elbows as he passed, and planting himself before Van Winkle with one arm akimbo, the other resting on a cane, his keen eyes and sharp hat penetrating, as it were, into his very soul, demanded in an austere tone what brought him to the election with a gun on his shoulder and a mob at his heels, and whether he meant to breed a riot in the village. "Alas, gentlemen," cried Rip, somewhat dismayed, "I am a poor quiet man, a native of this place, and a loyal subject of the king, God bless him." Here a general shout burst from the bystanders. "A Tory! A Tory! A spy! A refugee! Hustle him! Away with him!" It was with great difficulty that the self-important man in the cocked hat restored order, and having assumed a tenfold austerity of brow, demanded again of the unknown culprit what he came there for, and whom he was seeking. The poor man humbly assured him that he meant no harm, but merely came there in search of some of his neighbours who used to keep about the tavern. "Well, who are they? Name them." Rip bethought himself a moment, and inquired, "Where's Nicholas Vedder?" There was a silence for a little while, and then an old man replied in a thin piping voice, "Nicholas Vedder? Why, he is dead, and gone these 18 years. There was a wooden tombstone in the churchyard that used to tell all about him, but that's rotten and gone too." "Where's Brom Dutcher?" "Oh, he went off to the army in the beginning of the war. Some say he was killed at the storming of Stony Point. Others say he was drowned in a squall at the foot of Antony's Nose. I don't know. He never came back again." "Where's Van Bummel, the schoolmaster?" "Oh, he went off to the wars too. Was a great militia general, and he's now in Congress." Rip's heart died away at hearing of these sad changes in his home and friends, and finding himself thus alone in the world. Every answer puzzled him too, by treating of such enormous lapses of time, and matters which he could not understand. War? Congress? Stony Point? He had no courage to ask after any more friends, but cried out in despair, "Does nobody here know Rip Van Winkle?" "Oh, Rip Van Winkle!" exclaimed 2 or 3. "Oh, to be sure! That's Rip Van Winkle yonder, leaning against the tree." Rip looked, and beheld a precise counterpart of himself as he went up the mountain, apparently as lazy and certainly as ragged, The poor fellow was now completely confused. He doubted his own identity and whether he was himself or another man. In the midst of his bewilderment, the man in the cocked hat demanded who he was and what was his name. "God knows," exclaimed he at his wit's end, "I'm not myself. I'm somebody else. That's me yonder. No, that's somebody else, got into my shoes. I was myself last night, but I fell asleep on the mountain, and they've changed my gun, and everything's changed, and I'm changed, and I can't tell what's my name or who I am." The bystanders began now to look at each other, nod and wink significantly, and tap their fingers against their foreheads. There was a whisper also about securing the gun and keeping the old fellow from doing mischief, at the very suggestion of which the self-important man with the cocked hat retired with some precipitation. At this critical moment a fresh comely woman pressed through the throng to get a peep at the grey-bearded man. She had a chubby child in her arms, which, frightened at his looks, began to cry. "Hush, Rip," cried she, "hush, you little fool. The old man won't hurt you." The name of the child, the air of the mother, the tone of her voice, all awakened a train of recollections in his mind. "What's your name, my good woman?" asked he. "Judith Cardenier." "And your father's name?" "Ah, poor man, Rip Van Winkle was his name, but it's 20 years since he went away from home with his gun, and never has been heard of since. His dog came home without him, but whether he shot himself or was carried away by the Indians, no one can tell. I was then but a little girl." Rip had one more question to ask, but he put it with a faltering voice. "Where's your mother?" "Oh, she too had died but a short time since. She broke a blood vessel in a fit of passion at a New England peddler." There was a drop of comfort, at least, in this intelligence. The honest man could contain himself no longer. He caught his daughter and her child in his arms. "I'm your father," cried he, "young Rip Van Winkle once, old Rip Van Winkle now. Does nobody know poor Rip Van Winkle?" All stood amazed, until an old woman, tottering out from among the crowd, put her hand to her brow, and peering under it in his face for a moment, exclaimed, "Sure enough! It is Rip Van Winkle, it is himself. Welcome home again, old neighbour. Why, where have you been these 20 long years?" Rip's story was soon told, for the whole 20 years had been to him as but one night. The neighbours stared when they heard it. Some were seen to wink at each other and put their tongues in their cheeks, and the self-important man in the cocked hat, who, when the alarm was over, had returned to the field, screwed down the corners of his mouth, and shook his head, upon which there was a general shaking of the heads throughout the assemblage. It was determined, however, to take the opinion of old Peter Vanderdonk, who had been slowly advancing up the road. He was a descendant of the historian of that same name, who wrote one of the earliest accounts of the province. Peter was the most ancient inhabitant of the village, and well versed in all the wonderful events and traditions of the neighbourhood. He recollected Rip at once, and corroborated his story in the most satisfactory manner. He assured the company that it was a fact, handed down from his ancestor, the historian, that the Catskill Mountains had always been haunted by strange beings, that it was affirmed that the great Hendrik Hudson, the first discoverer of the river and country, kept a kind of vigil there every 20 years with his crew of the Half Moon, being permitted in this way to revisit the scenes of his enterprise and keep a guardian eye upon the river and the great city called by his name. That his father had once seen them in their old Dutch dresses playing at ninepins in the hollow of the mountain, and that he himself had heard one summer afternoon the sound of their balls, like distant peals of thunder. To make a long story short, the company broke up and returned to the more important concerns of the election. Rip's daughter took him home to live with her. She had a snug, well-furnished house, and a stout, cheery farmer for a husband, whom Rip recollected for one of the urchins that used to climb on his back. As to Rip's son and heir, who was the ditto of himself, seen leaning against the tree, he was employed to work on the farm, but evinced a hereditary disposition to attend to anything else but his business. Rip now resumed his old walks and habits. He soon found many of his former cronies, though all rather the worse for the wear and tear of time, and preferred making friends among the rising generation, with whom he soon grew into great favour. Having nothing to do at home, and being arrived at that happy age when a man can be idle with impunity, he took his place once more on the bench at the inn door, and was reverenced as one of the patriarchs of the village, and a chronicle of the old times before the war. It was some time before he could get into the regular track of gossip, or could be made to comprehend the strange events that had taken place during his torpor, how that there had been a revolutionary war, that the country had thrown off the yoke of old England, and that, instead of being a subject to His Majesty George III, he was now a free citizen of the United States. Rip, in fact, was no politician. The changes of the states and empires made but little impression on him, but there was one species of despotism under which he had long groaned, and that was petticoat government. Happily that was at an end. He had got his neck out of the yoke of matrimony, and could go in and out whenever he pleased, without dreading the tyranny of Dame Van Winkle. Whenever her name was mentioned, however, he shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, and cast up his eyes, which might pass for either an expression of resignation to his fate, or joy at his deliverance. He used to tell his story to every stranger that arrived at Mr. Doolittle's hotel. He was observed at first to vary on some points every time he told it, which was, doubtless, owing to his having so recently awaked. It at last settled down precisely to the tale I have related, and not a man, woman, or child in the neighbourhood but knew it by heart. Some always pretended to doubt the reality of it, and insisted that Rip had been out of his head, and that this was one point on which he always remained flighty. The old Dutch inhabitants, however, almost universally gave it full credit. Even to this day they never hear a thunderstorm of a summer afternoon about the Catskill, but they say Hendrik Hudson and his crew are at their game of ninepins, and it is a common wish of all the henpecked husbands in the neighbourhood, when life hangs heavy on their hands, that they might have a quieting draught out of Rip Van Winkle's flagon. End of Rip Van Winkle by Washington Irving. Read by Julie Ross Rushton.
Governor by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Running for Governor by Mark Twain. A few months ago I was nominated for governor of the great state of New York, to run against Mr. John T. Smith and Mr. Blank J. Blank on an independent ticket. I somehow felt that I had one prominent advantage over these gentlemen, and that was good character. It was easy to see by the newspapers that if ever they had known what it was to bear a good name, that time had gone by. It was plain that in these latter years they had become familiar with all manner of shameful crimes. But at the very moment that I was exalting my advantage and joying in it in secret, there was a muddy undercurrent of discomfort riling the depths of my happiness, and that was the having to hear my name bandied about in familiar connection with those of such people. I grew more and more disturbed. Finally I wrote my grandmother about it. Her answer came quick and sharp. She said, "You have never done one single thing in all your life to be ashamed of. Not one. Look at the newspapers. Look at them, and comprehend what sort of characters Messrs. Smith and Blank are, and then see if you are willing to lower yourself to their level and enter a public canvass with them." It was my very thought. I did not sleep a single moment that night, but after all I could not recede. I was fully committed and must go on with the fight. As I was looking listlessly over the papers at breakfast, I came across this paragraph, and I may truly say I never was so confounded before. Perjury. Perhaps now that Mr. Mark Twain is before the people as candidate for governor, he will condescend to explain how he came to be convicted of perjury by 34 witnesses in Wakawak, Cochin, China in 1863, the intent of which perjury being to rob a poor native widow and her helpless family of a meager plantain patch, their only stay and support in their bereavement and desolation. Mr. Twain owes it to himself as well as to the great people whose suffrage he asks to clear this matter up. Will he do it?" I thought I should burst with amazement. Such a cruel, heartless charge! I never had seen Cochin China. I never heard of Waka Waka. I didn't know a plantain patch from a kangaroo. I did not know what to do. I was crazed and helpless. I let the day slip away without doing anything at all. The next morning the same paper had this, nothing more. Significant. Mr. Twain, it will be observed, is suggestively silent about the Cochin China perjury. Note: during the rest of the campaign this paper never referred to me in any other way than as the infamous perjurer Twain. Next came the Gazette with this: "Wanted to know. Will the new candidate for governor deign to explain to certain of his fellow citizens who are suffering to vote for him the little circumstance of his cabin mates in Montana losing small valuables from time to time, until at last these things have been invariably found on Mr. Twain's person or in his trunk newspaper he rolled his traps in. They felt compelled to give him a friendly admonition for his own good, and so tarred and feathered him and rode him on a rail, and then advised him to leave a permanent vacuum in the place where he usually occupied in the camp. Will he do this? Could anything be more deliberately malicious than that? For I never was in Montana in my life. After this journal customarily spoke of me as Twain the Montana Thief. I got to picking up papers apprehensively, much as one would lift a desired blanket which he had some idea might have a rattlesnake under it. One day this met my eye: "The Lie Nailed," by the sworn affidavits of Michael O'Flanagan, Esquire, of the 5 Points, and Mr. Snub Rafferty and Caddy Mulligan of Water Street. It is established that Mr. Mark Twain's vile statement that the lamented grandfather of our noble standard-bearer J. was hanged for highway robbery is a brutal and gratuitous lie, without a shadow of foundation in fact. It is disheartening to virtuous men to see such shameful means resorted to achieve political success as the attacking of the dead in their graves and defiling their honored names with slander. When we think of the anguish this miserable falsehood must cause the innocent relatives and friends of the deceased, we are almost driven to incite an outraged and insulted public to summary and unlawful vengeance upon the transducer. But no. Let us leave him to the agony of a lacerated conscience, though if passion should get the better of the public, and in its blind fury they should do the transducer bodily injury, it is but too obvious that no jury could convict and no court punish the perpetrators of the deed. The ingenious closing sentence had the effect of moving me out of bed with dispatch that night, and out at the back door also, while the outraged and insulted public surged in the front way, breaking furniture and windows in their righteous indignation as they came, and taking off such property as they could carry when they went. And yet I can lay my hand upon the book and say that I never slandered Mr. Blank's grandfather. More, I had never even heard of him or mentioned him up to that day and date. I will state in passing that the journal above quoted from always referred to me afterward as Twain the Body Snatcher. The next newspaper article that attracted my attention was the following: "A sweet candidate. Mr. Mark Twain, who was to make such a blighting speech at the mass meeting of the Independents last night, didn't come to time. A telegram from his physician stated that he had been knocked down by a runaway team and his leg broken in 2 places. Sufferer lying in great agony," and so forth, and a lot more bosh of the same sort. And the Independents tried hard to swallow the wretched subterfuge and pretend they did not know what was the real reason of the absence of the abandoned creature whom they denominate their standard-bearer. A certain man was seen to reel into Mr. Twain's hotel last night in a state of beastly intoxication. It is the imperative duty of the Independents to prove that this besotted brute was not Mark Twain himself. We have them at last. This is a case that admits of no shirking. The voice of the people demand in thunder tones, who was that man? It was incredible, absolutely incredible, for a moment, that it was really my name that was coupled with this disgraceful suspicion. 3 long years had passed over my head since I had tasted ale, beer, wine, or liquor of any kind. It shows what effect the times were having on me when I say that I saw myself confidently dubbed Mr. Delirium Tremens Twain, in the next issue of that journal without a pang, notwithstanding I knew that with monotonous fidelity the paper would go on calling me so to the very end. By this time anonymous letters were getting to be an important part of my mail matter. This form was common. "How about that old woman you kicked off your premises which was begging? Pol Pry." And this: "There is things which you have done which is unbeknownst to anybody but me. You better trot out a few dots to yours truly, or you'll hear through the papers. From Handy Andy." This is about the idea. I could continue them till the reader was surfeited, if desirable. Shortly the principal Republican journal convicted me of wholesale bribery, and the leading Democratic paper nailed an aggravated case of blackmailing to me. In this way I acquired two additional names: Twain the Filthy Corruptionist, and Twain the Loathsome Embracer. By this time there had grown to be such a clamor for an answer to all the dreadful charges that were laid to me that the editors and leaders of my party said it would be political ruin for me to remain silent any longer. As if to make their appeal the more imperative, the following appeared in one of the newspapers the very next day: "Behold the man. The independent candidate still maintains silence, because he dare not speak. Every accusation against him has been amply proved, and they have been endorsed and re-endorsed by his own eloquent silence, till at this day he stands forever convicted. Look upon your candidate, Independents. Look upon the infamous perjurer, the Montana thief, the body snatcher. Contemplate your incarnate delirium tremens, your filthy corruptionist, your loathsome embracer. Gaze upon him, ponder him well, and then say if you can give your honest votes to a creature who has earned this dismal array of titles by his hideous crimes, and dares not open his mouth in denial of any one of them." There was no possible way of getting out of it, and so in deep humiliation I set about preparing to answer a mass of baseless charges and mean and wicked falsehoods. But I never finished the task, for the very next morning a paper came out with a new horror, a fresh malignity, and seriously charged me with burning a lunatic asylum with all of its inmates because it obstructed the view from my house. This threw me into a sort of panic. Then came the charge of poisoning my uncle to get his property, with an imperative demand that the grave should be opened. This drove me to the verge of distraction. On top of this I was accused of employing toothless and incompetent old relatives to prepare the food for the foundling hospital when I warden. I was wavering, and at last, as a due and fitting climax to the shameless persecution that party rancor had inflicted upon me, 9 little toddling children of all shades of color and degree of raggedness were taught to rush onto the platform at a public meeting and clasp me around the legs and call me Pa. I gave up. I hauled down my colors and surrendered. I was not equal to the requirements of a gubernatorial campaign in the state of New York, and so I sent my withdrawal from the candidacy, and in bitterness of spirit signed it, "Truly yours, once a decent man, but now Mark Twain, L.P., M.T., B.S., D.T., F.C., and L.E." End of Running for Governor by Mark Twain. Dr. Tar and Professor Feather by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The System of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather by Edgar Allan Poe. During the autumn of 1845, while on tour through the extreme southern provinces of France, my route led me within a few miles of a certain maison de santé, or private madhouse, about which I had heard much in Paris from my medical friends. As I had never visited a place of the kind, I thought the opportunity too good to be lost, and so proposed to my traveling companion, a gentleman with whom I had made casual acquaintance a few days before, that we should turn aside for an hour or so and look through the establishment. To this he objected, pleading haste in the first place, and in the second, a very usual horror at the sight of a lunatic. He begged me, however, not to let any mere courtesy towards himself interfere with the gratification of my curiosity, and said that he would ride on leisurely, so that I might overtake him during the day, or, at all events, during the next. As he bade me good-bye, I bethought me that there might be some difficulty in obtaining access to the premises, and mentioned my fears on this point. He replied that, in fact, unless I had personal knowledge of the superintendent, Monsieur Maillard, or some credential in the way of a letter, a difficulty might be found to exist, as the regulations of these private madhouses were more rigid than the public hospital laws. For himself, he added, he had some years since made the acquaintance of Maillard, and would so far assist me as to ride up to the door and introduce me, although his feelings on the subject of lunacy would not permit of his entering the house. I thanked him, and turning from the main road, we entered a grass-grown by-path, which in half an hour nearly lost itself in a dense forest, clothing the base of a mountain. Through this dark and gloomy wood we rode some 2 miles, when the Maison de Santé came in view. It was a fantastic chateau, much dilapidated, and indeed scarcely tenantable through age and neglect. Its aspect inspired me with absolute dread, and, checking my horse, I half resolved to turn back. I soon, however, grew ashamed of my weakness, and proceeded. As we rode up to the gateway, I perceived it slightly open, and the visage of a man peering through. In an instant afterward this man came forth, accosted my companion by name, shook him cordially by the hand, and begged him to alight. It was Monsieur Maillard himself. He was a portly, fine-looking gentleman of the old school, with a polished manner and a certain air of gravity, dignity, and authority, which was very impressive. My friend, having presented me, mentioned my desire to inspect the establishment, and received Monsieur Maillard's assurance that he would show me all attention, now took leave, and I saw him no more. When he had gone, the superintendent ushered me into a small and exceedingly neat parlor, containing, among other indications of refined taste, many books, drawings, pots of flowers, and musical instruments. A cheerful fire blazed upon the hearth. At a piano, singing an aria from Bellini, sat a young and very beautiful woman, who, at my entrance, paused in her song, and received me with graceful courtesy. Her voice was low, and her whole manner subdued. I thought, too, that I perceived the traces of sorrow in her countenance, which was excessively, although to my tastes not unpleasantly, pale. She was attired in deep mourning, and excited in my bosom a feeling of mingled respect, interest, and admiration. I had heard at Paris that the institution of Monsieur Maillard was managed upon what is vulgarly termed the system of soothing, that all punishments were avoided, that even confinement was seldom resorted to, that the patients, while secretly watched, were left much apparent liberty, and that most of them were permitted to roam about the house and grounds in the ordinary apparel of persons in the right mind. Keeping these impressions in view, I was cautious in what I said before the young lady, for I could not be sure that she was sane, and, in fact, there was a certain restless brilliancy about her eyes which half led me to imagine she was not. I confined my remarks, therefore, to general topics, and to such as I thought would not be displeasing or exciting even to a lunatic. She replied in a perfectly rational manner to all that I said, and even her original observations were marked with the soundest good sense. But a long acquaintance with the metaphysics of mania had taught me to put no faith in such evidence of sanity, and I continued to practice throughout the interview the caution with which I commenced it. Presently a smart footman in livery brought in a tray with fruit, wine, and other refreshments, of which I partook, the lady soon afterward leaving the room. As she departed, I turned my eyes in an inquiring manner toward my host. "No," he said. "Oh, no. A member of the family. My niece, and a most accomplished woman." "I beg 1,000 pardons for the suspicion," I replied, "but of course you will know how to excuse me. The excellent administration of your affairs here is well understood in Paris, and I thought it just possible, you know—" Yes, say no more. Or rather, it is myself who should thank you for the commendable prudence you have displayed. We seldom find so much of forethought in young men, and more than once some unhappy contretemps has occurred in consequence of thoughtlessness on the part of our visitors. While my former system was in operation, and my patients were permitted the privilege of roaming to and fro at will, they were often aroused to a dangerous frenzy by injudicious persons who called to inspect the house. Hence I was obliged to enforce a rigid system of exclusion, and none obtained access to the premises upon whose discretion I could not rely. "While your former system was in operation," I said, repeating his words, "do I understand you then to say that the soothing system of which I have heard so much is no longer in force?" "It is now," he replied, "several weeks since we have concluded to renounce it forever." "Indeed! You astonish me." "We found it, sir," he said, with a sigh, "absolutely necessary to return to the old usages. The danger of the soothing system was at all times appalling, and its advantages have been much overrated. I believe, sir, that in this house it has been given a fair trial, if ever in any. We did everything that rational humanity could suggest. I am sorry that you could not have paid us a visit at an earlier period, that you might have judged for yourself, but I presume you are conversant with the soothing practice, with its details." "Not altogether. What I have heard has been at third or fourth hand." "I may state the system, then, in general terms, as one in which the patients were ménage humored. We contradicted no fancies which entered the brains of the mad. On the contrary, we not only indulged but encouraged them, and many of our most permanent cures have been thus effected. There is no argument which so touches the feeble reason of the madman as the argumentum ad absurdum. We have had men, for example, who fancied themselves chickens. The cure was to insist upon the thing as a fact, to accuse the patient of stupidity in not sufficiently perceiving it to be a fact, and thus to refuse him any other diet for a week than that which properly appertains to a chicken. In this manner a little corn and gravel were made to perform wonders." "But was this species of acquiescence all?" "By no means. We put much faith in amusements of a simple kind, such as music, dancing, gymnastic exercises generally, cards, certain classes of books, and so forth. We affected to treat each individual as if for some ordinary physical disorder, and the word lunacy was never employed. A great point was to set each lunatic to guard the actions of all the others. To repose confidence in the understanding or discretion of a madman is to gain him, body and soul. In this way we were enabled to dispense with an expensive body of keepers." "And you had no punishments of any kind?" "None." "And you never confined your patients?" "Very rarely. Now and then, the malady of some individual growing to a crisis, or taking a sudden turn of fury, we conveyed him to a secret cell, lest his disorder should infect the rest, and there keep him until we could dismiss him to his friends. For with the raging maniac we have nothing to do. He is usually removed to the public hospitals." "And you have now changed all this, and you think for the better?" "Decidedly. The system had its disadvantages, and even its dangers. It is now happily exploded throughout all the maisons de santé of France." "I am very much surprised," I said, "at what you tell me, for I made sure that at this moment no other method of treatment for mania existed in any portion of the country." "You are young yet, my friend," replied my host, "but the time will arrive when you will learn to judge for yourself of what is going on in the world without trusting to the gossip of others. Believe nothing you hear, and only one half that you see. Now, about our maison de santé, it is clear that some ignoramus has misled you. After dinner, however, when you have sufficiently recovered from the fatigue of your ride, I will be happy to take you over the house, and introduce you to a system which, in my opinion, and in that of every one who has witnessed its operation, is incomparably the most effectual as yet devised." "Your own?" I inquired. "One of your own invention?" "I am proud," he replied, "to acknowledge that it is, at least in some measure." In this manner I conversed with Monsieur Maillard for an hour or two, during which he showed me the gardens and conservatories of the place. "I cannot let you see my patients," he said, "just at present. To a sensitive mind there is always more or less of the shocking in such exhibitions, and I do not wish to spoil your appetite for dinner. We will dine. I can give you some veal à la Minot, with cauliflowers and velouté sauce. After that, a glass of Clos de Vougeot, then your nerves will be sufficiently steadied." At 6 dinner was announced, and my host conducted me into a large salle à manger, where a very numerous company were assembled, 25 or 30 in all. They were apparently people of rank, certainly of high breeding, although their habiliments I thought were extravagantly rich, partaking somewhat too much of the ostentatious finery of the Villecourt. I noticed that at least 2/3 of these guests were ladies. and some of the latter were by no means accoutred in what a Parisian would consider good taste at the present day. Many females, for example, whose age could not have been less than 70, were bedecked with a profusion of jewelry, such as rings, bracelets, and earrings, and wore their bosoms and arms shamefully bare. I observed, too, that very few of the dresses were well made, or at least that very few of them fitted the wearers. In looking about, I discovered the interesting girl to whom Monsieur Maillard had presented me in the little parlor, but my surprise was great to see her wearing a hoop and farthingale, with high-heeled shoes and a dirty cap of Brussels lace, so much too large for her that it gave her face a ridiculously diminutive expression. When I had first seen her, she was attired most becomingly in deep mourning. There was an air of oddity, in short, about the dress of the whole party, which at first caused me to recur to my original idea of the soothing system, and to fancy that Monsieur Maillard had been unwilling to deceive me until after dinner, that I might experience no uncomfortable feelings during the repast at finding myself dining with lunatics. But I remembered having been informed in Paris that the southern provincialists were a peculiarly eccentric people, with a vast number of antiquated notions, and then, too, upon conversing with several members of the company, my apprehensions were immediately and fully dispelled. The dining room itself, although perhaps sufficiently comfortable and of good dimensions, had nothing too much of elegance about it. For example, the floor was uncarpeted. In France, however, a carpet is frequently dispensed with. The windows, too, were without curtains. The shutters, being shut, were securely fastened with iron bars applied diagonally after the fashion of our ordinary shop shutters. The apartment, I observed, formed in itself a wing of the chateau, and thus the windows were on 3 sides of the parallelogram, the door being at the other. There were no less than 10 windows in all. The table was superbly set out. It was loaded with plate, and more than loaded with delicacies. The profusion was absolutely barbaric. There were meats enough to have feasted the Anakim. Never in all my life had I witnessed so lavish, so wasteful an expenditure of the good things of life. There seemed very little taste, however, in the arrangements, and my eyes, accustomed to quiet lights, were sadly offended by the prodigious glare of a multitude of wax candles, which, in silver candelabra, were deposited upon the table and all about the room, wherever it was possible to find a place. There were several active servants in attendance, and upon a large table at the farther end of the apartment were seated 7 or 8 people with fiddles, fifes, trombones, and a drum. These fellows annoyed me very much at intervals during the repast by an infinite variety of noises which were intended for music, and which appeared to afford much entertainment to all present, with the exception of myself. Upon the whole, I could not help thinking that there was much of the bizarre about everything I saw. But then the world is made up of all kinds of persons, with all modes of thought and all sorts of conventional customs. I had travelled, too, so much as to be quite an adept at the nil admirari, so I took my seat very coolly at the right hand of my host, and, having an excellent appetite, did justice to the good cheer set before me. The conversation in the meantime was spirited and general. The ladies, as usual, talked a great deal. I soon found that nearly all the company were well educated, and my host was a world of good-humored anecdotes in himself. He seemed quite willing to speak of his position as superintendent of a maison de santé, and indeed the topic of lunacy was, much to my surprise, a favorite one with all present. A great many amusing stories were told, having reference to the whims of the patients. "We had a fellow here once," said a fat little gentleman who sat at my right, "a fellow that fancied himself a teapot. And, by the way, is it not especially singular how often this particular crochet has entered the brain of the lunatic? There is scarcely an insane asylum in France which cannot supply a human teapot. Our gentleman was a Britannia ware teapot, and was careful to polish himself every morning with buckskin and whiting." "And then," said a tall man just opposite, "we had here not long ago a person who had taken it into his head that he was a donkey, which, allegorically speaking, you will say, was quite true. He was a troublesome patient, and we had much ado to keep him within bounds. For a long time he would eat nothing but thistles, but of this idea we soon cured him by insisting upon his eating nothing else. Then he was perpetually kicking out his heels, so. "Mr. de Kock, I will thank you to behave yourself." Here interrupted an old lady who sat next to the speaker. "Please keep your feet to yourself. You have spoiled my brocade. Is it necessary, pray, to illustrate a remark with so practical a style? Our friend here can surely comprehend you without all this. Upon my word, you are nearly as great a donkey as the poor unfortunate imagined himself. Your acting is very natural, as I live." "Mille pardons, mademoiselle," replied Monsieur de Kock, thus addressed. "1,000 pardons. I had no intention of offending. Mademoiselle Laplace, Monsieur de Kock will do himself the honor of taking wine with you." Here Monsieur de Kock bowed low, kissed his hand with much ceremony, and took wine with Mademoiselle Laplace. "Allow me, mon ami," now said Monsieur Maillard, addressing myself, "allow me to send you a morsel of this veal à la Sémenu. You will find it particularly fine." At this instant 3 sturdy waiters had just succeeded in depositing safely upon the table an enormous dish or trencher, containing what I supposed to be the monstrum horrendum informe ingens cui lumen ademptum. A closer scrutiny assured me, however, that it was only a small calf roasted whole and set upon its knees with an apple in its mouth, as is the English fashion of dressing a hare. "Thank you, no," I replied. "To say the truth, I am not particularly partial to veal à la what is it? For I do not find that it altogether agrees with me. I will change my plate, however, and try some of the rabbit." There were several side dishes on the table, containing what appeared to be the ordinary French rabbit, a very delicious morceau which I can recommend. "Pierre," cried the host, "change this gentleman's plate, and give him a side piece of this rabbit au chat." "This what?" I said. "This rabbit au chat." "Why, thank you. Upon second thoughts, no. I will just help myself to some of the ham. There is no knowing what one eats, thought I to myself, at the tables of these people of the province. I will have none of their rabbit au chat, and, for the matter of that, none of their cat au rabbit either." "And then," said a cadaverous-looking personage near the foot of the table, taking up the thread of the conversation where it had been broken off, "and then, among other oddities, we had a patient once upon a time who very pertinaciously maintained himself to be a Cordova cheese, and went about with a knife in his hand, soliciting his friends to try a small slice from the middle of his leg." "He was a great fool, beyond doubt," interposed someone, "but not to be compared with a certain individual whom we all know, with the exception of this strange gentleman. I mean the man who took himself for a bottle of champagne, and always went off with a pop and a fizz in this fashion." Here the speaker very rudely, as I thought, put his right thumb in his left cheek, withdrew it with a sound resembling the popping of a cork, and then, by a dexterous movement of the tongue upon the teeth, created a sharp hissing and fizzing, which lasted for several minutes, in imitation of the frothing champagne. This behavior, I saw plainly, was not very pleasing to Monsieur Maillard, but that gentleman said nothing, and the conversation was resumed by a very lean little man in a big wig. "And then there was an ignoramus," said he, "who mistook himself for a frog, which, by the way, he resembled in no little degree. I wish you could have seen him, sir." Here the speaker addressed myself. "It would have done your heart good to see the natural airs that he put on. Sir, if that man was not a frog, I can only observe that it is a pity he was not. His croak thus, oog, oog, was the finest note in the world, B flat, and when he put his elbows upon the table thus, after taking a glass or two of wine, and distended his mouth thus, and rolled up his eyes thus, and winked them with excessive rapidity thus, why, then, sir, I take it upon myself to say positively that you would have been lost in admiration of the genius of the man." "I have no doubt of it," I said. "And then," said somebody else, "then there was Petit Gaillard, who thought himself a pinch of snuff, and was truly distressed because he could not take himself between his own finger and thumb. And then there was Jules Desolé, who was a very singular genius indeed, and went mad with the idea that he was a pumpkin. He persecuted the cook to make him up into pies, a thing which the cook indignantly refused to do. For my part, I am by no means sure that a pumpkin pie à la Desolé would not have been very capital eating indeed." "You astonish me," said I, and I looked inquisitively at Monsieur Maillard. "Ha, ha," said that gentleman, "he, ha, ha, very good indeed. You must not be astonished, mon ami. Our friend here is a wit, a droll. You must not understand him to the letter." "And then," said some other one of the party, "then there was Buffon Legrand, another extraordinary personage in his way. He grew deranged through love, and fancied himself possessed of 2 heads. One of these he maintained to be the head of Cicero. The other he imagined a composite one, being Demosthenes from the top of the forehead to the mouth, and Lord Brougham's from the mouth to the chin. It is not impossible that he was wrong, but he would have convinced you of his being in the right, for he was a man of great eloquence. He had an absolute passion for oratory, and could not refrain from display. For example, he used to leap upon the dinner table thus, and here a friend at the side of the speaker put a hand upon his shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear, upon which he ceased talking with great suddenness and sank back within his chair. And then, said the friend who had whispered, there was Bouillard, the teetotum. I call him the teetotum because in fact he was seized with the droll but not altogether irrational crotchet that he had been converted into a teetotum. You would have roared with laughter to see him spin. He would turn round upon one heel by the hour, in this manner, so. Here the friend whom he had just interrupted by a whisper performed an exactly similar office for himself. But then, cried the old lady at the top of her voice, your Monsieur Bouillard was a madman, and a very silly madman at best, for who, allow me to ask you, ever heard of a human teetotum? The thing is absurd. Madame Joyeuse was a more sensible person, as you know. She had a crochet, but it was instinct with common sense, and gave pleasure to all who had the honor of her acquaintance. She found upon mature deliberation that by some accident she had been turned into a chicken cock, but as such she behaved with propriety. She flapped her wings with prodigious effect, so, and as for her crow, it was delicious. Cock-a-doodle-doo, cock-a-doodle-doo. Madame Joyeuse, I will thank you to behave yourself, here interrupted our host very angrily. You can either conduct yourself as a lady should do, or you can quit the table forthwith. Take your choice. The lady, whom I was much astonished to hear addressed as Madame Joyeuse, after the description of Madame Joyeuse she had just given, blushed up to the eyebrows, and seemed exceedingly abashed at the reproof. She hung down her head, and said not a syllable in reply, but another and younger lady resumed the theme. It was my beautiful girl of the little parlour. Oh, Madame Joyeuse was a fool, she exclaimed, but there was really much sound sense, after all, in the opinion of Eugenia Salsafette. She was a very beautiful and painfully modest young lady, who thought the ordinary mode of habiliment indecent, and wished to dress herself always by getting outside instead of inside her clothes. It is a thing very easily done, after all. You have only to do so, and then so, and then so, and then so, and then, Mon Dieu, Mademoiselle Salsafette! Here cried a dozen voices at once. What are you about? Forbear! That is sufficient. We see very plainly how it is done. Hold! Hold! And several persons were already leaping from their seats to withhold Mademoiselle Salsafette from putting herself upon a par with the Medicean Venus, when the point was very effectually and suddenly accomplished by a series of loud screams or yells from some portion of the main body of the chateau. My nerves were very much affected indeed by these yells, but the rest of the company I really pitied. I never saw any set of reasonable people so thoroughly frightened in my life. They all grew as pale as so many corpses, and shrinking within their seats sat quivering and gibbering with terror, and listening for a repetition of the sound. It came again, louder, and seemingly nearer, and then a third time, very loud, and then a fourth time, with a vigor evidently diminished. At this apparent dying away of the noise, the spirits of the company were immediately regained, and all was life and anecdote as before. I now ventured to inquire the cause of the disturbance. A mere bagatelle, said Monsieur Maillard. We are used to these things, and care really very little about them. The lunatics every now and then get up a howl in concert, one starting another, as is sometimes the case with a bevy of dogs at night. It occasionally happens, however, that the concerto yells are succeeded by a simultaneous effort at breaking loose, when, of course, some little danger is to be apprehended. And how many have you in charge? At present we have not more than 10 altogether. Principally females, I presume? Oh, no, every one of them men, and stout fellows too, I can tell you. Indeed, I have always understood that the majority of lunatics were of the gentler sex. It is generally so, but not always. Some time ago there were about 27 patients here, and of that number no less than 18 were women, but lately matters have changed very much, as you see. Yes, have changed very much, as you see, here interrupted the gentleman who had broken the shins of Mademoiselle Laplace. Yes, have changed very much, as you see, chimed in the whole company at once. Hold your tongues, every one of you, said my host in a great rage, whereupon the whole company maintained a dead silence for nearly a minute. As for one lady, she obeyed Monsieur Maillard to the letter, and thrusting out her tongue, which was an excessively long one, held it resignedly with both hands until the end of the entertainment. And this gentlewoman, said I to Monsieur Maillard, bending over and addressing him in a whisper, this good lady who has just spoken, and who gives us the cock-a-doodle-dee-doo, she, I presume, is harmless, quite harmless, eh? Harmless, ejaculated he in unfeigned surprise. Why, what can you mean? Only slightly touched, said I, touching my head. I take it for granted that she is not particularly, not dangerously affected, eh? Mon Dieu, what is it you imagine? This lady, my particular old friend, Madame Joyeuse, is as absolutely sane as myself. She has her little eccentricities, to be sure, but then, you know, all old women, all very old women, are more or less eccentric. To be sure, said I, to be sure. And then the rest of these ladies and gentlemen? Are my friends and keepers, interrupted Monsieur Maillard, drawing himself up with hauteur. My very good friends and assistants. What, all of them, I asked, the women and all? Assuredly, he said. We could not do at all without the women. They are the best lunatic nurses in the world. They have a way of their own, you know. Their bright eyes have a marvelous effect. Something like the fascination of the snake, you know. To be sure, said I, to be sure. They behave a little odd, eh? They are a little queer, eh? Don't you think so? Odd? Queer? Why, do you really think so? We are not very prudish, to be sure, here in the South, do pretty much as we please, enjoy life and all that sort of thing, you know. To be sure, said I, to be sure. And then, perhaps this Clos de Vouziers is a little heady, you know, a little strong. You understand, eh? To be sure, said I, to be sure. By the by, monsieur, did I understand you to say that the system you have adopted in place of the celebrated soothing system was one of very rigorous severity? By no means. Our confinement is necessarily close, but the treatment, the medical treatment, I mean, is rather agreeable to the patients than otherwise. And the new system is one of your own invention? Not altogether. Some portions of it are referable to Professor Tarr, of whom you have necessarily heard, and again there are modifications in my plan which I am happy to acknowledge as belonging of right to the celebrated Feather, with whom, if I mistake not, you have the honor of an intimate acquaintance. I am quite ashamed to confess, I replied, that I have never even heard the names of either gentleman before. Good heavens! Ejaculated my host, drawing back his chair abruptly and uplifting his hands. I surely do not hear you aright. You did not intend to say, eh, that you had never heard either of the learned Dr. Tarr or the celebrated Professor Feather? I am forced to acknowledge my ignorance, I replied, but the truth should be held inviolate above all things. Nevertheless, I feel humbled to the dust, not to be acquainted with the works of these no doubt extraordinary men. I will seek out their writings forthwith, and peruse them with deliberate care. Monsieur Maillard, you have really, I must confess it, you have really made me ashamed of myself. And this was the fact. Say no more, my good young friend, he said kindly, pressing my hand. Join me now in a glass of sauterne. We drank. The company followed our example without stint. They chatted, they jested, they laughed, they perpetrated 1,000 absurdities. The fiddles shrieked, the drum rode-dowed, the trombones bellowed like so many brazen bulls of Phalaris, and the whole scene, growing gradually worse and worse as the wines gained the ascendancy, became at length a sort of pandemonium in petto. In the meantime, Monsieur Maillard and myself, with some bottles of Sauterne and Vougeot between us, continued our conversation at the top of the voice. A word spoken in an ordinary key stood no more chance of being heard than the voice of a fish from the bottom of Niagara Falls. "And, sir," said I, screaming in his ear, "you mentioned something before dinner about the danger incurred in the old system of soothing. How is that?" "Yes," he replied, "there was occasionally very great danger indeed. There is no accounting for the caprices of madmen, and in my opinion, as well as in that of Dr. Tarr and Professor Feather, it is never safe to permit them to run at large unattended. A lunatic may be soothed, as it is called, for a time, but in the end he is very apt to become obstreperous. His cunning, too, is proverbial and great. If he has a project in view, he conceals his design with a marvelous wisdom, and the dexterity with which he counterfeits sanity presents to the metaphysician one of the most singular problems in the study of mind. When a madman appears thoroughly sane, indeed, it is high time to put him in a straitjacket. But the danger, my dear sir, of which you were speaking in your own experience, during your control of this house, have you had practical reason to think liberty hazardous in the case of a lunatic? Here, in my own experience? Why, I may say yes. For example, no very long while ago a singular circumstance occurred in this very house. The soothing system, you know, was then in operation, and the patients were at large. They behaved remarkably well. Especially so, any one of sense might have known that some devilish scheme was brewing from that particular fact, that the fellows behaved so remarkably well. And sure enough, one fine morning the keepers found themselves pinioned hand and foot, and thrown into the cells, where they were attended, as if they were the lunatics, by the lunatics themselves, who had usurped the offices of the keepers. You don't tell me so! I never heard of anything so absurd in my life. Fact! It all came to pass by means of a stupid fellow, a lunatic, who by some means had taken it into his head that he had invented a better system of government than any ever heard of before. Of lunatic government, I mean. He wished to give his invention a trial, I suppose, and so he persuaded the rest of the patients to join him in a conspiracy for the overthrow of the reigning powers. And he really succeeded? No doubt of it. The keepers and kept were soon made to exchange places. Not that exactly either, for the madmen had been free, but the keepers were shut up in cells forthwith, and treated, I am sorry to say, in a very cavalier manner. But I presume a counter-revolution was soon effected. This condition of things could not have long existed. The country people in the neighborhood, visitors coming to see the establishment, would have given the alarm. There you are out. The head rebel was too cunning for that. He admitted no visitors at all, with the exception of one day a very stupid-looking young gentleman of whom he had no reason to be afraid. He let him in to see the place, just by way of variety, to have a little fun with him. As soon as he had gammoned him sufficiently, he let him out and sent him about his business. And how long did the madman reign? Oh, a very long time indeed, a month certainly. How much longer I can't precisely say. In the meantime the lunatics had a jolly season of it, that you may swear. They doffed their own shabby clothes, and made free with the family wardrobe and jewels. The cellars of the chateau were well stocked with wine, and these madmen are just the devils that know how to drink it. They lived well, I can tell you. And the treatment, what was the particular species of treatment which the leader of the rebels put into operation? Why, as for that, a madman is not necessarily a fool, as I have already observed, and it is my honest opinion that his treatment was a much better treatment than that which it superseded. It was a very capital system indeed, simple, neat, no trouble at all. In fact, it was delicious, it was. Here my host's observations were cut short by another series of yells of the same character as those which had previously disconcerted us. This time, however, they seemed to proceed from persons rapidly approaching. "Gracious heavens!" I ejaculated, "the lunatics have most undoubtedly broken loose." "I very much fear it is so," replied Monsieur Maillard, now becoming excessively pale. He had scarcely finished the sentence before loud shouts and imprecations were heard beneath the window, and immediately afterward it became evident that some persons outside were endeavoring to gain entrance into the room. The door was beaten with what appeared to be a sledge-hammer, and the shutters were wrenched and shaken with prodigious violence. A scene of the most terrible confusion ensued. Monsieur Maillard, to my excessive astonishment, threw himself under the sideboard. I had expected more resolution at his hands. The members of the orchestra, who for the last 15 minutes had been seemingly too much intoxicated to do duty, now sprang all at once to their feet and to their instruments, and scrambling upon their table, broke out with one accord into Yankee Doodle, which they performed, if not exactly in tune, at least with an energy superhuman, during the whole of the uproar. Meantime, upon the main dining table, among the bottles and glasses, leaped the gentleman who with such difficulty had been restrained from leaping there before. As soon as he fairly settled himself, he commenced an oration, which no doubt was a very capital one, if it could only have been heard. At the same moment the man with the teetotum predilection set himself to spinning around the apartment with immense energy, and with arms outstretched at right angles with his body, so that he had all the air of a teetotum in fact, and knocked everybody down that happened to get in his way. And now, too, hearing an incredible popping and fizzing of champagne, I discovered at length that it proceeded from the person who performed the bottle of that delicate drink during dinner. And then again the frogman croaked away as if the salvation of his soul depended upon every note that he uttered. And in the midst of all this the continuous braying of a donkey arose over all. As for my old friend Madame Joyeuse, I really could have wept for the poor lady. She appeared so terribly perplexed. All she did, however, was to stand up in a corner by the fireplace and sing out incessantly at the top of her voice, "Cock-a-doodle-doo!" And now came the climax, the catastrophe of the drama. As no resistance beyond whooping and yelling and cock-a-doodling was offered to the encroachments of the party without, the 10 windows were very speedily and almost simultaneously broken in. But I shall never forget the emotions of wonder and horror with which I gazed when, leaping through these windows and down among us pell-mell, fighting, stamping, scratching, and howling, there rushed a perfect army of what I took to be chimpanzees, orangutans, or big black baboons of the Cape of Good Hope. I received a terrible beating, after which I rolled under a sofa and lay still. After lying there some 15 minutes, during which time I listened with all my ears to what was going on in the room, I came to same satisfactory denouement of this tragedy. Monsieur Maillard, it appeared, in giving me the account of the lunatic who had excited his fellows to rebellion, had been merely relating his own exploits. This gentleman had, indeed, some 2 or 3 years before, been the superintendent of the establishment, but grew crazy himself, and so became a patient. This fact was unknown to the traveling companion who introduced me. The keepers, 10 in number, having been suddenly overpowered, were first well tarred, then carefully feathered, and then shut up in underground cells. They had been so imprisoned for more than a month, during which period Monsieur Maillard had generously allowed them not only the tar and feathers, which constituted his system, but some bread and abundance of water. The latter was pumped on them daily. At length one escaping through a sewer gave freedom to all the rest. The soothing system, with important modifications, has been resumed at the chateau. Yet I cannot help agreeing with Monsieur Maillard that his own treatment was a very capital one of its kind. As he justly observed, it was simple, neat, and gave no trouble at all, not the least. I have only to add that, although I have searched every library in Europe for the works of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather, I have, up to the present day, utterly failed in my endeavors at procuring an edition. End of The System of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather by Edgar Allan Poe.
By Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tobermory. It was a chill, rain-washed afternoon of a late August day, that indefinite season when partridges are still in security or cold storage, and there is nothing to hunt, unless one is bounded on the north by the Bristol Channel, in which case one may lawfully gallop after fat red stags. Lady Blemley's house party was not bounded on the north by the Bristol Channel. Hence there was a full gathering of her guests round the tea-table on this particular afternoon. And in spite of the blankness of the season and the triteness of the occasion, there was no trace in the company of that fatigued restlessness which means a dread of the pianola and a subdued hankering for auction bridge. The undisguised, open-mouthed attention of the entire party was fixed on the homely, negative personality of Mr. Cornelius Appin. Of all her guests, he was the one who had come to Lady Blemley with the vaguest reputation. Someone had said he was clever, and that he had got his invitation in the modest expectation, on the part of his hostess, that some portion at least of his cleverness would be contributed to the general entertainment. Until tea-time that day she had been unable to discover in what direction, if any, his cleverness lay. He was neither a wit, nor a croquet champion, a hypnotic force, nor a begetter of amateur theatricals. Neither did his exterior suggest the sort of man in whom women are willing to pardon a generous measure of mental deficiency. He had subsided into mere Mr. Appin, and the Cornelius seemed a piece of transparent baptismal bluff. And now he was claiming to have launched on the world a discovery beside which the invention of gunpowder, of the printing press, and of steam locomotion were inconsiderable trifles. Science had made bewildering strides in many directions during recent decades, but this thing seemed to belong to the domain of miracle rather than to scientific achievement.
"And do you really ask us to believe," Sir Wilfrid was saying, "that you have discovered a means for instructing animals in the art of human speech, and that dear old Tobermory has proved your first successful pupil?"
"It is a problem at which I have worked for the last 17 years, said Mr. Appin, "but only during the last 8 or 9 months have I been rewarded with glimmerings of success. Of course, I have experimented with thousands of animals, but latterly only with cats, those wonderful creatures which have assimilated themselves so marvellously with our civilization, while retaining all their highly developed feral instincts. Here and there among cats one comes across an outstanding superior intellect, just as one does among the ruck of human beings. And when I made the acquaintance of Tobermory a week ago, I saw at once that I was in contact with a beyond cat of extraordinary intelligence. I had gone far along the road to success in recent experiments. With Tobermory, as you call him, I have reached the goal." Mr. Appin concluded his remarkable statement in a voice which he strove to divest of a triumphant inflection. No one said "rats," though Clovis's lips moved in a monosyllabic contortion which probably invoked those rodents of disbelief.
"And do you mean to say,"
asked Miss Resker, after a slight pause,
"that you have taught Tobermory to say and understand easy sentences of one syllable?"
"My dear Miss Resker," said the wonder-worker patiently, "one teaches little children and savages and backward adults in that piecemeal fashion. When one has once solved the problem of making a beginning with an animal of highly developed intelligence, one has no need for those halting methods. Tobermory can speak our language with perfect correctness." This time Clovis very distinctly said, "Beyond rats." Sir Wilfrid was more polite but equally sceptical.
"Hadn't we better have the cat in and judge for ourselves?"
suggested Lady Blemley. Sir Wilfrid went in search of the animal, and the company settled themselves down to the languid expectation of witnessing some more or less adroit drawing-room ventriloquism. In a minute Sir Wilfrid was back in the room, his face white beneath its tan, and his eyes dilated with excitement.
"My God, it's true!"
His agitation was unmistakably genuine, and his hearers started forward in a thrill of awakened interest. Collapsing into an armchair, he continued breathlessly,
"I found him dozing in the smoking-room, and called out to him to come for his tea. He blinked at me in his usual way, and I said, 'Come on, Toby, don't keep us waiting.' And by gad, he drawled out in a most horribly natural voice that he'd come when he dashed well pleased. I nearly jumped out of my skin."
Appin had preached to absolutely incredulous hearers. Sir Wilfrid's statement carried instant conviction. A Babel-like chorus of startled exclamation arose, amid which the scientist sat, mutely enjoying the first fruit of his stupendous discovery. In the midst of the clamour, Tobermory entered the room, and made his way with velvet tread and studied unconcern across to the group seated round the tea-table. A sudden hush of awkwardness and constraint fell on the company. Somehow there seemed an element of embarrassment in addressing on equal terms a domestic cat of acknowledged dental ability.
"Will you have some milk, Tobermory?"
asked Lady Blemley in a rather strained voice. "I don't mind if I do," was the response, couched in a tone of even indifference. A shiver of suppressed excitement went through the listeners, and Lady Blemley might be excused for pouring out the saucerful of milk rather unsteadily.
"I'm afraid I've spilt a good deal of it,"
she said apologetically. "After all, it's not my Axminster," was Tobermory's rejoinder. Another silence fell on the group, and then Miss Resker, in her best district visitor manner, asked if the human language had been difficult to learn. Tobermory looked squarely at her for a moment, and then fixed his gaze serenely on the middle distance. It was obvious that boring questions lay outside his scheme of life.
"What do you think of human intelligence?"
asked Mavis Pellington lamely. Of whose intelligence in particular? Asked Tobermory coldly.
"Oh, well, mine, for instance,"
said Mavis, with a feeble laugh. "You put me in an embarrassing position," said Tobermory, whose tone and attitude certainly did not suggest a shred of embarrassment.
"When your inclusion in this house party was suggested, Sir Wilfrid protested that you were the most brainless woman of his acquaintance, and that there was a wide distinction between hospitality and the care of the feeble-minded. Lady Blemley replied that your lack of brain power was the precise quality which had earned you your invitation, as you were the only person she could think of who might be idiotic enough to buy their old car. You know, the one they call the envy of Sisyphus, because it goes quite nicely uphill if you push it."
Lady Blemley's protestations would have had greater effect if she had not casually suggested to Mavis only that morning that the car in question would be just the thing for her down at her Devonshire home. Major Barfield plunged in heavily to effect a diversion.
"How about your carryings on with the tortoise-shell puss up the stables, eh?"
The moment he had said it, everyone realized the blunder.
"One does not usually discuss these matters in public,"
said Tobermory frigidly.
"From a slight observation of your ways since you've been in this house, I should imagine you'd find it inconvenient if I were to shift the conversation onto your own little affairs."
The panic which ensued was not confined to the Major.
"Would you like to go and see if cook has got your dinner ready?"
suggested Lady Blemley hurriedly, affecting to ignore the fact that it wanted at least 2 hours to Tobermory's dinner time.
"Thanks,"
said Tobermory.
"Not quite so soon after my tea. I don't want to die of indigestion."
"Cats have 9 lives, you know,"
said Sir Wilfrid heartily.
"Possibly,"
answered Tobermory,
"but only 1 liver." "Adelaide,"
said Mrs. Cornett,
"do you mean to encourage that cat to go out and gossip about us in the servants' hall?"
The panic had indeed become general. A narrow ornamental balustrade ran in front of most of the bedroom windows at the Towers, and it was recalled with dismay that this had formed a favourite promenade for Tobermory at all hours, whence he could watch the pigeons, and heaven knew what else besides. If he intended to become reminiscent in his present outspoken strain, the effect would be something more than disconcerting. Mrs. Cornett, who spent much time at her toilet table, and whose complexion was reputed to be of a nomadic, though punctual disposition, looked as ill at ease as the Major. Miss Scrawen, who wrote fiercely sensuous poetry, and led a blameless life, merely displayed irritation. If you are methodical and virtuous in private, you don't necessarily want everyone to know it. Bertie Van Tahn, who was so depraved at 17 that he had long ago given up trying to be any worse, turned a dull shade of gardenia white. But he did not commit the error of dashing out of the room, like Odo Finsbury, a young gentleman who was understood to be reading for the church, and who was possibly disturbed at the thought of scandals he might hear concerning other people. Clovis had the presence of mind to maintain a composed exterior. Privately, he was calculating how long it would take to procure a box of fancy mice through the agency of the Exchange and Mart, as a species of hush money. Even in a delicate situation like the present, Agnes Resker could not endure to remain too long in the background.
"Why did I ever come down here?"
she asked dramatically. Tobermory immediately accepted the opening. "Judging by what you said to Mrs. Cornett on the croquet lawn yesterday, you were out for food. You described the Blemleys as the dullest people to stay with that you knew, but said that they were clever enough to employ a first-rate cook, otherwise they'd find it difficult to get anyone to come down a second time."
"There's not a word of truth in it. I appeal to Mrs. Cornett," exclaimed the discomfited Agnes. Mrs. Cornett repeated your remark afterwards to Bertie van Tahn, continued Tobermory, and said, that woman is a regular hunger marcher. She'd go anywhere for 4 square meals a day. And Bertie van Tahn said... At this point the chronicle mercifully ceased. Tobermory had caught a glimpse of the big yellow Tom from the rectory, working his way through the shrubbery towards the stable wing. In a flash he had vanished through the open French window. With the disappearance of his too brilliant pupil, Cornelius Appin found himself beset by a hurricane of bitter upbraiding, anxious inquiry, and frightened entreaty. The responsibility for the situation lay with him, and he must prevent matters from becoming worse. Could Tobermory impart his dangerous gift to other cats, was the first question he had to answer. It was possible, he replied, that he might have initiated his intimate friend the stable puss into his new accomplishment, but it was unlikely that his teaching could have taken a wider range as yet.
Then, said Mrs. Cornett, Tobermory may be a valuable cat and a great pet, but I'm sure you'll agree, Adelaide, that both he and the stable cat must be done away with without delay. You don't suppose I've enjoyed the last quarter of an hour, do you? Said Lady Blemley bitterly. My husband and I are very fond of Tobermory. At least we were before this horrible accomplishment was infused into him. But now, of course, the only thing is to have him destroyed as soon as possible. We can put some strychnine in the scraps he always gets at dinner-time, said Sir Wilfrid, and I will go and drown the stable cat myself. The coachman will be very sore at losing his pet, but I'll say a very catching form of mange has broken out in both cats, and we're afraid of it spreading to the kennels. But my great discovery, expostulated Mr. Appin, after all my years of research and experiment. You can go and experiment on the shorthorns at the farm, who are under proper control, said Mrs. Cornett, or the elephants at the zoological gardens. They are said to be highly intelligent, and they have this recommendation, that they don't come creeping about our bedrooms and under chairs and so forth.
An archangel ecstatically proclaiming the millennium, and then finding that it clashed unpardonably with Henley, and would have to be indefinitely postponed, could hardly have felt more crestfallen than Cornelius Appin at the reception of his wonderful achievement. Public opinion, however, was against him. In fact, had the general voice been consulted on the subject, it is probable that a strong minority vote would have been in favour of including him in the strychnine diet. Defective train arrangements and a nervous desire to see matters brought to a finish prevented an immediate dispersal of the party, but dinner that evening was not a social success. Sir Wilfrid had had rather a trying time with the stable cat, and subsequently with the coachman. Agnes Resker ostentatiously limited her repast to a morsel of dry toast, which she bit as though it were a personal enemy, while Mavis Pellington maintained a vindictive silence throughout the meal. Lady Blemley kept up a flow of what she hoped was conversation, but her attention was fixed on the doorway. A plateful of carefully dosed fish scraps was in readiness on the sideboard, but sweets and savoury and dessert went their way, and no Tobermory appeared either in the dining-room or kitchen. The sepulchral dinner was cheerful compared with the subsequent vigil in the smoking-room. Eating and drinking had at least supplied a distraction and cloak to the prevailing embarrassment. Bridge was out of the question in the general tension of nerves and tempers, and after Odo Finsbury had given a lugubrious rendering of Melisande in the Wood to a frigid audience, music was tacitly avoided. At 11 the servants went to bed, announcing that the small window in the pantry had been left open as usual for Tobermory's private use. The guests read steadily through the current batch of magazines, and fell back gradually on the Badminton Library and bound volumes of Punch. Lady Blemley made periodic visits to the pantry, returning each time with an expression of listless depression which forestalled questioning. At 2 o'clock Clovis broke the dominating silence.
He won't turn up tonight. He's probably in the local newspaper office at the present moment, dictating the first instalment of his reminiscences. Lady What's-her-name's book won't be in it. It will be the event of the day.
Having made this contribution to the general cheerfulness, Clovis went to bed,
At long intervals the various members of the house party followed his example. The servants taking round the early tea made a uniform announcement in reply to a uniform question. Tobermory had not returned. Breakfast was, if anything, a more unpleasant function than dinner had been, but before its conclusion the situation was relieved. Tobermory's corpse was brought in from the shrubbery, where a gardener had just discovered it. From the bites on his throat and the yellow fur which coated his claws, it was evident that he had fallen in unequal combat with the big Tom from the rectory. By midday most of the guests had quitted the Towers, and after lunch Lady Blemley had sufficiently recovered her spirits to write an extremely nasty letter to the rectory about the loss of her valuable pet. Tobermory had been Appin's one successful pupil, and he was destined to have no successor. A few weeks later, an elephant in the Dresden Zoological Garden, which had shown no previous signs of irritability, broke loose and killed an Englishman who had apparently been teasing it. The victim's name was variously reported in the papers as Oppin and Eppelin, but his front name was faithfully rendered Cornelius.
"If he was trying German irregular verbs on the poor beast,"
said Clovis,
"he deserved all he got."
End of Tobermory by Saki. Read by Peter Yearsley.